Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another day of Meta Mayhem. Hope you guys are having a fantastic day today. We got another action-packed slate of games coming at you guys. It should be one of the craziest that we've seen. Obviously, the format has made things very interesting. We've now filtered through to our top 4 teams. A lot of talent still on the table. Verdict, how you feeling today?
I am feeling a little chaotic and crazy, man. It's just one of those weeks. And you can obviously tell because, the 4 teams that are left are, obviously deserved and worthy of it. But we've had some teams that, have dropped that we felt very strongly about. Team Dazi out in the first round. Team Little B gone as expected. Aerith out in the second round of the lower bracket, dude. It's just been one of those hell weeks, and boy, oh boy, do we have our work cut out for us today. We've got winners finals, the semifinals, Space and the Bees. Then we got the lower bracket, who obviously has got some action-packed talent in it too, in Gannett and Cisco. So 4 teams left. Chopping block has been chopped up, man. We're only going to have 1 team left standing at the end of this day, though.
Yeah, should be a fun one. Just an FYI, we did have a substitution for one of our teams, so before we get bunches of questions about it, we are going to have Envy, I believe, replacing Doggo on Team Space. We do have a strict age minimum, and Doggo did not meet that age minimum, which we did not know prior to the event. So now we know. To be honest, I don't mean this disrespectfully to Doggo, but Envy has a lot more competitive experience, and so I think to a degree that may honestly be an upgrade for their team to a degree.
Yeah, that means all 5 of those players are either former pros or current pros, and actually that pool is 3 active pros, right? Envy's not an active pro at the moment, correct?
I don't think so, but I'm honest. I have no idea what's happening in NA, so who knows?
Gotcha. Well, at any given point, those are pro players in their own right. Space could step up and play professionally at any regard, as well as Vague, Envy as well too. So, yeah, that team's hella packed. I mean, if it wasn't already before, now it's way OP.
Yep. 100%. That's going to be a lethal team. Absolutely no question about it. As far as the teams facing off, we got a little mini storyline in there. Vague going up against Godlike 2.0. This is a story that has been documented very well over the past few years. Obviously, with Vague retiring from COD Mobile, most of us thought it wasn't going to happen again. But we'll see if maybe he can redeem himself after the absolute butt whooping that he got the last couple of times that he played against him. The roster that we will be seeing: Space, Vague, PJ, obviously Envy replacing Doggo, and Kings. And then over on the opposite side for Team of Bees, who have dominated in spite of the ping that they've been playing on. We got a Bees, Marshy, Viper, Chakal, and Prevail. We took a peek at a Bees' stream yesterday, and they were playing on 96 MS, and they were so dominant that it seemingly just did not matter.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, man. It's just pros don't make excuses. These guys just show up when it matters the most. There was not even like a second guess about how they were going to play yesterday, regardless of what ping they were on. They were bringing their A+ game, and even that's even with Marshy having the ping and not necessarily doing Marshy things. He was just there for moral support for the most part. Also playing the objective. So say moral support like it's like playing the objective isn't actively playing the game. It takes skill to play the objective, chat. Okay, I don't care what Marshy or Little B says whenever they're streaming with Bobby.
I agree. Everyone type yup. Only the most skilled play the objective, unless you're good enough to get kills, and then you don't. But you know what? That's different time, different conversation.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, it looks like we're already starting to get some of our players loaded in, so hopefully not too long before we hop into the action. For those of you who checked out yesterday's action, you got to see a little peek at the weapons that were being used. We've got Man-O-War, Cordite, and DLQ in action this time around. Obviously, The DLQ has been used a couple of different times. To be fair, the DLQ has also been meta at a lot of different points in the lifespan of COD Mobile, so not too surprising to see that there. Man-O-War and Cordite will be interesting, as the Man-O-War is the first 3-tap that we've had in the rotation as far as assault rifles go, and Cordite, I would say, is a very underrated SMG, so I think this should be a very solidly balanced meta. I don't think that any one role is going to have a major advantage over another. And to be honest, I don't feel like we've seen that in a major way for any of the metas that we've used so far either.
No, yeah, I don't think so. I think everything's been quite balanced, and the TTK has been favoring people who are of high skill, and that's what we're here to reward. We're here to reward the best team that comes out of this event. Obviously, if you joined us here for the draft, you know, if you've been along for the ride for that process, you already know that some of the teams that we were thinking were great already out of the equation. And here comes the players that are, I mean, truly just ahead of their league. Space and a B squad we knew had, you know, the ability to be at this point. Seeing them here today in the winners finals, I mean, it's only obvious, right?
Of course. And people in chat are asking if Man-O-War Thermite is allowed. Chat, all the events that we run, whatever minor changes we make to the rule set, it always still falls under Champ's rule set. So no, Man-O-War Thermite is not allowed. Do not worry. Nothing to be concerned about there. Yes, chat, Team Aerith has been eliminated and Team Dazi has been eliminated. I don't know if we've ever run a COD Mobile event with those two players in it where both teams have been out in day number 1. Definitely very surprising there. I didn't have either of them super favored to win the entire competition, but for them to both already be out, it definitely caught me by surprise. I think especially Dazi's team, because they were first team out, I believe.
Yeah, they were. They were the absolute first team out. I was taking a look at the bracket. Zeke beat him. I mean, I think that's the game that Veer dropped a 70 bomb. And so, yeah, of course they're not going to win when he's doing things like that. I mean, obviously, you know, things happen. Dazi's out. Usually we're seeing him in, you know, a top 3, at least a top 4 contention, as well as Aerith. So to see both of them out, obviously I didn't do my homework, chat. You can blame me for that one. But Ganeth and Cisco's team absolutely cracked in their own right. We're going to see them in the second matchup, the first matchup of the night, Bobby. Space and a Bees. This is the one that we've been focusing on since draft day, right?
Oh, no, 100%. Like, as much as we love the surprises getting caught off guard, I don't think there are a ton of people that are surprised to see these two teams in our winners finals. We knew from the get-go both of them had cracked out teams. We knew chemistry was going to be there with the Bees playing with 2 of his teammates, and then obviously Space, just ridiculous amounts of talent on his side. So you get PJ in the equation, you get Envy swapped in for Doggo, mixing up my double O's, and then you get Vague, who's made that switch to iPad, which has certainly, I would say, boosted his skill a little bit as well. So it's definitely going to be a fun one to watch. Hopefully these guys are up to the task. It is going to be, for those of you wondering about the map rotation, Takeoff Hardpoint, which is one of my all-time favorite Hardpoint maps in COD Mobile competitive, Hackney Yard, Search and Destroy, and Raid Dom if we end up going to a map 3.
Oh, this is awesome. This is a great rotation. I can't wait to see who's going to be popping off with that Man-O-War. I know Space is definitely, he had his fair share of kills with the HBR yesterday. Just absolutely slayed. And then just to see who's going to be taking that short to mid-range effort with the Cordite. You said it's underrated. How underrated is it?
I'm not going to say it's like a top 10 gun, but I think it's like CBR adjacent.
Okay.
So like borderline off meta, you know, that kind of area.
I like it. I like it. What a great time to play a Mayhem game, right?
Uh-huh. Were you going to say Meta Royale?
I was about to say Meta Royale.
Honestly, that would be a banger BR tournament idea, so maybe we'll throw that in the rotation.
Look, we just accidentally slipping up and throwing up like banger
just bangers ideas on bangers.
Here. It's been one of those mornings, chat. That's how good it is.
Uh-huh. Everybody's saying, Bobby, start the game. tell your favorite players to join the lobby. I can't start the game until they've joined the lobby. We've only got 7 players in here, and the godlike boys are slacking, or at least the ones that are not on Space's team. Or wait,
They're trying to unlock.
no, Viper's on Abiza's team, so we're really just waiting on the team captain.
All right, there we go.
I don't think there's any attachments they would need to unlock. Because the Man-O-War Thermite's banned, DLQ Concussion's banned, and I don't think Cordite has a signature attachment, so...
I think they're just slacking. Wait, is Envy's name Envy AP?
I believe so. Why?
Okay, I can invite him. He's supposed to be joining this lobby, right?
Well, there we go.
There
All
we
right,
go.
now we
Look
only
at
need
that.
one more. Who's the first game? So for those of you wondering what the overall format for today will be, it is upper finals, lower semis, lower finals, and grand finals. Grand finals will have a bracket reset if the team coming out of the lower bracket ends up taking the first win. It is Space versus Abiz, Ganeth versus Cisco in the lower bracket. Winner of Ganeth versus Cisco will face the loser of Space versus Abiz. Shouldn't be too much longer before we get into the action. Other metas that you guys can look forward to today. We got Holger, Bizon, Locus coming up in the next round. After that, Krig, Switchblade, ZRG. And last but not least, it will be CBR, Kilo, SKS. I was really hoping that we were going to see a grand finals with Lucas and Rock in the SKS, but unfortunately, that one was not in the cards for this event.
That's tough. That is tough.
Would have been
That's what it
great
gets when you
nostalgia.
pick by Little B.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. God, man, I gotta stop taking shots at Little B, man. I can't help
It's just too
myself.
easy.
Like I'm a sucker for low hanging fruit.
Yeah. All
I
right.
love Little B.
We all do. Let's see. We're waiting for one more player.
King.
Kings. Hopefully he is awake. I would think so. It's like 9 p.m.
Yeah.
for him.
Yeah, it's like 8, 9, 10, something like that. That's gaming hours.
Only 2 matches on stream? No, it will be 4 matches on stream, maybe 5, depending on how the grand finals goes. Grand finals is best of 5 and bracket reset. So,
Come on, Kings. What are we doing here, Chief?
we could still get to see Space using the SKS 100%. I mean, even if Team Space were to lose this matchup, I would not be surprised to see them make the grand finals. Obviously, no disrespect to Team Ganeth or Team Cisco, but it does feel like Team Space is just... Team Space and Team Abiz have both been on another level from the rest of the competition so far. Because I don't think either of them has seen a map 3, have they?
No, neither have seen a map 3. Neither of them have even been remotely close to a map 3.
I think Ganeth...
closest we got was a 7-5 Search and Destroy.
Ganeth was the only on-broadcast map 3 winner that we saw, so... Very, very dominant. Why would Space get the SKS? Because we got different metas. Once again, you guys can check out the setup that we've got. The link will be spammed in the comments right here for those who are wondering what the weapons being used in each round are going to be. Once again, just waiting on Kings. Is he in his teams? No. Somebody might have to send out the call. We'll wait and see.
Sorry, I'm interacting with your chat as well without addressing them. Yeah, I am a sensible man, chat. I see an opportunity, I take it, I seize it. Most of those opportunities are, again, shots at Little B whenever I can.
Aha! Kings joined the Discord. Thank goodness.
Let's
All right.
go.
Had me stressing a little bit.
I know, right? Come on, dude.
All right, all right.
Maybe he did oversleep at night.
As far as the rest of the map setups that we've got as well, Next round will be firing range hardpoint, which we obviously haven't seen in a long time. Hacienda search and destroy. Mixing up my modes. Hacienda search and destroy. Slums control, which we haven't seen since 2022. I want to say.
Yeah. Yep.
Then we got Hardpoint Summit Slums S&D, which I don't think we've seen since 2023, I want to say. Standoff Control, which is one of my favorites, and I wish that it would make a return because it's such a good control map. And then we got APOC on APOC Hardpoint, Express S&D, Crossroads Strike Control. And then I think I told Nims that she could pick the rest of the maps for the rest of the grand finals.
There we go. The Mims, let's get it, baby.
All right.
All right, Kings is joining the lobby. We're about to get geared up for game number 1.
All
let's
right.
let's get it on here. Predictions. Who do we got? We got Godlike Junior or 2.0, or do we got Team Space and Crew?
I just feel like I gotta go Godlike Junior. I don't know. There's just so much talent on that squad. It's going to be very, very difficult to stop them. I feel like in a best of 3 series, you might be able to take a map, but winning the entire thing is going to be a completely different story. Also, now realizing you guys are probably getting spammed with the audio from the game ready up, so I will apologize. I will switch scenes off of that. We're just trying to get Kings ready to go. And he is taking his sweet time. I'm assuming he probably didn't have any of his loadouts ready.
No, definitely not. What role am I playing? You're playing the role of the Man of War. Come on. You know, I know you got a class already ready, buddy. Come on. Just throw it in there. Just throw it in there.
Meltdown S&D. I did put Meltdown S&D as map 5 of the first part of the grand finals. So
nice.
If we were to get Team Space versus Team Vague, and it ended up being map 5 in the grand finals, it would be effectively a complete remake of 2020 whatever jams.
That was an awesome jams that year, Atlanta.
It was.
We hosted a spawn live. What a time to be alive.
Great times. We should really do that again.
I know, right? Come on, COD Mobile, Activision, make it happen. Get us there.
Or CDM 10. Just fly us out to China for that. We can do that too. You know?
Hell yeah.
Whatever.
I'm on board.
Whatever. We got the players underway, ready to go here in day 2 of our Meta Mayhem. Finally get somebody on the point down below. That's PJ. Space reinforcing from above. He's hitting beams left and right. My gosh, spraying them down from every angle possible. PJ playing the objective, still getting those kills. You can tell he doesn't have the ping advantage, and it does not matter. 4K and trying to keep it pushing right here. Prevail tries to hit him with the movement, but he couldn't escape, and the pred drops. Not going to find any kill right there, but a hot start for the man himself, PJ from Elevate.
Oh, boy. Bringing the absolute hammer down. Space from atop is making it rain. Hell missiles himself with that Man of War Cardinal skin. Finally going to get shut down there. And that's going to be a team of bees. Godlike 2.0 coming through with a little bit of hill time and some kills that they're on. King's going to get involved into the King kill feed as well. The King feed, we'll say, because it's a part of the 2-piece. A Bee's going to be able to take some down from the objective, and he's raining down some shots himself. So back and forth affair we go. It's not a split decision right now. It's a 21-10 lead in favor of Team Space. They started up dominantly. Let's see what they can do on the rebound here now, as they're going to have to battle it out on the front side. Staircase lockdown so far, so good for Bees.
Ooh, Viper heating up right here, trying to get a pred. How many bullets does he have in that thing? Rocking the 60 mag on the Cordite. He's going to look to lock down this backside right here as Bees picks up the time on point. And for the time being, nobody really in contest position. Big slides on through. He's going to be able to find a couple kills for himself, but PJ in the top side finds 3. Absolute massacre from him, and he's going to read the spawns as well. Pushes them all the way out toward those deep spawns. That is 12 kills already. Continues to cook as he takes down a Bees. And one more left to go. Runs out of ammo at the last second, but it's Vague there to clean it up. My, oh my, what a performance out of PJ off the start of this one.
Absolutely. It's not going to equate to a lot of hill time, though. As you can see, the last little bit of scrap is going to be Viper coming off of it. They're going to be looking for the backside spawns, and what a better way and better time to pop that Annie. Inside of the objective, you got Team Space, but Viper going to bite the bullet as soon as he took one shot. Very tough. Vague now calls on a little bit of mayhem onto the objective. He's got a Tempest and a Dream. Shakal, where the hell did you even come from, dude?
I think he spawned on the point.
Wow. Okay. Right.
That was a little bit of a blessing from the COD gods. Couple operators gone to waste right here. King's not finding any value out of that War Machine, and that's Prevail on the opposite side, taking a couple down with the Sparrow. Team of B's back in the driver's seat right here once again. Marshy, not really his best performance so far, but he's going to be able to pick up a two-piece on the point, and the Godlike boys do the rest of the damage, so they're in position to get the scraps right here. So crucial on P3 to try your best to chain to P4. Marshy picks up another right there, slides on through to the point, and everybody's rocking with the 60 mag on the Cordite. Puts his former teammate Vague in the dirt right there, and Marshy will be there to pick up the rest of the scraps. 20 seconds to his name. And King's trying to hunt him down. He doesn't realize Marshy's just tucked away. He's going to pop Death Machine right here and be able to find one.
Oh, he's a sneaky little devil right there. Does find one, but is absolutely shut down on the transition. Looking for some of those kills to come off spawn on the flip side of things. You got a good presence on the hill for the time being. Space and crew trying to get back in the swing of it. They're down by 30. Rolling into this P4 setup. About 39 seconds left to go on it, and so far they are handling business. The B's trying to toss him a curveball. Going to be able to take down 3. And that's enough for the break. It's enough going to be for the stick. It sure is for the time being. The contest is going to come through for Space, but the lead going to continue to surmount here for Team of B's as they have rocked and rolled so far. Even in the face of adversity, not a bad P1, but a little bit of a regain after that. And they have just absolutely pummeled Team Space on the objective so far.
And you can see the chemistry just giving them so much of an advantage right here. The game plan, the trades they're playing for, at every turn, they have looked like the more cohesive unit. And not that Team Space has looked bad, but it's definitely a lot more individual play as compared to what we're seeing out of Godlike Jr. right here. PJ is going to be able to pick up a couple more, and the performance that he's putting on playing from the Philippines is just absolutely absurd. 22 kills, tied for top in the lobby right now. Prevail doing a pretty bang-up job himself with 25 to his name as he continues to... You can watch PJ lag, and he's still cooking everybody that he comes into contact with. Prevail shut down there as well. They finally hunt him down, but he's able to play distraction and provides a lot of time on the point for Team Space to get back into this one.
Absolutely. They're only down by about 20 here as the P1 reset coming through. About 15 seconds left to go on this one. PJ doing his best. 26 kills to his name. A little demon on the lobby. A big demon, to say the least. This is where things get out of hand, though. P2 last time around was absolutely in favor of Team of B's. Will it be the same way? So far, so good. Shakal's up top. Manhandling business is going to get taken down. The setup is going to come through. The spawn's not necessarily solidified yet for Blue. Team Space now split approach. Not going to be panning out off the first initial kills. PJ doing his best to get involved. Able to find Prevail on the outskirts, able to take him down inside the hill, rather. It is nobody. PJ finally going to be able to get in there, but Marshy, a 3-piece, could be instrumental for a little bit of a take-back.
Ooh, Kings finds good value off the War Machine right there. Does it look like he's going to be able to find that final player on the point? A little bit more time as Shakal just runs straight past him with equals in hand. It will be Team of B's continuing to pick up the time on the hard point right here, and Viper just continues to clean them out. Shakal kind of content to play peacefully on the hard point because his teammates are able to let him do it so far. A 50-point lead has been built right here. It is all yellow in the feed, and Prevail continues to cook with that Sparrow. He's going to be able to find 4. Earns a pred right here. He spots out some info. I don't know he's going to be able to find the kill, and he gets taken down, but no scrap time to be earned as a result, and he spawns right next to the point.
You know when things just go absolutely your way? Everything's just happening perfectly. Marshy doing big things there on the outskirts. Up top, he's got the spawn red through the smoke, so he's going to be able to get the shots to land. No, he's going to get shut down. Everything going right here for a team of Bees. Everything going wrong for Team Space. Just nothing landing their way. Prevail, a part of a three-piece right there, is going to get taken down by Kings. Back and forth we go, but it's Marshy who's prevailing on the objective himself, and boy, oh boy, they only need about 75 points to shut this one out, Bobby.
I forgot how chaotic the spawns for Takeoff Hardpoint were. It's definitely a lot of fun to watch, but oh my gosh, the players spawning next to each other, on the point, in the point. Just pure chaos through and through. A Bees 26 to his name, 105 seconds on the point to lead his team so far in this one. Looking like they are well on their way, barring a miracle for Team Space. BJ doing everything he can, 32 so far, but he's going to get shut down. Viper locking down the hard point time for the time being, and no easy entry for the opposition. Annihilator pops, but he misses both shots. So maybe an opening right here. Abiz is going to pop his War Machine as well. And no easy entry from that front side, but he's still got more shots to work with. Nothing going to connect right there, and that's PJ sliding on through with the equals. He's got 37 kills on the board, and he finally finds a solid break for Team Space.
Yeah, patience pays dividends there. Big entry kills onto the objective. The last War Machine kill, or shot firing through, not getting anything and no value. PJ running the house, break sticking. Looking like it might be a little bit of a comeback season here for the boys over at Team Space. 200 points already amounted there for a Bees and crew. Predator out for PJ. Not going to be able to get the slip of the wrist as it does hit the top of the side of that building. Cordite at his ready as well. Space getting involved with a nasty two-piece of his on. Hill is theirs. They're going to be able to remain on top for the time being, but they got about a 70-point deficit rolling into this reset, Bobby. Third time around. Is it a charm?
See, PJ's going to be able to pick up yet another on the Viper right there. I mean, every turn, this kid is just cooking. Earns an EMP. Playing from the Philippines. He's putting on a masterclass, but there's only so much that one player can do. Need to see contributions from the rest of the squad. Team Space has done a good job of chipping away at this lead. Was nearly 100 points. Space going to be able to find one from range with the Annihilator in hand. A Bees and company trying to make their way toward the top of P2, and he takes down the Annihilator right there. So the opening damage is done. The break has been found right here. King's having a tough time landing those shots, but not on to Marshy, who's run wide out into the open. He's going to continue to sit back and wait for an opportunity to cut off some of these rotations. Chakal staying alive right here. Does not guess that correctly on the pre-fire. And he's going to continue to push out with the equalizers in hand. Does get shut down right there. But once again, Team of Bees has been able to get so much time off this opening hardpoint. It is going to take perfect hardpoint the rest of the way through for Team Space to have a chance.
Yeah, and they have not played perfectly here on P2. This is potentially where we're going to see this one end. Only 20 points needed to close it all out. Chicago going to be out there. Kills coming through for Vague. No, he's not going to find any value out of it. It's the operators from a Bees yet again. Making it look easy there with the War Machine, denying everything. And on the outskirts, it's Marshy with the Death Machine. Everything leaning right. It is now or never. You've got to go if you are the side of Team Space. They are nowhere to be found. Space putting his feet on the objective for the time being, but they only have 2 seconds to spare, Bobby. It is not looking good for them.
Ooh, Vague pops the Tempest, but the trophy's there. Chakal slides through, finds the kill, and that's Team of Bees back on the point to take the game. Another 50 bomb out of Prevail. Man, he has been such an underrated pickup in this tournament. I think was the last round pick for a Bees, and the value that he has gotten out of that pick cannot be understated.
Yeah, 50 bomb, 52, 42, 55 seconds on the hill. A Bees, minute and 59 on the clock too, 39 and 36 on the flip side of things. PJ all the way from the Philippines, making light work of it. 46 kills and 40 deaths to go along with it. 55 seconds on the hill. Nobody even over a minute on the left-hand side of your screen. Just kind of tell you a story of what's happening there in that one. Gun skill about neck and neck. If you ask me, maybe a slight lean in the right-hand side. But, on Takeoff, those spawns are chaotic. You got to be able to find some success off the bat. And P2 and P3 were not very good for Space there in that one. So we'll see if they can bounce back here in the Search for Destroy coming up. But overall, nicely handled Hardpoint there for Bizon crew. They rock a 250 to 160 victory.
Yeah, they did not miss a beat from what we saw out of them yesterday. Just clean as can be, clinical on the breaks, the holds. We're near untouchable. I think you look at the opposite side, it felt like there were a lot of times where PJ was kind of the lone man fighting on the hard point, and maybe some other players kind of playing for kills, not really having the cohesion that you need. I think especially in a pickup team setting like this, it just makes more sense to have everybody be in more of a flex role, just so that you're not giving up hardpoint time and you're not giving up easy opportunities. I know players that have played competitive COD Mobile before will feel more content in their traditional roles, but I think you got to have that flexibility, and it didn't really look like they had that there on map 1. So obviously that's something that could very much change going into the search and destroy. That is very much just kill-based, player position, player ones. We'll see what they're bringing to the table here in the Hackney Yard search and destroy, which obviously the majority of these players have not played in a hot minute.
I haven't seen in a hot minute, man. Hackney Yard search and destroy. We all know how that one plays out. It's going to be chaotic. It's going to come down to the wire. I feel like we're all going to just brute force push that building, and that's, you know, going to make or break the round for you. We'll see how it pans out, though. The strategy is going to be pretty simplistic, though. Blunt force trauma right to the objective is what I'm calling early.
All right. We'll see. Last time we saw Hackney search, the thing that comes to mind is the shorty meta.
Yeah, that was...
God,
I'm glad we didn't bring secondaries into this
one. ARP North American Championship. That's the one that comes to mind. That was
Shorty, the call of Shorty, right? Shorty on duty. Ooh, boy. That was a time.
Truly. All right. Just waiting for Kings to ready up and we'll be good to go. Obviously, the DLQ will be the sniper in the rotation for this one, so probably see lots of that, as that's one of the more traditional guns that players are more comfortable with. Even when we had the Arctic 50 as the sniper in rotation, we still saw a decent number of players rocking with that. So I don't think, barring maybe the ZRG in some of the later rounds, that we'll see many sniperless search and destroys, but we are already in and ready to go for map number 2, Team Space. A must-win game if they want to avoid going to the lower bracket. See what they can do right here. It looks like Space and Envy going to be rocking with snipers off the start of this one.
Here we go. Quick it over to the A side. Everything going a little calm, a little silent. Bomb's going to be collected there in the spawn. King's going to be doing the due diligence. Prevail getting a little bit of space there. Here comes the nade shot. Big kill from Vague. Viper about a quarter of health. Vague clearing out the objective, getting a little help from up top too. Kings gonna try and get some shots on through. It's gonna be Vague yet again. Viper down and dusted. So 3 players left standing on both sides as we see a Bees get a nice little 2-piece. That's gonna actually give them the player advantage.
Chakal trying to hit the slide peak right there, not able to find anything. So now Bees in the back side. 1v2. Kings and Vague still waiting, and may have been able to spot out Vague in that top side hop up, but it looks like he's going to back up right here. 39 seconds remaining. Again, the pressure is on right here. Nearly had the wall bang. Probably would have only hit his foot, but regardless, not going to matter at this point. Got to make the play right here. Not a whole lot of time to work with, and obviously at some point you got to take a risk. Should have the audio cue on Vague right there, and he's going to give away a slide, so you got to make the push. King's going to be able to spot him out right there, and it will be Team Space taking the opening round, much needed for them, off of the slow start on map 1.
There we go. Well executed. Well played. Let's see how the defense retaliates. Big round there for a Beast. Could have been a bigger round if he clutched a 1v2. Wasn't in the cards. Vague takes 3 in the first round. Let's see what he can do with an 8 shot over the top. Trophies are down for both. PJ going to be leading the pack. Is he going to be the tip of the sphere? He's going to find one for Veil. Shutting both of them down. Chakal going to get outs there on the outskirts. Bomb's been dropped. It's in the middle of the map. Recovery is of the essence, but Prevail just continuing to run house. Able to find another. How? Body shots. Much needed. Space and a 1v2.
Space seems to have an idea of where a Bees is. He's not going to be able to hit the slide shot on Prevail, though, and that's Team of Bees taking round number 2. So they even things up right here. Very, very chaotic, as you expected. Prevail's got 5 kills, and it is, once again, just been brute force over on A. Who gets the better value out of their utility? Envy takes himself out right there. Maybe an overcooked nade or something else, but not a good place to lose an early life. Fortunately for him, King's going to be able to do some damage. Trades back and forth. Vague on the top side. Will he choke the gunfight right here? He runs out of ammo and Prevail comes out on top. That's one that Vague is probably wishing was not on broadcast.
Yikes. I hate to see it if you're a Vague fan. He ain't got a kill since the first round. He did massive work then, but it's been long ago since. Prevail doing Prevail things. And this team coming out on top. Shakal taking down the demon on the right-hand side of the screen. Marshy getting involved for another 2. That's King's out. That's bomb carrier. No, Vague's got the bomb for the time being. And well, PJ hasn't really added much value here in this hardpoint, or in this search and destroy. He did God's work in the hardpoint. Vague taking some shots up top. Space going to be able to take down Prevail, and that's a massive one. That leaves a window of opportunity to go over towards that A site, but it does look like Space and crew are going to be opting to play a little bit slowly before they make a decision.
Which honestly doesn't really benefit the setup that they've got right here, because they do not have a single sniper in play. They've become so accustomed to trying to brute force that A push that they haven't bothered to have anybody rocking a sniper. So they're going to sit back once again, pray for an over-aggression. This is ballsy chows right there, knowing that you got 2 snipers on the opposite side, but Space continues to go for the peak, and a Bees makes him pay. Man advantage for Team of Bees once again. And still some util to work with as well. That nade going out over top. Not going to connect, but he's got a flash in his back pocket as well. Vague's going to pick up one onto Chakal, and we're into a 2v2 right here. A Bees hopping up. Can't connect onto Envy. Doesn't go for the repeak either. Not a whole lot of time to work with it. Bees takes down Vague, and he hits the quick scope onto Envy as well. The 1v2 to clutch the round.
Oh, the call off. Vague's like, dude, he's got to be one. You've got to push that. And surely enough, puts his head up on the window and is absolutely destroyed. What a clutch there from a Bees. What a round. 3 in a row going in favor of them. Godlike Jr. not going to be able to hold off the pressure over towards this A site. Nobody taken down as of yet, so no harm, no foul. Bomb's going to get planted. It's going to be a clean 5v5 retake. And this is about as even of a matchup we've seen here on this one. Let's see what ensues now as Envy's going to be holding down the back line. We got a little bit of a bump there from PG on the outskirts. Envy already spotting one. Marshy trying to get across, is about half health. Is going to have a little bit of help there from Prevail on the backside. Let's see what they can do. Or actually, it's a Beast who's going to be able to piece Vague out. That's going to be the first blood down.
You got PJ being cheeky in the top side, but he gets spotted out by Chakal. Shots through the wall, I believe, right there as a Beast is going to be able to find one. And that's everybody down for the count for Team Space as they get yet another round right here. The offense has not looked super convincing for Team Space. We'll see if they can make any adjustments here to give themselves a little bit more of a manageable differential heading into half. 5-1 is definitely not a spot where you want to be.
No, absolutely not. Not against a team like this. We all know what they do with a commanding advantage, right? We'll see it ensue and pan out. Now it's a quick hit over towards the B site. If you're going to be able to take down one in Marshy, that's a big opening frag. They've got plenty of map space for the time being. Prevail going to be caught out on the outskirts. Chakal and Viper all drop at the same time. And now it's down to a Bees in the 1v4. Bomb's going to go down. A minute 35 going to be reduced to 40. We'll see what he can do now as everyone's out on the hunt. Vague just, I mean, out in no man's land. That was just basically for free, man. You've got to give him, you know, a little bit of something to work for. You just can't make him, you know, buy the cow if you can get the milk for free, buddy.
It seems like the other three players have a pretty good idea of what position to play, and especially with the bomb down right here. They're not going to be giving up anything easily. Slide in the corner, nothing being afforded to him, and it seems like they've got the audio cue right there. King's going to pick up the kill, and they go into the half with not an easy differential, but definitely a lot easier than if they had lost that one. So 2-4, and we'll see if maybe that defensive side ends up being a little bit more advantageous. We've seen that a lot more with some of the older search and destroy rotation maps. So Kings all the way over in China, already 9 kills on the board, leading the way for his squad. He's going to pick up another, and now on to 10 as we move into a 3v3. Chaos over on A, as expected, does get shut down by Viper. PJ not going to be able to find that one. He's going to get shut down by Marshy with a 2-piece, and just like that, Team of B's back in the driver's seat.
Yep. Control, contain. Let's see if it's the same thing that we saw in the first 6 rounds. First round goes in favor of the attacking team, and then the next few rounds dominated by the defense. We'll see the adjustments, or is it going to be Team of B's just continuing to run away with it? Viper opens up with the first blood space. Grop! Vague able to find one, but Shakal able to get the return. So 2 for 2 we go, as we do see everything starting to happen all crazy like. 2 players left standing on each side. Abiz trying to pull the trigger. It's going to be Shakal able to find Vague, and all of a sudden it's down to a 1v2 with PJ. Can he make it happen? It's his season to shine. Able to get the hop up is Abiz. He's up there. PJ waiting patiently, but is the drop down of Abiz ear holing him. And that could be the dagger, Bobby.
That's brutal. And great try out of PJ, but Abiz predicted that position perfectly, did not miss the shot. Now puts his team on the brink of heading to the grand finals right here. Chaos over on the A side once again, but it has gone the way of Team of B so many times. Envy going to find that opener on Shakal. Marshy playing a little cheeky spot in the backside, and once again it's Team, oh my, Beams prevailed, coming out on top. 2v2 right here. It's just a coin flip every time, but so many of those times it has gone the direction of Team of B's, and once again in the driver's seat. Marshy said, never mind, don't want to peek that one, but King's able to hunt him down, and an opportunity to prolong this. A B's not going to be able to land the quick scope to close things out.
Very well handled. Very well handled. Don't let that one get out of hand. B's can't put you on a t-shirt twice in a row, can he? Well, not that time around. 6-3, we're still on match point. Not facing elimination, but sent to the lower bracket. Team Space trying to fight it out. A hope and a dream right now. Viper opening up with the first blood. PJ Vague drop quickly. Space in retaliation, but it's down to 1. This one. 13 seconds, Bobby.
Oh my God.
13 seconds. They're done.
I couldn't even properly switch to a person without watching them die. Oh my gosh. Team of B's running through that one and running into the grand finals of our meta Mayhem. They have not missed a beat, and this is certainly the team to beat right now, as Abiz leading the way once again. I mean, you got the 3 godlike boys at the top of the scoreboard. That's been the way that it's been throughout the entire tournament for them.
Absolutely. 11 kills for Abiz and Prevail appropriately. Handling business. Viper with 8 on the right-hand side of the screen. Kings did, great job playing his life for the most part. 12 kills on board as well along with it. Just no kind of synergy when it's rolling into the playing the objective. You obviously search and destroy, you got to play your life. We had PJ not really have that much of a chance here in this one. Almost dropped the 50 bomb last game. 3 and 10. So tough way to go. Your star player from the Philippines, obviously probably not having the best connection. You only get 1 life. It happens. We roll on. They are not done just yet. They will be facing off against the winner against Ganeth and Cisco, which is going to be our next matchup of the night. So we still got plenty of opportunity for both of these teams. Obviously, Abiz, they've already booked their tickets to the show. They don't need to show anything else.
Yep. They win big when it matters most. So now Team Space is going to have to make some type of a lower bracket run, and honestly, more of a lower bracket run than you would see in most tournaments, as we do have the bracket reset format as well. So even if they're to win that lower bracket matchup, they've got to take 2 wins in the grand finals to have a chance at taking home the trophy. Don't go anywhere. We've still got a lot more COD Mobile action coming at you guys, as that is only the beginning of the day. Next up, we've got Team Ganeth versus Team Cisco, and we have yet another evolution of our meta, as this time around it is going to be Holger, Bizon, Locus, with the map setup being Hardpoint firing range, S&D Hacienda, Slums control. Verdict, what are you looking forward to most in this next matchup?
I'm a huge Bizon fan, so seeing I would say, is it better than the Cordite right now in the current meta?
Yeah, I
Or
would say so.
comparable?
I would say so.
Okay. All right,
The
yeah.
large cal
Seeing
makes it
that
a
comes quick.
relatively consistent 3-tap, so that's the main reason I would say that.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to it the most. And then of course the matchup. The matchup's going to be awesome too.
Yeah, I would say Team Cisco has surprised myself and a lot of people just because we had Lucky as a last minute substitution for Narcs, I believe. Not 100% positive on that one. But obviously the teams that we're working with right here, Team Cisco being Cisco, Neil, Yopi, Lucky, and Skull Guy. Team Ganeth with Ganeth, Mihawk, Marvel, FDX, and Ruin had a bit of an up and down journey for them, but they have made their way now into the grand finals. And I'm told that I believe they're or maybe it was Team Cisco. Somebody had a banger off-stream domination match that we didn't get to watch, but I'm told if you guys wanted to go back and watch that one on whoever's stream it was.
Aerith.
Team Aerith, and yeah, whoever they played against.
Aerith and Ganeth.
Let's
see. I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it ended up Cisco and Aerith.
Cisco and
Aerith.
Final score was
to 191.
They didn't even get to 200. 197, 191. Crazy.
Yeah. That's wild.
Right.
They also had a hardpoint banger too. It was Zeke and Ganeth that ended up being 250 to 248. Like literally came back in the last few seconds.
Sheesh.
So yeah, there's some banger matches out there that we didn't get to see, but you guys get the chance to go back and watch on whoever's VODs it is.
All right. Well, good news, chat. I have actually gotten the emulator running, so I'm going to attempt to spectate from the emulator. I'm not going to make any promises because I thought it crashed for a second. I thought it crashed mid-sentence. I just clicked off of it. Nothing to worry about.
I feel like sometimes you got to have a degree in like operating game loop in order to know how to run that. Like my days of mobile mayhem, like I was constantly updating, like hours before broadcast, I'd be spending making sure that everything looked right. And then all of it just to happen, they need to get the black box of death where you can't see anything and that you can't control. You just got to restart. And it's just like a slap in the face, man. It's tough. Hey, is that Molly Buckets?
That is Molly Buckets. I accidentally
2019
accidentally logged into her old COD mobile account. So
let's go.
This thing. I went to check and see what blueprints it has. It doesn't have any. There are zero blueprints on this account. Doesn't even have like a battle pass unlocked. It's just a bunch of random camos.
That's crazy.
All right. We don't have any players loaded in right now, so we may hop to a quick break real quick while we wait for them. Oh, as I say that, Cisco and Marvel both join up, so I will give us a quick break real quick just to grab some water, and we will be back very, very quickly.
Perfect.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back and almost ready to hop in the action right here. Just waiting for the teams to get on the right team. We got Ganeth and Cisco on the same team right now, so obviously a couple things still yet to be sorted, but once again, we do have our next evolution of the meta. Holger, Bizon, Locus. Definitely one of the Holger, one of the longer standing metas in COD mobile history. Back in 2021 or somewhere around there. And honestly, even EU players still love using it. So we may see a little bit of an edge for some of these EU guys. I know we have at least Lucky in here from EU. And then we got Marvel as well. So I'm curious if those end up being the guys rocking the Holger, because they have stuck by that thing through thick and thin.
Yeah, we know Lucky and Marvel will be two Holger holding sons of guns. We'll figure it out here in just a moment, though. As Cisco's team still very much so alive in this one. If I'm not mistaken, this is on the back of them getting a substitution in. Narcs was originally supposed to be on this roster, but Lucky got thrown into the mix after Narcs revealed that he had to work yesterday. So that's pretty dang solid considering we get a last-minute substitution. I don't know how comparable those two guys are, but Lucky's seeming to hold his on. We'll see if he can do so again here in this one. This is make or break for both of these teams. The fact that they've gotten this far is very commendable, but this is a difference between $1,000 and $500, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. A lot more on the line now than in some of those previous matches. Also, Shafi brings up a good point. The Holger Mythic just got a rework to its irons, so it now has an actual digital red dot as opposed to the regular irons that it had before. So maybe even that much more of an advantage for the players rocking it. We did also just have the, I can't remember which draw it was, but the introduction of one of the new legendary Bizons in one of the Nier Automata collaboration draws too. So a lot of blueprints to choose from for both of these teams. She said, "This is what I get. This is what I get." I had already said, "Wait, what?" Oh my gosh, none of that.
Yeah, we are no longer allowing NIMS to make best of fives ever again. Your privileges have been revoked. What a map selection there.
Yeah, I told NIMS that she could pick the map setups for the last couple. And she picked Crash, Search, and Destroy for Game 5 of the Grand Final.
You're welcome, Chad. We're handling that as we speak. Completely in shambles.
It's funny. All right.
Okay. Taking a look at some of the reviews from games past, just to kind of get a feel. Cisco still alive, very much so. They beat Team Aerith 2-1. That domination game went to 197 to 191, as we mentioned earlier. Hell of a way to start that one, or in that one rather. Aerith took the hard point, so I don't believe Cisco has had very much success on hard points outside of that. I think they lost the. Oh no, that was Ganeth yesterday. Never mind. So so they've only lost one hard point so far in this one. Oh, okay. Cisco's squad looking pretty solid. Oh, they beat Little B. Never mind. That doesn't really count.
Yeah, that's kind of a Mickey Mouse win.
Yeah. Bubble championship.
Yeah, they lost to Team Aerith to start, beat Team Little B, and then beat Team Aerith. So interestingly enough, they had a rematch after getting 2-0'd, and maybe that change of the meta helped them a little bit as they were able to win that rematch and advance now against Team Ganeth. Once again, we got one player on each team that is missing, so I'm sure there are probably lots of people yelling at me to start the game.
Start the match, Bobby. Yeah.
Much as I would love to, it is not within my power to force these players to join the lobby, but we're working on doing that as quickly as possible. How will you decide the MVP? We don't have an official MVP reward for this one. The reason we had MVP in the last event is because there were only 7 teams, and so since one of the $500 prize pool splits was not going to be going to a team. It was going to be given to MVP. We won't have that this time around, but you guys are more than welcome to vote on an MVP if you would like to at the end of the competition.
Absolutely. And then you can also donate the $500 to pay for the MVP status.
Exactly.
Come on, guys. Yeah,
or you can just super chat it or gift members. Yeah. Like, up to you.
Let's get it. Let's go. Did you think about that finals game last night?
Bro, that was insane.
Oh. Yeah.
Bro, Halliburton, he doesn't miss game winners. I can't make it's black magic.
That's crazy.
It is something else. I've never seen anything like it. I watch a lot of basketball. I've never seen any team consistently pull off comebacks like that, or any player consistently hit game winners like that. Just
ridiculous.
Unreal. Actually unreal.
You know what else is also unreal? We got everybody in the lobby right now, and we're about to get geared up for game number 1. It's firing range, hardpoint, firing point. I think I've said that before in the past.
Firing point, hard range.
Firing point, hard range. I believe those words have came out of my mouth before, but that's what I get for not thinking before I talk. No, chat. Sometimes we just get mumbo jumbo. Sometimes we just get a little bit of a little overwhelmed. Nonetheless, we're here for it. This is the chopping block here. Who's going to be making 500? Who's going to be making 1,000 or more? Obviously, your run is still alive if you remain undefeated here from here on out. We'll see who's going to come out on top. It's Team Cisco. It's Team Gannett. They're about to square off here in the hardpoint firing range. And this is a lovely map rotation that we're going to get to see too as well. So it's going to be a solid one. Firing range, Hacienda, and Slums there for the control. You know what? Ever since the spawn updates for control, I have been desperately wanting to see some competitive Slums.
Yeah, I honestly am not 100% sure what to expect on that one, but hopefully it's one that does not disappoint. We're going to see if the emulator wants to function properly today, as we do get loaded in right there. And it looks like we are good to go as we make the switch on over right here. Let me know if we're having any issues, but it looks like we are running smoothly and should be good to go for game number 1 of our lower finals.
Go. Game number 1 of lower finals. Holger, Bizon, a whole lot of ammo, a whole lot of ammunition, a whole lot of shots. We're about to see fired through in a basically papier-mâché map that's existing here in the firing range. We'll see as it pops off now. It's first few seconds split decision right down the middle. It's going to be Team Cisco taking advantage of the lead as of right now. They've got the hill under control, and Cisco himself is leading the pack with 3 for his for in the combo. Is finally going to get taken down. Team still holding down the objective nonetheless. Finally going to get taken down. Skull Guy is going to get dropped, and a back and forth affair we go. It's all about this setup here for P1, but more importantly, that P2 objective is the eye of the prize. Prize of the eye. Something like that.
No question about it. Most of these players will have some level of experience playing firing range hardpoint, given how long it was in the map setup as well. So I don't think anybody going to feel too terribly lost right here. We do have Yopi rocking the legendary Bizon from the Templar draw, if I remember correctly, and his team locking in a pretty solid chunk of hardpoint time off the start of this one. Cisco, who I feel like in the last event maybe didn't perform up to his expectations, has been really cooking so far here. 7 kills for him, continuing to move upward. I do see a couple big kills going through for Team Gannett, sorry. But it looks like not going to be enough to find the break quite yet.
No, not quite yet. Not with Cisco doing Cisco things. Absolutely crushing them on the objective, inside, outside, it don't matter. He has done God's work. Finally going to get shut down as FDX for the smoke's going to be able to find 1, make it 3. It is going to be enough for the break, but Yopi and squad are right here on it. Gannett on the inside of the objective wins the 1 right there, and it's massive. So time being held now. It's just going to be scraps as we get settled up for a trailer rotation. P3 right around the corner, and a massive lead so far for Team Cisco.
All right. Lucky. Cred earned, information gained. It looks like they've got the early setup for this rotation as well. Team Gannett just struggling to get kills. You don't see Mihawk 3 rotations in with 3 kills on the board very often, but it seems like things just not going his way, and unfortunately going to be promptly greeted by a war machine to the face as well. So continues to struggle to pick anything up right here. Lucky's going to be able to pick up yet another. He's working on a second set of streaks off of this one, and he's already got 58 seconds in the hardpoint. They have been untouchable on the inside of this one, and Team Gannett just cannot seem to find a foothold.
Oh, yeah, this is a tough one. Really hard to do so when your team captain, Cisco, has dropped 14 kills already in the lobby, and we're only 3 hills in. And he popped out for Skull Guy. He does find a few on the outskirts, but just going to have to saddle up and brace for new, as he does not find too much value out of the operator. Not much needed when everyone's just dropping left and right. Gannett on the outskirts. Skull Guy going to be able to take him down. FDX trying to get mixy with it. Is able to find a 2-piece. Is able to find a little bit of saving grace, but again, they have just been on the back burners of this objective, and it has not looked good from the beginning. Let's see if they can get something strolling here in P4.
All right. Chat's saying that the iPad was a better spectating experience, so we'll go ahead and switch back to that for the time being. Sometimes the emulator takes a little while to kind of smooth out a lot of times, so we'll keep it on the iPad for the time being, and hopefully that can get fixed in the future, but thank you for you guys' patience in the meantime. Unfortunately, we have not really missed a whole lot of the action that's going on, as it has been relatively one-sided so far in this one. Yopi playing all the way from Garena, 24 kills. The Elevate boys have really shown out, especially in the hardpoint today, which you expect from them given the dominance that they've shown historically in hardpoint. Leading the way right there. 2 players from the opposite side of the world from where the servers likely are, and once again, the Brazilians just not having a great time so far in this one. Gannett, Mihawk, both yet to make their way into double digits.
Yeah, this is a tough one. On top of that, you got a Bison gun. Ooh, okay, Mihawk. Okay, there we go. Starting to finally heat it up. 3 on the board. He says, to hell with the excuses. Let me just put my gunny where my mouth is. Or my gunny where your mouth is. Let me just shut that down. Cisco, obliterated. 5-piece. Everyone, back to the spawn they go. Yet, again, still not even having success finding the objective. FDX finally going to be able to get involved and put down some players onto the objective himself. Plays it to a T, but it is going to get traded on through. That's going to be another feed of blue coming through. And even with the Preddy from Mihawk, it is not going to amount to much as... there we go. I don't know. I guess I'm spectator bug. There we go. Finally, the Preddy animation is stopped for me.
All right. Another good feed for Team Cisco as they continue to make their way upward. Now over 100-point lead. Skull Guy with the Annihilator in hand, trying to wipe off the point. He does exactly that. Shot through the smoke, connects as well. Once again, they've just not had many weak points in their game plan here. The gunny's going their way. I don't know how Skull Guy comes away with the win in that one. Absolutely no business winning there. He's going to drop a pred as well. They make their way on over to P2. Mihawk doing everything he can for the break, but it's a lot of individual plays right here that just have not worked out for them as Skull Guy picks up yet another at every turn. Whether it's the rotation or the break, Team Cisco have just been the stronger team across the board.
Oh, 100%. 100% indeed. Scoreline's telling it. It's going to be a 100-point club if they don't get their act together. Cisco and crew running house. Gannett finally going to be able to find 2 there with the Sparrow. But it's Neo with a 3-piece. How devastating. Triple from the Predator. Hill's going to be occupied in yellow for the time being, even with the kill disadvantage going through. It's just Cisco's team not able to capitalize. There's too much kills in too little time. And finally, a little bit of hill time being collected in yellow. So Gannett and crew get tossed a little bit of a flopper. We'll see if they can take advantage of it. So far, it's been so good, but the last 3 seconds going to be scrapped up there in blue. Setup, though, is already in, and it looks like Marvel and crew are looking to run tables here in the trailer.
Yeah, FDX doing everything he could to solo hold right there. He's got the majority of the time for the team, but hasn't been enough, and Ruin has just not had a good map right here. Barely any time in the hard point. He's at 15 and 26. You gotta have everybody on the line for a matchup of this caliber, and unfortunately, they've been almost an effective 4v5, and it has resulted in the score that you guys are seeing right now. 100-point differential between the two teams. See the rotations going through, and once again, Neil and company, Team Cisco, picking up kill after kill. FDX going to be the last line of defense. Marvel there to reinforce the point for the time being, but they have got to be so perfect the rest of the way through. We'll see how long he can hold here. Fortunately, 110 bullets in the Holger should give him a little bit of breathing room.
Ooh, good flick there, too. Doing God's work. Last 8 seconds. They need it. They need everything they can get. They need to transfer over to P4. It's not looking good. Break finally coming through, and Team Cisco rallying it up. 30 seconds is all that needed. Can they get the first half of this one untouched by Gannett and shut this one out? Gannett's crew gonna have to find something here successful. It's Marvel on the outskirts. Gonna have to pull the death machine. The Mihawk contest from the inside. He's just gonna lay prone. And here comes some operators usage out of both teams, or rather for Team Gannett, finally starting to come through and rally on through. The troops finally showing up, and Bob, we might have ourselves a hardpoint game if they can continue to save face.
Yeah, that was solid value out of the death machine from Marvel. They're going to read these spawns really well, too. And that's one of the things about firing range hardpoint. This is one of the more snowball-heavy maps. If you can get players trapped on that bottom side, you can get really strong control here on wood. They might be able to do some damage as they continue to chip away at that lead. FDX, Claw, looking for some value. Not much time left on it. The pre-fire is there. Not going to be able to find the final kill onto Cisco. They keep it contested for a little bit, and the break goes through, but they got those lower side spawns. Somebody's going to have to deal with Neil, and if he gets that death machine pop, that could potentially be the end of this one.
We got the making of a banger going through. Team Gannett, do everything you can to hold on. They've got the point for the time being. Ruin going to be contested, shut down. Player up top providing some support. It's Gannett himself from the darts of hell. Going to be able to rain some shots on through a 5-piece. A lot of value out of that Sparrow. And surely enough, they've done everything they can to keep the dream alive so far. Can they continue to keep it going? FDX up top. He's going to have to hop down. Into the pit he goes, and he is shut down. Back to the spawn it is. Only 10 seconds and counting. The dream could end here.
Ooh, it looks like that War Machine from Ruin's going to be able to shut down equalizers. Neil hops into the point. Somebody's got to be perfect right here. That's a lot of bullets and a lot of damage. Neil with the death machine finds the final slide. And it was closer than it looked like it was going to be. But regardless, Team Gannett not able to do enough damage up against the firepower from Team Cisco. And they take map number 1, led by who else but Skull Guy and Yopi.
I gotta give credit. I mean, that's a lot of heart to be thrown out there. At one point, it was what 100 and it was 200 points to 70. So to be able to put up, 100 points to 75, it's got to, or to 50 rather. It's great, but you got to figure out how to stop the bleeding early on. And the first 2 rotations were not pretty for Gannett and crew. They got their act together and they reeled it back in, and unfortunately, the effort was just not enough. Skull Guy, 37 and 27 minutes, 17 on the hill. Yopi, absolutely cracked. 42 and 32 with 41 seconds on the hill. But I say 41 minutes. Good God. Lucky, going to be the most highly impacted player.
Sheesh.
Sure, it's 196, 37 and 18. Double KD 2.0. A little over. 1:35 on the objective. Only picked up 10 capture kills. Oh, no, that's 8 capture kills.
Not bad for a last-second addition to your team, huh?
Roger that.
I don't even know.
I'll take that.
I don't feel like I could even predict what server that was, because, I would say it was EU, because Lucky's going double positive, but Neil didn't have a great map. Marvel didn't have a great map. You got Skull Guy tearing it up. You got Yopi all the way over in the Philippines, plus 10. I don't even know. These guys are just going all at it. They have zero regard for what the ping is, what the server is. They're just throwing everything they can at it, seeing what sticks. Unfortunately, Team Cisco and his boys coming out on top right there. Getting ready to head into the Hacienda search and destroy. This is one that I miss.
Yes. I was so glad they brought Hacienda back to Black Ops 6 too, competitively. So I think I've seen it played on Control. I think I've seen it played on Search and Destroy a million times, especially here in Call of Duty Mobile. So to see it being thrown back into the mix, what is it in the competitive play set now? Is it just Hardpoint?
Hacienda is only Hardpoint right now. Apparently, Neil's actually in the Philippines. I totally did not know that.
Oh, okay.
We should have had
Makes
him
sense.
drafted differently based on that, but that's good to know.
You should have gave us prior knowledge.
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
So they've actually got, what, 4 Eastern players then, right?
Yep. Lucky's the only Western, and he's in EU.
All right.
I hear EU's on the rise for competitive this year.
Are they?
No, I know I've always been an advocate for EU. I lost hope in 2023. So to hear those words come out of my mouth is
I know there's
almost,
there's some Filipino players going to EU to play champs, right?
Yeah, they imported the roster from Garena. It's pretty solid. They got Fahim and Inferno on that roster as well. I think they're team ace. Seen them play in that EACS event. Played a team from Africa, and I mean they mollywopped them, Bobby.
All right. I'm intrigued now. Maybe EU finally has a little bit of hope after a couple disappointing champs runs in the last few years. We'll see what they can bring to the table. I know CDM10 is shaping up to be very interesting as well, as I think they have invited additional Japanese teams and additional Indian teams. So COD Mobile Esports looking spicy this year. A lot to look forward to, and a lot to look forward to as we finish out the competition here. What am I looking at? Just staring straight into the water right there. Looks like we are good to go. Hacienda, search and destroy. We got the Locus in play as the sniper of choice. Not going to be surprised to see a lot of those. It looks like we got Marvel, FDX, and Ganeth all going to be on sniper to get things started here for Team Ganeth as they look to bounce back.
Gonna need it. This is their last chance, now or never. Let's see what you can do. On the attack, the first 6 rounds, it's going to be Team Cisco looking to put them down. Or, I'm sorry, put them out of their misery. Let's see if they can do. Nobody as of yet has fallen. Some shots have been taken in the middle of the map. Skull Guy trying to do some crazy things there. Spots one, not able to connect. Follow-up shot's not there either, and he's going to get dropped. Neil there for the trade, though. So 1 for 1 we go through the first 30 seconds.
I think Ganeth knows one of those players has lurked up. I'm going to wait for the exit right here as he spots one coming up the stairs. There's 2 tucked away in this corner. Finally gets the shot to connect onto Lucky. Can't quite get the timing onto the second, but once again, he's got the information right here, and barring a crazy slide peek, should have the kill, but a little jiggle right there keeps Cisco alive. He ends up getting taken down, and now all down to Yopi as he finds himself in a 1v4.
Great little pin and pressure there. Ganeth holding down the sights, and surely Ruin collects. Now it's all up the Yopi. Already been spotted. Can't win the 1-e's. Mihawk shuts it down. Forward left standing on the left-hand side of your screen. A great way to start this search and destroy. They needed a bounce back, and surely enough, they keep that same momentum rolling into the end of that hard point. Again, they started slow. Try to make a comeback happen right now. They're not starting back as far as they were there, so great way to see it go through. We'll see if they can continue to play their hands accordingly. Shots are going to come through yet again. Devastation. Mihawk. Oh, my. Run to the lobby. Can he? Cisco, no. And a nasty 3-speed for him. Not even going to be able to get the recovery. Marvel collects his soul. That's 2 rounds in a row. Dominant start here in the search and destroy.
And Mihawk actually got a flash kill right there. Not something that you see too terribly often, but he's now got 4 kills on the board. And Team Ganeth seeming to have made some adjustments here to get the mental reset heading into the search and destroy. This time, Mihawk throwing a look over toward the B side, and nobody going to be there. It's going to be Yopi looking to make a push up, and all onto Marvel to find these opening picks. Looks like he can actually see through that fence line right there. Not a line of sight that I've seen previously. But obviously, Hacienda not played in competitive in a minute. Seems like he has a pretty good idea and hits the flake onto Lucky. His fellow European, Neil, waiting on the backside, will be able to shut him down. Bringing us into a 2v1, all onto Ruin. He picks up one. Can he find Cisco for the 1v2? Trying to turn, but Cisco with the wall bang? Or maybe that was desync, I don't know.
No, he caught him around the corner. As soon as Ruin wrapped the fence line, he just let the Bizon rip into him. So Around stolen there. Great execution on the plant. Go ahead and get the post plant set up. Skull Guy did God's work of making sure he got his few kills before he dropped. Leaving Cisco in a great position there to clutch up for the boys. A payoff round yet again. We're going to go ahead and smash that A line of sight again. Marvel through the wall. Absolutely making them pay. Lucky going to go ahead and stick the plant, though. Even with the player disadvantage, they're going to feel strongly about it. Cisco and Marvel getting involved yet again. Mihawk able to find one. It's down to 2. Make it 1. Cisco in a 1v4 here for the clutch. Not happening.
Very good try right there, but clean retake as the plant. I don't know. I feel like the plant might have been ill-advised right there, given how much suppressive fire they had going on around them as well. Looks like it will be Team Ganeth extending out their lead. And much better map for Ruin this time around than we saw from him in the Hardpoint. 5 kills to his name already. He, Marvel, Mihawk, all going big off the start of this one.
Much needed to, indeed. Much needed, indeed. Now, Ganeth able to open up with the first blood, putting his team on the back there on the back sides. Skull Guy's going to get ousted. It's all down to Marvel here to get this plant side reduced. Bomb's looking like it's going to go down, even with the player disadvantage. Yet again, let's see if it's a mistake or if it is gold. 35 seconds to make something happen. Marvel's just holding the sights for the time being. Lucky going to be able to find one. Lucky is going to be safe for the first shot, but the follow-up is crispy. Now Marvel is going to be pushed up. FDX going to be able to get the traits on through, and it's down to a 2v2.
FDX has a pretty good idea where Yopi is. He's going to be able to read him. Trying to make a 1v2 out of it as Ganeth does drop right there. And unfortunately for FDX, does not get the timing to go his way. So we see the battle of the Garena players right there. Obviously, Neil, traditionally EU, but spending some time in the Philippines, where most of you likely know he is from. It is going to be Team Cisco evening things up ever so slightly as we bring it into a 3-2. FDX looking for angle over on the B side. This time, nobody for Team Cisco making their way onto A. This is an absolute battle by the water right here.
FDX forced down to the bottom of the barrels. Ooh, this is a tough position and a sticky one indeed. Is he going to be able to get away with his life?
Get Mihawk.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. FDX shut down. It's down to 2. Mihawk on the wrap. Lucky going to be in sights. Does he play it? Wow, he gets the kill. That's good, but he's down to his on. It's a 1v3, and with 27 seconds left to go, it's not looking likely.
Good wrap by Mihawk right here, but I think he took a little too long to make the play and wasn't really able to get any advantage for his teammates as a result of it. He's going to get hunted down right there. Neil's able to take him out, and we are headed into the half. Tie game, 3-3. Once again, a must-win game for Team Ganeth if they want to be able to force things into a map number 3 right here. We'll see what they can pull out as that lead disappeared very, very quickly.
Yes, it did. Some great rounds there on the attack there for Team Cisco. Let's see if Ganeth and crew can figure something out here on their first offensive round. B-side smashes. Ruin's got the bomb. Marvel going to be able to find the retaliation, and Cisco is going to get dropped. Lucky, lurking. Lucky, pushing. Lucky. Going to throw a shoulder at it. Is not going to be able to get the kill. It is going to be forced to push up. And that is some bad timing. Some great one for Ruin as he plays his life. Very slippery.
I can't believe Lucky's still playing this bomb heavy, but somehow he's alive. He's laying down shots. Finally gets shut down right there. Neil controlling the inside of that main building and doesn't spot out Mihawk, at least not initially. Slides on through. One shot onto Ruin. Can he make it 2? Mihawk's not making anything easy for him, and Yopi arrives to reinforce, but not going to be able to win the gunfight. Oh. Neil is there. So are the body shots, and that is going to be Team Cisco taking the round and taking the lead.
Oh, that feels bad. That's a tough way to go, Neil. Clutching it up for the squad. That's the first lead here in this Search and Destroy they've gotten so far. And they have taken a commanding 3 rounds in a row away from this Team Ganeth squad, who came out like all guns a-blazing on the attack and just kind of fell flat towards the end. Now, their chance here on the, or 3 rounds on the defense, but now here they're on the attack, falling flat yet again. Let's see if they can bounce back. Mihawk and crew looking to get this A-side push on through. They've got smoke in their face. Can't really see Yopi, who has made his way all the way in. He's going to get the kill full. Ruin going to be able to continue on. FDX going to be able to find another, and that's a free plan over towards the A site if they can get it. Cisco is the only one lurking here, and he's already been spotted.
Oh, man, Lucky could blow this up, but he doesn't realize that Marvel's on the lurk through mid. He's going to be able to find another right there. That should be all but a guaranteed round for Team Ganeth, and a big one for them is it seemed like control was starting to slip out of their hands. He's going to be able to pick up that final kill, ties things back up at 4-4 right here. It's been a back-and-forth affair, especially here in the search and destroy. Marvel leading the way with 12 kills on the board, being the force that you expect him to be, especially in the search and destroy. Once again, very heavy presence over on the A side with a lot of utility getting used, but not a lot of players, as both teams going to opt to sit back, looking like they're going to play for picks off the start right here. Marvel, unfortunate timing right there as Lucky slides down, but it doesn't matter. The quick scope connects anyway.
Yeah, he said he doesn't believe in unfortunate timing. He makes fortunate timing for himself. What an absolute demon. Lucky. Sleeping with the fishes right now. In the water they go. In the water they're out. Marvel going to clear the path there on towards that B site. Plant's going to go down. Cisco going to throw a shoulder at it. Gets obliterated! Oh my god, Skull Guy dropped as well. It's down the Yopi.
Marvel is just not missing right now. One player left. Yopi looking to peek mid. Ganeth hoping he can get the quick scope to connect, and he doesn't. So Yopi got the makings of a 1v5 right here. 3 players down already, but he's still got to go through Marvel right here, and he's got a pistol out. Spraying them down, they line up, but fortunately they got the heady to work with, and they pick up the kill to clean things up, even if it's not the prettiest.
Alrighty, Yopi damn near does the most incredible thing we've seen today. Just doesn't get the job done. And a lead transferred right back into the hands of Ganeth and crew, who have found success here on this attacking side with the lead kills going in favor of Marvel, who has not been very streaky. He has not missed. He is just absolutely running the tables with 16 kills to his name. Forgot he got the credit for the last kill there. Sights on towards this A line.
Ooh.
Has spotted one. Does not hit the shot, but that's going to be Yopi who's going to be forced to back, and with nobody there to support, he's really just going to be on his own to play his life. Bomb's going to go down nonetheless. That's going to be minute 20 on the clock. Reduced 45 for the retake.
Nearly had the lineup on the wallbang right here, and you would think that we start to see a little bit more movement out of Team Cisco, but they're taking their sweet time on this one. Lucky more than likely going to be first point of contact right here, but the nade over top for Skull Guy connects. Ganeth's going to drop. Ruin tucked into a position right here. He's going to get hunted as well. Not a whole lot to work with. 3v1. It's all on to FDX. He's got the sniper in hand, trying to stop the defuse, but the shot's not going to connect for him. He gets shut down right there. Team Cisco bounces back once again. We got ourselves another tie game, as this very much looking like it might be on its way to overtime.
Overtime on the horizons, Bobby. We've got ourselves a making for a classic. This one certainly been a banger so far. But can Team Ganeth hold off? Obviously, they've been a disparity here in this series so far. Marvel trying to reel them back in. Skull Guy on the opposite end of this one. Who's going to be the first blood? It looks like this interaction could be massive, or it could help happen elsewhere. Everything's starting to slowly develop. A lot of map space being taken up in blue. Marvel going to get a little bit of intel there from the hit of the tactical, rather. Nade looking for the collection. It's not going to be there. The timing for both teams have just seemed to be somewhat incredible. Yopi making timing for himself, able to take down the captain and Ganeth, and well, that's going to be the first blood. Will it be the player league going to continue to go in their way? Marvel trying to do everything to reel it back in, but Yopi continue to pounce.
Big shot for him, but it's effectively got to be a 1v5. Nearly had the lineup on the slide across mid right there as well. The bomb's still yet to go down, so this is not insanely unmanageable, but with the way they're packing across the map, it was not going to be easy one way or another. And now it is do or die for Team Ganeth. Marvel doing everything he can in this one, 19-6. But they still find themselves at match point right here. Lucky, who is huge in map number 1, not having nearly the same performance here in the search and destroy, but fortunately his teammates picking up the slack in this one. It looks like going to be a battle over on the A side, maybe an engagement toward the back side of the main building here as well, and Mihawk has no idea he's being hunted by Yopi. That is not a good start for Team Ganeth, but it looks like they're going to be able to trade on the opposite side, bring it into a 4v4.
Yeah, Neil gets dropped. That was first blood. Marvel, 20 kills to his name. Yopi, when he's got a bounty out on you, he's definitely going to collect. 12 kills to his name there. Skull Guy absolutely obliterated in the kill feed as well. And it's a standstill. A-side bomb plant looking like the push is going to happen. Ganeth trying to commit. Lucky lurking on the backside and through the front of that that hallway. You got one player lurking on the inside skirts. That's going to be Yopi. What will he do? 38 seconds left to go before that bomb's destroyed, and we're sent to overtime. Will the retake happen 3v4 style? Here comes the pounce. Yopi on the bottom side. Lucky on the outskirts. First encounter there. It is dusted. We're heading to overtime. FDX ruin. Marvel handle business. 21 through regulation. Marvel is an absolute unit. 22, sorry.
Just unreal plays. I kept trying to switch POVs to find where the engagement was, and I'd still, all 3 kills happened. I didn't get to see any of them because they happened so quickly right there. Once again, it's going to be a full send over toward the A side. We'll see what Team Cisco can throw at it right here. Hit marker right there. Ruin somehow staying alive. He does end up getting taken down at the hands of Yopi. Neil slides on through, takes down Mihawk, brings it into a 2v3, but not going to be easy. FDX slides the corner and all onto Cisco. It would have to be a 1v3, and it's not meant to be. That's going to be Team Ganeth taking the advantage here off the start of overtime.
Yeah, these boys don't want to lose. What a way to start off. Defense holding it down. Quick over to that, quick hit over towards that A site. Not successful the first time around. Looks like we're going to spread out and conquer. We'll see who can find the first bloods. I'm on board with Marvel. He's got 23. He has pretty much caught his number all day long. Neil's on the back lines. No one's peeking this angle at all. Nade's going to be chucked out on all sorts of angles over towards that A site. Nobody there to reciprocate. And while Marvel's got a little bit of line of sight, Neil might have actually caught him onto this rotation. He might be able to get this one for free.
About a bit of a swim off, and Marvel has absolutely no idea Neil's here. This should be free. And Neil's, is he waiting or is he blind? I'm not 100% positive. I'm pretty sure that I saw him look at Marvel right there, but maybe trying to take advantage of what position they've got right here, and looks like Marvel's actually made his way back up to the bomb site, so I'm just confused through and through. I was literally looking at Neil staring him down and seems to have no idea. That nade going over top would seem to indicate otherwise. Bomb still yet to go down, and big hit marker right there as he does finally take down Marvel, and that could be the beginning of the end of this round. FDX needs to go big right here if he wants to have a chance at shutting him down. He finds a kill off of the hit marker from the opposition. The big issue at hand still the fact that the bomb has yet to go down.
It has, indeed. And 30 seconds left to go. Mihawk needs to collapse here. Needs to make it happen. FDX needs to hold the front line. It's got to happen at some point. You've got to roll. You've got to move. You've got to get it going. If you want to win this one and take it to the control, it's got to happen quickly. And surely enough, slow and steady does not win this race. Here comes the hit. FDX down. Mihawk left is on. Cisco in the corner. Cisco going to get dropped. 8 seconds left to go. Surely they're not going to give it to him.
Wait.
Oh my God. That's 3 down, 1 to go. Bomb's going to get planted? Question mark?
Oh,
No.
Not quite. Oh my gosh. I was terrified. Fortunately, it was Yopi, and that's not somebody who's going to make a mistake, but I thought that they were about to chow for the gunfight right there and give up the 1v4. Mihawk just comes up short right there. Absolutely no business for that round to be remotely close at all, but like you said, took way too long to collapse onto site right there. And it looks like we will have some more free COD Mobile right here as we move to 7-7.
This is such a cheeky angle. I know this is where Neil was last round. He ended up swimming all the way through. Oh, Marvel free. Takes down Neil. Surely enough, pans out perfectly. Yopi gonna get dropped in the midst of that action. 2 FDX getting involved. And finally, the squad of Gannett starting to get a little bit antsy with it. Does take down 2, but they drop 2 almost instantly there, Mihawk and FDX.
Brings us into a 3v3. Little pinch play right here is Marvel. I don't think is going to be expected on this backside toward Barn. The bomb does go down there, so pressure on. Skull Guy finds the opener. Gannett, Marvel, got to make the play, and Marvel with a very rare miss in this one. 24 kills, but that one would have been colossal. Looking to slide on through. Trying to keep all angles cleared for his teammate in Gannett, and a hit marker onto Cisco is unfortunate, but he's able to follow up with the pistol!
Oh!
The sniper goes as well! A 1v1, Gannett doesn't have much time, but the shot goes through! What a clutch right there! Marvel with the opening, and Gannett with the close.
Oh my god. What a round slipped through the hands of Cisco. A clutch, massive. Gannett needed to get involved. He hadn't really had that much of an impact on this game, and if they win it, we will certainly look at that round being the game changer. Wow, what a way to do it. 6 kills to his name. Finds that last one that's the biggest probably of this map so far, even though Marvel's had 26. What a freakish clutch and a round going in favor of them. Gannett and crew, can they shut it down here? Oh, Skull Guy, devastating shot, shuts down Marvel and is ghosted. Out of the equation is the head honcho of the lobby. FDX finally going to get involved there and gets the trade, but damage has been done. Is it over? Are we going to continue to see some more overtime? Very likely with Marvel being exited out of the equation.
Not seen him lose many of those gunfights, but it looks like his teammates are starting to pick up the slack. Gannett, another crucial gunfight win right there. Mihawk going to get hunted down, but Ruin is there for the trade onto Cisco. So once again, Team Gannett, man advantage. FDX walking water side. They're able to clear that out. Right now, Lucky, the only player in position to catch somebody off guard. I don't know if he got any audio cue off the plant right there, but is going to be able to take down Gannett. Neil finds one as well. Now all out onto Ruin. It looked like Lucky had seen him, but maybe not. Goes prone at just a very odd time and makes the clutch as easy as can be for Lucky. And we are headed into even more overtime here in the Search and Destroy.
A lot of heart poured out into these lobbies so far, Bobby.
My God.
We've got our fill of some COD Mobile. Search and Destroy so far.
What is Marvel
This
doing?
one's gone the distance and more.
What the frick?
Do you see a Marvel?
Marvel's...
He's out there, already. Yeah. That's where he killed Neil that last round.
He's vacationing right now. Oh, is that where he was?
Absolutely. Yeah, that was him. Oh, again. Another one.
That is an insane heady. An insane line of sight right there. Unfortunately, couple kills go through for Team Cisco on the opposition, so the running all for naught right there just to keep lives even. Gannett should spot out Cisco, and Cisco somehow beams him across that heady. So they take man advantage, but they've still yet to take down Marvel, and for the most part, he's been the equivalent of 2 or 3 people so far in this one, so this is far from an easy clutch. Bomb does go down over on the A side. Marvel going to look to play through Barn right here. See if he can catch somebody off guard. Cisco is going to be first point of contact right here. He's able to get shots to go through. Marvel just looking to run away, and he's able to do so. Cisco continues to play that position. Yopi spotted out, but Marvel with a rare miss, and now all on to Ruin. Shots don't connect right there, and Skull Guy's there to shut him down. Team Cisco take them to match point once again.
Yikes. We haven't had a single offensive victory in overtime just yet, and this could be where it ends, Bobby. Let's see if they can reel it back in. Gonna need a perfection round out of Gannett and crew. Yeah, well, it looks like they're gonna buckle up for a little bit of a B hit. Good read there. Nage at the ready, tossed down, no trophies, indication. That should be an open vacancy. They should be able to get this bomb plant down quickly. Here comes the lethals being tossed out from the right-hand side of the screen. Cisco and crew trying to regain. Bombs plant's going to go down, and we're going to have ourselves a 5v5. Let's see what ensues afterwards.
Cisco looked like he might have an angle to work with, but going to wait for reinforcements. Some of that util goes out. I don't think nades connect right there, but once again, taking a long time to find this initial contact, and nobody wants to make the first play. Gannon says, it's fine, I'll do it myself. He finds one. Mihawk with another. Ruin waits for the slide on through. Once again, the timing on some of the movement hasn't been the best, but they're able to come out on top and come away with the round. And we have yet another round of overtime as we head now into round number 19.
Hello, overtime. How are we doing? Damn near perfection there on the... I mean, that was a make-or-break round for Team Gannett. They needed it, and surely enough, they get it. Let's see what they can do with the extra life brought to you. Mihawk going to be able to find first blood. Skull guy out lurking. Mihawk on the prowl. 15 or 16 to his name, rather. Got this A site locked down. Gannett on the opposite side, waiting for the push over towards this B objective. Some tacticals are going to be thrown on through. No intel. Here comes a double peek. Yopi toasts him.
Wow. Great read. Great adjustments off what they've seen from the opposition right there. FDX going to pick one up onto Neil, so it'll be man disadvantage off the retake right here. 40 seconds to work with. Mihawk's going to find another now, all down to Lucky. He finds the opener right here, but it's got to be a 1v4. FDX pushing up, but Ruin is on the backside. He's going to be able to take him down, and once again, Team Gannett with an opportunity to close things out right here. We head into round 20. Can they finally find a way to execute? They've not been able to do so far. Even on the back of Marvel 27, Mihawk 18. Will they find a way to finally finish this one up and force a map 3?
Let's see what the approach is. Can they stick a fork in them, take us to that third game? Marvel's been astronomical here in this search to destroy. This A side hit is going down. Bomb plant's about to come through. Yopi on the top side. Looking to find anything. Making a lot of noise. Got some help there from one. And now Marvel's in a little bit of a position. Is he's going to get pushed by two on the back lines? Or is he going to be the one that takes him out? Correction. Oh, baby! Make it two! He's the one that knocks Bobby.
Oh my gosh. Play after play on the brink of 30 right here. And the info that Team Cisco gave away off those slides, just so much value for him to be able to find. Lucky sliding right past, but it's Mihawk cleaning things up. And there it is. The 30 bomb for Marvel to close out the map and send us into game number 3. What a thriller here in the Hacienda Search and Destroy.
Absolute cinema, Bobby. Couldn't have wrote it better yourself. Wow, 11-9 victory, round 20 ends. Marvel finishes it off. 30 kills to his name. That is ridiculous. I don't know how you do it, buddy. You just seem to find yourself in the right positions at the right times. We saw the destination honeymoon spot. That was quite an off angle, if I don't say so myself. The heady, just I don't even know how you anticipate that. Mihawk there with 20 as well. On the flip side of things, Yopi with 18. He leads the lobby for his team. We're heading to control on Slums, ladies and gentlemen. This one, not done yet. A lot of heart left in this one. Team Gannett hanging on by a thread. Take the search and destroy in a 20-round bout. This is what I'm talking about. This is what we're here for.
30-11 is just absolutely unreal numbers. I don't care what server you're playing on. It's just
7
bonkers.
First bloods, by the way.
7. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I mean, he was the Reaper. He was the one who knocks. He got certainly carried that team to victory. Did not disappoint one bit, and we now get ready to head into, I don't even know what it is, Slums Control. Slums Control should be a good one. And I heading out of that one, I don't know who to give the advantage to, because obviously you want to lean the direction of whoever has the better respawn, but taking a win in a matchup that was that long, that close, has to give you some type of major mental advantage.
Yeah, just imagine if whoever wins this has got to continue to go afterwards. And if they win again, they got to continue to go again. It's just absolute chaos, absolute mayhem, absolute meta mayhem shit. That's right. the Bizon and the Holger are the guns of choice here in this one. With what was that third? The was that the DLQ we got or the Locus? Locus, I believe. Yeah, I mean, you just can't get any better than that. We're getting geared up for game 3, our first one of the day. It's Slums Control. We haven't seen this one since 2022, right? That's crazy.
Yep. I'm curious if there's been like any changes to the spawns or anything. I don't really remember it all that well in the first place, just because it was played, I feel like, relatively sparingly. And that was also like the first year of Control, so we didn't even know we were going to be playing Control, and then it got added, and everybody's like, how do we play this? Should be fun to watch.
I don't know how it made it through the map selections. Like, if I was playing back then, I would have auto vetoed Slums every time. Yeah,
Yep.
I mean, I know there wasn't that much. Like, would we have firing range then, which was awful. And then Raid's always been great for me. I don't know how people don't play that one more. It's probably one of the most balanced. I know that the spawn traps can be crazy, but if you can keep them out of your spawn, you just don't die. I mean, that's a win for you, right?
Oh, yeah, 100%. All right. Well, just waiting for one player to ready up, and we'll be good to go for map number 3, our first map 3 of the day. Bobby, make a poll. All right, we'll let the people decide who they think is going to win. This one really does feel like a coin flip. We got, let's see, Team Cisco, Team Ganeth, could go either way. Get your votes in. We've already got the players in the lobby. See who's coming out on top right here, as this one has not disappointed one bit.
It's delivered, Bobby. Here we go. This is it. The last show, the last roll. Let's see who's got what it takes to close it out on the first round of the offense. It's going to be Team Ganeth looking for a little bit of map control there on the right side. Look at all those throwables. Nades coming out. Trophies out at the ready as well. Ruin trying to get a little bit of map control. Oh, going to get dusted. And surely enough, it's going to be Cisco and crew holding down the defense firmly for the time being. Approach onto the B side. Not looking successful as of yet.
FTX going to sit back, wait for an over-aggression. Nobody there. Ganeth looking to clear those longer sight lines, and FTX just has no clue that Cisco has already slid through. That is a full blue feed and a 5-man advantage here. Neil on that backside, pushing towards spawn. Not going to be able to make it all the way through. The damage has been done. Offense, so difficult to capture, so one of the big things you want to focus on is maintaining the lives as much as you can. Just to try to get a bit of an edge right there. It looks like they will be able to stop the clock here. 3 players on to B. One going to push on through is Mihawk looking for the map control on the opposite side. Even though he's traditionally an SMG, rocking that Holger to try to play a little bit more of a suppressive role. Looks like Marvel locking down mid right here. Going to earn Team Ganeth some map control, and it looks like they should be able to get that lock in on B.
Yep, they should. It's going to extend the round. 1 minute and 37 to go on the clock. Last ditch effort for the defense. Going to get shut down. Post cap looking good for Mihawk. Able to provide a little bit of a lane territory in the middle of the map, but he is going to get shut down. And well, we all know this is the push of death. Over towards A you go. You either get the kills or you get enough map control to get onto the objective to force the hand. And surely right now they're looking for the map control and they're not finding it as of yet. 11v7 here with 1 minute 15 left to go.
It's going to be Skull Guy in the backside waiting for that push up. Not going to be able to find anything right there, so 10v10. Still a minute remaining as Mihawk slides on through, finds one on the Lucky, finds another on the Skull Guy. Pre-fire is there, and Ganeth gets shut down. Somebody should have had that information, but as a result, Cisco's going to get a double kill. Still a minute to work with, 1 life separating these 2 teams. Looking like we could have yet another round going down to the wire, reminiscent of that search and destroy as the nade connects over the top from FDX. Yopi trying to force them back and prevent any type of spawn trap going through. Lucky taking down Marvel. And right now, big gunfights through mid as Cisco's going to be able to pick up yet another 2-life advantage right here for Team Cisco.
Yep, FDX not coming back after that. Sniper's out for Marvel. He's looking to complete the rain of terror that he had in the search and destroy, and this could be big. 20 seconds left to go. They're going to have to be pushed up as forced hand as 6v4. As soon as he rotates into this corner, Yopi just going to absolutely shut him down. And the hope here for the offensive squad not looking good. Mihawk, one of the last few players left alive. 5 seconds left to go. He's going to be left shooting. Air is lucky. He's going to be able to shut him down. 1-0 in favor of the defense. 1 full objective captured. No ticks progress on A. So not necessarily the best, but it could have been worse.
Yeah, I don't think this is a bad spot to be. You don't really go into those offensive rounds expecting to win. You kind of want to minimize the damage that the opposition does. So they're this time going to force completely the opposite way. But Mihawk, unfortunate timing. No, fortunate timing on some of the lag as he ends up getting a kill as a result of it. FDX farming with the Annihilator right there, and he's all the way through to spawn. Oh, the kills are there. 9 life lead already. Cisco spawns out, but it's not going to save him in an absolute massacre off the start of this one. If they can avoid any type of B capture, that could be huge for the round and for their chances of progressing in this one.
Oh, boy, absolutely. Giving yourself that a defensive round 5 if it goes the distance. Setting yourself up for success. 23v11. They have gouged them. That is one of the benefits of holding out there in that last round. You earn your operators, you put your foot on your opponent's throat, and surely you make a pay. A little bit of signs of life here for the offense, though, as they're going to be able to take some pressure up towards the B site. Yopi going to be involved a part of Mihawk's reign of terror, and surely we're down to a 20v5. Skull Guy trying to go out in his bag. It ain't looking good here for the attack. Only a sliver of progress on the B. They're going to throw their last few lives at it, try and make it a bit even with the ticks, but those life counts not looking good.
Yeah, Marvel can just continue to spray this down with the LMG. They're just trying to get as many captures as they can, but only 1 tick of progress does not bode well for Team Cisco right there as we now head into round number 3. We do have eyes on the operators, and this time around, they've got the advantage. 4 of them ready to go, and you would anticipate that they're probably going to have a similar approach to what we saw off the start of that round for Team Ganeth. You see the War Machine coming out for Lucky already. We'll see how much damage they're able to do early on. Looks like, for the most part, players sitting back in the Death Machine shut down in the hands of Ganeth. Going to be huge. Lucky has not found much value off of that War Machine as he does find one right there.
Oh, gets shut down. The trades are there. Marvel's the only one that's made it through. The hipfire just not going to be happening. Yopi up close and personal. But a ticket to progress is going to be gathered. 26v24, not as devastating as we just saw. So the attack approach in that first round, astronomically big for a side of Team Ganeth, who has found themselves successful here in this control after a very long search and destroy. Big kills coming through for FDX. He's going to be able to clear the sight lines there onto that A objective. This is a much difficult push, but he's forced the hands, and Yopi finally going to be able to shut him down. Skull Guy going to be able to pull out the ante and pull some kills for himself before he's dropped 2 for that operator kill. Second tick of progress solidified, looking for the third.
Yopi, Sparrow finds 2 right there and stays alive. Does look like they'll give up that 3 ticks of progress over on B more than likely. Should be able to wipe off the progress right here, but not going to be easy to completely avoid that. And with that, we see FDX pushing all the way over to the A side once again. Not something that players usually risk before getting B captured, but we got equalizers coming out for Mihawk. Depending on how he reads this Skull Guy wrap, might be able to do some damage as they get a tick of progress here. Every tick moves them further and further in the direction of having the advantage in this one. He's going to earn a Pred missile there, and that could be huge. This is a winnable round.
This is 11v8. Post-cap territory looking pretty solid, too. Marvel, going to get caught up in the transition. Mihawk now Predator missile at the ready. Pops. Nobody in sight. Everyone's covered by a trophy or inside a building. FDX now trying to reel it back in. This is all or nothing. They're dumping it all out, Bobby. 9v5. They could certainly happen here.
Yep. 2 operators out. Annihilator, Death Machine. Skull Guy has been spotted. Does not get taken down, but the life lead is so big at this point. The map control so dominant. I don't know there's much of a way they can get back into it. Skull Guy gets 1, but not before a player gets taken down. Slides on into the point, doing everything he can to try to shut down this push, but there's just too much firepower. It's all down to Lucky. He gets taken down, and an offensive round win puts Team Cisco in a devastatingly difficult position heading into this one.
See, I saw this one coming. That's why when you put up that poll, I immediately voted for Team Ganeth. These guys have the heart. They slip on through in the search and destroy, and the control, man, has been clinical so far. They can close it out here on the defending route. See what they can do. Marvel, pistol shots, not going to be able to take down but one. And it's FDX who's going to be able to clear out the last player in Cisco. So there's nobody in map control there for the team in blue. The offensive strats now is just a B hit. They're trying to keep the dream alive themselves. Marvel looking to put them down in misery.
The FDX just lurking, playing for info, playing for those picks. Finds one, finds some damage onto another. And Mihawk has been an unstoppable force in this one. And the fact that I'm pretty sure we're pulling EU servers makes it that much more impressive because he has just put on an absolute masterclass. 29 kills for him, only 15 deaths, going double positive here. He's going to sit back. You can even see the lag, and he's still able to win those gunfights, finally taken down at the hands of Neil. But once again, damage has been done. It looks like for the first time we will see an actual objective capture here for Team Cisco, and maybe a glimmer of hope for them. Only find themselves, or actually finding themselves up 2 lives. The more difficult task going to be getting that capture over on A. And once again, Mihawk continues to run through this squad.
Yeah, he's a walking 3-piece at this point. Good God, somebody shut him down. Equalizer's at the ready too. Ruin going to be able to find some kills on the outskirts as well. The map control looking pretty solid for the time being, but it's 12v10 lives at a despair here for the side of Team Ganeth. Can they hold on and shut this one out? Sentry or Death Machine going to be 8 up through the walls. And Neil not going to be able to find much value out of it. We are at a dead even tie. FDX on the inside. Cheeky angle. Going to be able to find one Mihawk. Clean in house. This could be it. Bobby. Game 3 coming down to one last push, but Mihawk's equalizer goes out. That makes things a little bit more interesting.
Skull Guy pops Annie right here, and he's got a chance to save the day. Decent amount of charge left on it, so he doesn't want to get too aggressive right here. They've completely taken up that left side of the map, but need to clear out some of these tighter angles, and you need to find some value for this Annihilator, which has really not cleared out many angles. Finally takes down Ruin right there, but damage has been done on the opposite side. They find themselves down a life, but Neil finds one right here into a 3v3. Only 30 seconds. This is high stakes TDM.
20 seconds left to go. They got to make a rush. They got to make a push. Ganeth feasts onto the heady. Takes down one. It's down the Skull Guy. This is it, chat. Game, set, match. A come behind victory. Team Ganeth still the control after a 20-round search and destroy. 3-1 victory. And what a way to start their lower bracket run.
Wow. What a performance right there. That was a Mihawk masterclass. No other way to explain it. What was that? 37. He had the 2 final kills to close that one out as well. Goes double positive right there. And you really cannot ask for anything more out of him than what he gave you. The number of engagements that he was getting is just absolutely unreal. I think it was like 10 more than anybody else on the map. Maybe Yopi the only person remotely as close, and once again, huge credit to him. Anytime you see one of these players that's over in Garena in China at the top of the scoreboard, cannot be understated how big of an impact and how difficult that is to do, but unfortunately for Team Cisco, they do come up short right there. And we will have Team Ganeth continuing on in the competition as they secure a top 3 spot, and we'll get ready to face off against Team Space.
Hell of a way to close that series out. And that, I mean, just to kind of commend them even further, you look at that series, it was a blowout in Hardpoint to start it off. They could have very easily just like let their guard down and be like, you know what, dude, we're not going to win this. But they fought their butts off, and that to make a comeback happen just came up a bit short. So the search and destroy was clinical. It was a masterpiece. It was absolute cinema, and that's that control rather on Slums. What a way to go out there and close it out. So Bobby, we've got ourselves a making for a hell of a matchup ahead of us that's coming through. Team Cisco out of the equation. Ganeth moving on. We got 3 teams left.
We do. It should be a banger through and through. Looking at the capture kills as well, Mihawk had 16 capture kills. Next closest on his team was 7. Like he was that map. He was untouchable. He was undeniable. He went big for his squad, and Thank you, Team Cisco and company, for participating, for competing, and for giving us an absolute show in our second match of the day between the Hardpoint, the 23-round search and destroy, or whatever it was, and that control certainly did not disappoint. And hopefully leading us into an exciting lower finals as we're getting ready to head into Summit Hardpoint. Maybe they didn't get the memo that since they won that one, they will be playing once again.
Need to be stayed in the lobby, yeah.
This one. It's all right, though. I will probably need to grab another water after that. That was
Absolutely.
one of the longer series that we've had so far, so we will head to another quick break. Don't go anywhere. We will be back with our lower finals once we start to get some of these players in. Thank you guys for watching. We will see you in a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our lower finals here in Meta Mayhem. Thank you all for joining us. We've got our players starting to load into the lobby, and we got a banger matchup that I don't think that we've seen yet. I'm going to have to take a look back at the bracket and see. We have?
Yeah, this is a round 2 matchup that Team Space took, I mean, really convincingly. It was 250 to 157 in the raid Hardpoint, and a 7-4 crash victory in the search and destroy. So, is it time for a little bit of revenge? Doggo's out of the equation. We've got Envy coming through, and I'm not saying he was the reason why they lost that upper upper bracket matchup that they had earlier tonight, but all I'm saying is that they lost earlier. So momentum now at a halt, and Team Ganeth stock is going through the roof.
Yeah, no question about it. It feels like the chemistry has built for them slowly throughout the competition and is really peaking at the right time. So you got to think heading into this one, they're feeling pretty good. That, once again, always one of the few advantages of coming out of the lower bracket is you have that constant momentum that you're always warm. You have whatever you're bringing from that last matchup, and they've got to be feeling pretty good. We've also seen the way that the metas have changed, the way that the maps have changed, influence this pretty heavily as well. So the fact that you're going up against PJ on his home ground in Summit Hardpoint, probably not a very comfortable place to be. There are a few players that I would really rather less see on Summit Hardpoint than PJ himself.
Yeah, and with a Switchblade in his hand too, this is going to be devastating.
Switchblade, I would say, arguably, like, of the full auto weapons, probably the strongest full auto weapon of all the metas that we have in this competition.
Yeah, this is about to be his stomping grounds. I'm calling it here. He's going to drop at least a 40 bomb here, and that's just saying, 40 bomb in a very devastating hard point to start us off. That's all I'll say.
I would agree. It's it should be a fun one to watch, one way or another. Obviously, I mean, for Ganeth's team, they haven't really had to bank on winning the hard point to even make it to this point in the competition. Their search and destroy has been so strong, their control has been elite, so it's not necessarily do or die. For those of you asking about the weapons that we're using, we got the Switchblade, the Krig, and the ZRG. ZRG definitely the probably the most off-meta weapon of all the weapons that we've had so far in the competition, outside of maybe like the RUS in round one, but I would anticipate we'll likely still see that coming into play. I feel like the majority of the bolt-action snipers in the game, not that big of a gap between most of them, and especially with how dominant some of these snipers are, they're gonna rock with it one way or another. So I would assume Team Ganeth just needed a little bit of a break to get some water and refreshments before they head into this one.
Just like us, Bobby.
Yeah, understandable. It is high stakes. It is high pressure. It is hot in here. Got to be ready to go. Just waiting for these players to get back in the lobby, and then we should be good. So for those of you who are asking why we're not starting the game yet, you have your answer.
Yeah, if we started it now, it'd be 5v2. You don't want that, chat. Come on, give us a minute. Let them cook up something. Let them get back in the swing of things. See if they can do something differently in this hard point, as they haven't really prevailed just yet against this team in particular, and of course against Cisco just moments ago. So it didn't matter, as you mentioned it. The search and destroy has just been way too overwhelming. 30 bomb from Marvel. I mean, just a freak of a man sniping in that Hacienda. This one's going to be different. It's going to be a little more unique. That second map isn't going to be that that crazy Hacienda. We're going to see Slums, which, I mean, they won it on control, but is played completely different.
Yeah, Slums is not one that's typically as sniper dominated, just because especially based on how you use your util, you can kind of brute force your way into that brick side bomb site and not give a whole lot of opportunity to snipers on the opposition. So it really is all about the way that you play it, the way you control those mid lanes, and obviously that's a situation where the snipers are going to come into play, but between smokes obscuring those angles and everything else, it should likely play at a very different pace. And then once again, if we do end up going to map number 3, it is going to be standoff control. So we've now exited the domination stage of the tournament and are switching back over to control. Looks like we got all of our players in, so shouldn't be long. And speaking of scary Summit players, Mihawk, another one of those guys that you would assume is probably going to have a crazy performance with that Switchblade in hand.
I mean, dude was on 90 plus MS in the control last game. and still managed to drop what 35 in 4 rounds. That's crazy. That's with a Bizon. He was a walking 3-piece, Bobby. So to have something in his hand that's as lethal as the Switchblade, he's definitely going to give PJ a run for his money. It's going to be Mihawk versus PJ here in this matchup. Who's going to be able to do it better? Who's also going to have a little bit more support on the objective? Both of these teams playing rather similarly, if I don't say so myself. We'll see who can pick up the slack on the outskirts of it, though, because that's going to make the difference. Obviously, Space's team has proven themselves in the hard points. Let's see if they can prove themselves here in this one. They've got PJ at their helm. We're heading over to Summit, their stomping grounds. Let's figure out who's going to be the better team on the opposite end of this one.
All right. As expected, Space rocking with the Krig. Got your post-up AR ready to go. King's doing the same, and the rest. Switchblades across the board. Actually, we got Marvel on Switchblade, I think, which I would not have expected, but wow. Maybe get a little more aggressive right here and see what he can do as he slides on into the point, ready to go. Beams onto Envy. Space shut down as well, and that is a hot start for Team Ganeth right off the bat, only losing 2 of those opening gunfights.
Ooh, big kill there for Ganeth, able to take down Vague, and they're going to continue their reign on to the objective. Finally, a little break going to go through in blue. Team Space starting to rally on through. Let's see if they can continue to capitalize on it. Split decision down the middle right now. We're tied up at 9. Going to go back in the fans of Team Ganeth. They are not starting slow here in this one, Bobby. Guns ablazing all around.
Yep. It's been pure chaos on the inside of the point. And honestly, impressive that Team Space has been able to keep it as even as it is off the start with a lot of those gunfights going the opposite way. It's really been Space and Vague doing the bulk of the damage so far in this one as Space picks up kill number 6. Ruin slides the corner to trade him out right there, and looking very much like it'll be a tie game as we head on over to P2. Big topside gunfights for Ruin as he's not going to find that last player on the inside of the hard point. PJ shuts him down, and we'll pick up the scraps right here as we head over to P2, taking down his fellow Garena man in FDX with that opening kill as the new hard point pops.
Big kills going through. Objective popped open for business. Ruin trying to get something rolling is going to get shut down. The objective is going to be held by Marvel, able to get the Journal. Pounces down from up top as he picks up his 8th. That's 3 combo. Here comes the Tempest. No accelerated needed for here. He's going to waste it. That's going to be a tough way to go. As the feed lights up yellow, so does the hill. And a little bit of a comeback now starting early as we do see some operators being popped on both sides.
Ooh, FDX goes big with the Fury right there. He's going to be able to earn some big hardpoint time. Not able to flip those spawns, and obviously that's priority number 1 when it comes to that rotation over toward P3, gets the major assist onto Vague, and he's already got 13 kills. Once again, the difficulty of putting up those numbers playing from the opposite side of the world, so ridiculous as this has been back and forth through and through, but got to have eyes on Ganeth as he looks to win that, or no, it's Kings winning the backside gunfight over top of Ganeth. That does mean that we will see Team Space earn hardpoint control right here, and a War Machine hit maybe a trophy system right there. I didn't see it detonate, so I'm not entirely sure what happened right there, but Envy shut down off of the Death Machine right there. Vague slips all the way through to back of Spawn, shuts down Marvel. That may earn them the flip, but there's still one more player to be dealt with. I don't think that he realizes that Ganeth is all the way through in the backside. He wins a big gunfight right there to get the reinforcements.
Is it going to matter, though? Vague's played his life to a T. He's got some reinforcements through the front side, too. So now spawns finally flip on through. It's a beautiful sight if you're a Team Space fan. And they're going to continue with the lead. The break sustains. They retake the objective. Spawns or not, finally getting it locked down. FDX trying to contest to the front. There's 3 players in there. Ain't no way in hell. Surely enough, it is not froze over on this one. It is a massive hold now for Team Spaces. They're going to be able to gather up all of this time and more. Mihawk finally going to be able to take down a few for himself, but he's going to get dropped as well. It's a back and forth affair, but the lead still steadily in the hands of Space and crew. Now they trek across the map. Let's see what the transition involves.
Yep, it's not looked great, especially on that P2 rotation, and spawn control played such a big role. FDX does the opening damage right there. Should be able to relay that information, but nobody reinforcing the hard point, so they're just giving up time for free right here. Finally make their way back on, but probably a lapse in communication right there. I don't know if they're going to realize that PJ's slipping through the back line. He does end up getting shut down right there. Once again, it's Team Space back in the hard point. He's leading the way, 25 kills on the board. Did not anticipate that we were going to see a Krig top fragging in this lobby, but he has gone crazy so far in this one.
Yes, he's been beaming people off of Headies left and right. Vague being a damn menace, 2:21 to his name. Objective played to a T there. He's got 81 seconds on the hill. Who would have not? Who would have thought? He's doing it both fronts. PJ, a little slow to start, but again, we are mentioning him playing on the opposite end of the world, and it is not really made a difference in the objective, but so far his team's picked up the slack for him as well. As we get geared up for a P1 reset, 128 to 64, doubling the points exactly, rolling into it. We'll see if the side of Team Ganeth can reel it back in. They have been slow to start here in these hard points, and right now the first set of hills wasn't pretty.
Yep. Mihawk doesn't really find any value off of those equalizers right there. Vague slides on through to the point, and once again, Team Space making their way upward. He's got 26 kills to his name. Continues to lock down those longer angles and playing a little bit more of the ooling role that we see, where the AR you don't typically expect it to thrive, but a lot of very dynamic angles that give a lot of breathing room to the SMGs to lock things down. King's not able to find much value off the War Machine right there, but once again, Vague in Space able to do the bulk of the heavy lifting while these guys lock in the objective time. The game plan has worked so far and built up to, what, a 90-point lead right here. PJ, absolute beams as he's doing his best to find a break onto the point right here. Does shut down Mihawk and will earn the scrap time as he spots it down. Ruin on the backside, finds the kill, but there's Marvel with the trade on the opposite side. 90 points separating these two heading into P2.
This is a tough one. Can you reel it back in? FDX, Purifier ready to go. Operators out for Ganeth as well as FDX. FDX not going to be able to find much, but a three-piece out of Ganeth is massive here. Can they shut it down? Yes. PJ, another victim. That's a 5 spree there with the ops, and tremendous value out of one at the very least. Now it's Space's chance. Can he take any shots from a distance? Absolutely not. It's going to get very antsy now as the spawn's locked in yellow as well as the hill. PJ need to find something going, but FDX going to be the cutoff man down low. Envy at a distance going to be able to shut down one, make it two. And the break right back in the hands of the boys as well as the spawns. And Team Space locking in loading here in this second set of hills. They are building their lead once again.
Yep. And Space is kind of stalled out. He's been sitting on 26 kills for, what, I think an entire hardpoint at this point. So he's going to need to pick up. PJ trying to push through the backside, takes down Mihawk, and he's going to be able to lock down those spawns on the backside. Absolutely crucial as Team Space now has that setup toward new. Ganeth spotted out, same for Ruin, but they do get the kills to go through. The pressure is on to fight through that backside, but it looks like it's not going to be able to happen. So now they have to look to force through the front. It's not going to be an easy task. Those angles triangulated as cleanly as can be, but Ruin slides on through. He's going to be able to find one. Pre-Fire's looking to take down the Death Machine. They will be able to earn some time, but there's Envy coming through, finds the kills, and the EMP system has been earned.
Crucial kills there for Envy. What could have been a break and hold, surely enough, gets shut down. Great utilization. And surely now the EMP system could solidify victory here. They shut it down. No ops being popped there on that fourth hill. Envy shooting, running, and gunning. Absolutely dumpstering. FDX off the spawn. Going to be able to win the one. And now it's a saddle up and rotation over for New. But the spawns have been dumped, and FDX now going to have to travel miles to that next objective.
Yeah, Mihawk finds that final kill for the break, but like you said, it's a lot of mileage to cover right there. Takes down Vague for the opener, doesn't spot out Space in the backside. He's not going to get traded out yet. FDX on the point will get traded as well, and that pred going to drop. Damage has been done. Not a whole lot of breathing room, and it gets even tighter as we see that War Machine pop in. Kings finds a couple more, spots out Ruin on the bottom side, doesn't quite get the kill, but cleans things up on the backside. And we see more operators pop as Space Annihilator comes through right here. 38 kills to his name. Stalled out for a second, but once he got going again, he did not stop. 245, Ruin. Last chance at finding a hold right here, but Space on the backside is going to do damage. Ruin takes himself out. Vague Tempest misses right there. So it's not one yet, but once again in a position where you have to play completely perfect hardpoint all the way through, 0 mistakes allowed, and you got to bank on the opposition making mistakes too, and it just doesn't look like it's going to happen as Team Space breaks on in. Mihawk prolonging the inevitable, finds the break for the time being, but they've got to be clean all the way through.
Yeah, they do. Here comes the operators. Everything's being dumped out. Can they jump up on it? Oh, big kill's clear. Big kill's coming through. Marvel reeling it back in for the squad, but how much longer can they hold it? They can't have this death machine for the entirety of this hill. They're going to have to play the objective, and Marvel gets caught out of position. It's only a matter of moments. 250 to 148. Game 1. Very decisive. Very early on. It is Team Space steamrolling the competition. They had complete control of this game all the way through from P2 onto the finish.
Based on that scoreboard, I feel like it's pretty safe to guess that was on NA servers. Space.
Yeah, that's what I would guess.
Space, Envy, Vague, top of the scoreboard, and once again, that's always going to give you an edge. We've seen some of these teams defy the servers, but unfortunately for Team Ganeth, not able to do it there. Fortunately for them, they once again have not really had to bank on their search and or had to bank on their hard point to carry them through this competition. Their search and destroy has been elite, and they'll get a chance coming up to bounce back and see if they can force a map 3 right here. Once again, a little bit of a slow map for Ruin, for Ganeth. We've seen that a couple times in this competition. Mihawk doing everything he can, even off server, but his 44 and 35, not quite enough. As we do see the NA players dominating that one. And honestly, PJ, 32 and 29 with 2 minutes in the hard point. All the way on the other side of the world. And
from the Philippines.
It's still a masterclass out of him. I don't care what they say.
Chef's kiss. Love it. Fake did his thing, though. Give him credit for that as well. Space absolutely cooked. Banking on a search and destroy performance on a map like Slums with a gun like the CRG. I'm not liking those odds, Bobby. I'm not liking them at all. Really needed to see something different out of Ganeth and crew if they wanted to see this one go the distance. I felt like they had just as much of a shot at that hard point as Space did, but just couldn't figure it out. Obviously couldn't win the gunfights, couldn't take the hills, couldn't get the rotations. Coming down to the wire now, make or break situation. You need a commanding performance. This does not need to be delayed. This doesn't need to go to overtime. We need to see this one shut down. Decisive victory in the Slums in order for us to see that game 3. If it lingers, the odds just get worse and worse for them.
All right, we'll see if they can make that happen. Just waiting for our players to ready up, and we'll be good to go. Once again, I don't think the ZRG. Now that I think about it, I don't think the ZRG is the worst sniper that we have. I think the Arctic might actually be worse than the ZRG. But
okay, well that Arctic looked damn good though.
It did.
Especially the Bizon.
Like I was saying, the bolt action snipers, there's not as big of a gap as people typically tend to think. Okay. So we'll see what they're rocking with. There's also different ways to build the ZRG, because I know there was one attachment that made it always a one shot, but I don't think it's always a one shot anymore. But I don't know what the percentage is. So we'll see what they're rocking with right here. I have faith in Marvel to come through regardless of how he's going to use it. So we'll see if he can go big for his team once again and try to force that third control map. This time around, it would be standoff if they can make it happen, but they got a lot of work to do to get to that point.
Yes, they do indeed. Last search and destroy went 20 rounds, chat. Brace yourselves. Get your popcorn ready. Get your beverage of choice ready as well, wherever you're at. It's 10:30 my time, 11:30 Eastern time. If you're in a brunch mood, maybe pour you some OJ, maybe another cup of coffee. I got some that's hot on the pot, but I'll have to wait until after this matchup is done. I got all my energy from this matchup alone, so we'll see if it can continue to prevail. We're getting geared up for it. We already spammed the start button once. Search and destroy Slums right around the corner. If Space Team wins, they take down Ganeth, who made an astronomical run in the last series. But it could happen here.
All right. Hopefully our players are not having any major issues right here, as we would assume probably just game planning heading into this one. Slum Search hasn't been played in a hot minute, so Probably just refreshing on the routes and the plays that they're looking to make right here, and maybe Mihawk giving a inspirational speech to the squad to try to rally the troops, give themselves a shot at making it into those grand finals. Whoever comes out of this one, they've still got to go through the powerhouse that is Godlike Jr. Got a Bees and his boys, Prevail, Viper.
Oh,
I'm blanking.
I mean that's it. I mean that's all.
That's really the whole team there. If we're being honest, yeah.
I mean, come on now. It's been the Viper and Prevail show. Bees shows up in Search and Destroy, but those two in particular have been, I mean, electric from beginning to end. They haven't had a bad map yet. I don't think they've lost one either. So, will things change in the grand finals? Who knows? We'll have to see what team shows up. I know one thing: Envy's starting to get into peak form. He didn't have a fast start in his first series of the night. Had a damn good win there in the last one. I think he's a sleeper, not a sleeper pick, but a sleeper replacement. I mean, obviously Doggo was cracked in his own right, but Envy, I mean, at one point, one of the best players in all of North America. That 2022 championship, right? You're looking at, or 2021 championship rather. He was undisputed champ or MVP, right?
Undisputed?
2021. I felt like he was up there, dude. He was playing the objective, one of the best ARs in the game.
He was definitely up there. That was so long ago, I can't even remember who the best player on that team was, to be honest. That was years.
It was either him or Band. Him or Band.
Yeah, that's probably true. All right. We finally got our players ready to go. We are good for map number 2 in the series. Do we have any ZRGs coming out? It looks like Ganeth will be rocking with it. Same for Space. I figured we'd see a decent amount. Yeah, all of our go-to snipers are still rocking with it. So, see, we'll hop on board with Marvel and see what type of damage he can do off the start of this one.
Well, they're gonna have the first 6 rounds on the defense. Trophy systems at the ready. Gonna be able to stop one. Not gonna be able to find any shots through the middle of the map. Anybody gonna be looking to dig themselves a grave early on? It ain't happening. PJ taking up a lot of space there on the broken wall site, looking for anybody to creep on through. And no push towards either front so far. So good. Everything's at a standstill. Player number 5 in Mihawk. He is the point player. FDX going to reel back for the first shots, and that's going to be Space getting dropped early on.
Ooh, he finds another right there, making him pay in the backside, and that'll certainly stall out the push. Bomb has been picked up by Vague, but he's going to get spotted out off the shoulder throw. FDX does get shut down, and nobody there to trade out Vague. That does something for him. It looked like Marvel nearly had the wallbang angle right there as well, and this time throwing a look over toward the A side. Ganeth going to be first point of contact right here, and he had the read. Not going to be able to land the shot onto PJ or the wallbang, but it is going to be Mihawk there to take down Vague, and now PJ, Envy, pretty much trapped. Not a whole lot of real estate to work with. 0 map control for them, and most importantly, the bomb has been dropped.
Yep. 38 seconds left to go on the clock. Defense has them exactly where they want them. No need to push up. No need to pivot.
Wait.
Shoulder being thrown. What the hell are we doing here, boys? Envy and PJ absolutely run the tables. Clear out the B objective. They're going to get the sidelines onto the bomb plant. Ruin absolutely one shot too. Post plant setup. They're going to be setting right outside of blue. And PJ and Envy might have done something impossible. 1 or 2v4. To be exact, there's 30 seconds left to go on the clock. Marvel and Ruin now trying to reel it back in.
Marvel throws his shoulder. Might be able to get the better of PJ right there, but he doesn't manage to land the shot. But Ruin is there, slides on through, looking to take down PJ. Shot doesn't connect though. PJ, opportunity as Ruin doesn't hop the bomb, and PJ with the 1v2.
That's a huge misplay. What the hell are we doing?
Oh,
if this is a round to start it off, you had 2 players left with 4 up. And Envy and PJ go absolutely crazy. Get the 2 openers, collect the bomb, get the bomb plant down, played them like a fiddle. 1 round up, offense. Stroking them right now, Bobby.
Ganeth finds 1, not going to be able to find a second. Space hopping off the ZRG. Back to the Krig he goes. FDX finds kill number 3. That's going to be Ruin finding yet another. So they find the opening advantage once again. It's just a question of executing and closing it out. Fortunately for them, PJ is not alive this time around. Only Envy left to be dealt with. He's going to be able to find one out right there. It seems like he might read Marvel on this wrap. Should have the info right there, but Marvel's going to land the shot regardless. No misses for him this time around. They're going to be able to tie the series up, or rather tie the map up at 1-1.
All right, no hiccups there in that round. I was thinking, come on now, there's no way Envy's going to clutch a 1v4, right? Okay, took down one. Marvel doesn't miss. Payoff round. We're back to being steady, all even. Quick hit over towards the A site. It's being chucked on through. It's a sea of blue. Mihawk goes big for 2. PJ, the smoke kill? Question mark. Envy's still alive. Pouncing on Ruin. He's a 1v4 situation. The clutch looking like it might not happen. Hello? Are they going to just hand their bodies away? No. Marvel going to be able to shut him down there, and defense yet again prevailing early on here in this one.
All right. The aggressive hit does not pay off right there for Team Space. We'll see if they make adjustments and pick a different route right here. I don't know if they realize that nobody picked up the bomb off the start, so the aggressive B hit not likely to work out in their favor. It is pure chaos over on the B side once again. King's looking to get pushed up. Has eyes on the Marvel. Not quite able to connect right there, though. Players dropping left and right as the bomb goes down. And FDX spotted out in the backside. He does get shut down, all down to Marvel right here. It'd have to be a 1v4. He has no idea. PJ's tucked away on the inside, and we're tied back up. This time at 2 rounds apiece. He's been back and forth in this one. Adjustments on adjustments. We'll see what Team Ganeth can do in response right here. Is once again, we expect a lot of bodies and a lot of util to get thrown over at this B side.
If they reciprocate, Mihawk not going to be able to get the shots on him and make it count. Ruin and FDX getting involved early. Ruin still alive? No. Ganeth, the last player alive. 1v3 up. Takes down 1. Envy, the next player to approach, is going to play his life right on the outskirts of this barrel. Ganeth now at a slow walk. Bomb's been planted. All-out sprint is your death. Callouts have been made. Envy knows exactly where he's at. PJ just playing it to a T. 2 up top. They're not giving him anything to work with. Ganeth now in a very desperate position. 1v2 here for the clutch. Shot's not going to land there onto PJ. Envy just there for insurance purposes right now.
Yep, they know the exact positioning. Get the info off the shadow right there. And it will be Team Space cleaning that one up. They move up 3-2 right here as they take back-to-back rounds. And once again, that now that they've gotten a little bit more of a feel for how they need to play the util on that heavy B hit, there's not been much of a response for Team Ganeth. See if they make any adjustments right here. And this time, going to full send it up the middle right here. Space landing shots across mid. Not going to be enough for the kill, but this time they do not full commit over toward that B side. Bomb going to sit back and wait and see if these snipers can find a first blood right here. Actually, no snipers in play for Team Space, which makes it that much more interesting that they're playing as passive as they are.
Yeah, I would have made a commitment. You know, if you're going to run and gun, run and gun. Don't sit back and wait for it to happen. We'll see if the strategies pan out. So far, it's 1-for-1 trades. King's out of the equation, as well as Mihawk. Wallbang's there for Space. Not going to be landing. Nobody at home as of yet. Bomb's going to be collected here for Vague. No, it's on the opposite side of the wall, so smoke's going to clear. The hop-up is going to be taken, and it's Ruin who's going to be taking some shots, but is going to be forced back. Envy going to be able to collect, and that could be huge. We'll see if this defense can hold on to the rears.
Big finds one across mid, but traded out by Marvel. Ganeth still locking down the A side. You're going to have to try to do something about the plant right here. And I think Ganeth should have had eyes on Envy on the top side. It's a 2v2. Spots him out right there. And now all down to PJ. He needs a 1v2. We've seen it happen before. Bomb's already down. Marvel slides on through. Oh! How did he win that gunfight? Absolutely no business doing that. Ganeth slides across. He gets beamed. PJ cannot miss.
He's shooting missiles with that Switchblade, Bobby.
Oh,
good night.
God.
What? There's just no way. He deleted Marvel and then proceeded to put Ganeth on a t-shirt. 9 kills to his name. He said, Frederick, I know I didn't perform well in that hardpoint as much as I wanted to, but I'll put on a show for you here in this search and destroy. Will they be able to put them out of their misery here? 4-2 as we flip sides to defense now. Going to be held here for team space. Just 2 or 3 more rounds to shut it out. FDX clinical on the first bloods. Let's see if he can give his team a shot at it as Marvel does get dropped there. 5 kills to his name. Not having the search and destroy performance he's needed, Div.
Mihawk sees the shots going over top, but doesn't have an angle onto space. Hoping that he over-aggresses right here, and Mihawk's going to be able to shut him down. So that's the opening that they're looking for. They get the man advantage right here. Full wrap toward back of spawn, and surely somebody on team space should have an idea about this, but nobody's watching the flank. And Mihawk has all the space in the world to find at least 1 kill. He's able to take down Envy right there. I don't think PJ's going to get the timing onto that, so Mihawk cleans things up right there. And he single-handedly blew that round wide open. Big-time plays out of him. Definitely much needed, as it seems Slums may be his stomping ground. See if he can continue to execute here as we head into round number 8.
2 snipers set up here for the attack yet again. I wonder if they'll continue to do so. Marvel hasn't really found much success here in this one. We know he's capable of. Just hasn't really been able to find his groove. Right now he's trying to find a hop-up on the outskirts here. Lineup looks pretty solid, but there is nobody at home. Intel could be kept to a minimum. Here comes the nade on through. Ruin sitting right inside of the
PJ Mihawk.
graveyard. Okay, PJ, where we at?
Oh my god, he doesn't see Mihawk.
That's crazy. How does he get by that fast?
We have a stalemate right here. Neither player knows they're standing directly next to somebody else. Timing's got to go absolutely wrong for somebody on either team, but we have no idea who that's going to be. Mihawk
what?
Stands up. He didn't see him. Space is like, how did he get through? PJ doesn't know how either, but the trade should be there. It doesn't go. Mihawk's able to find 2 pure chaos as we move into a 3v3.
Oh, baby. Kings, Vague. Take him down. Vague going to get traded on through. It's down to a 2v2. The bomb hasn't been dropped as of yet. Mihawk recalculating, re-strategizing, repositioning. Kenneth now on the approach. King's right on the outskirts of this wall. The timing couldn't be any better for him. He does spot 1. He knows what's up. And now Envy going to try and get a little bit of a wrap here onto this B site. Nobody's at home as of yet. Kings holding down the fort, but the shots just don't land. He's going to get shut down. It's down to Envy.
Needs a 1v2 right here. Bomb's going to go down. More than enough time to plant it. Let's see if Ganeth makes this read. I don't think he's got an idea, but if Mihawk gets away, that could be the end of the round. He gets spotted out right there, and that information should be all that they need. Mihawk in the top side comes up big once again. And this time, it's going to be Team Ganeth tying things up as we move to 4-4. Back and forth we go once again. These search and destroys have not disappointed one bit.
Not at all. And that's even without a 30 bomb here out of Marvel. He has been relatively quiet, but Mihawk has been keeping the team straight. As soon as I say his name, it occurs to me space gets dropped. And a big opener there for the man himself. Let's see what they can do with this player advantage now as we got about 30 seconds into the round. No traction onto the either side. Ruin right on the outskirts of this B site, waiting for anybody to make a wrong move. Vague and Envy pounce for 2. Make it 3. As Vague does take down another. Envy's going to be traded on through. We're down to a 2v3 here in the defense. Standing firm, even with the player advantage off the disadvantage off the rip.
All on to FDX. Needs a 1v3 right here. Going to sit way back in spawn. And it looks like those 3 players are going to hold hands. Trying to clutch up with a Switchblade, a Krig might be possible in this situation, but it seems like they've got the info on him and they're not letting him go anywhere. So Team Space finds the bounce back here in round number 9. Stop the bleeding for the time being. Big round for them. An opportunity to head to the grand finals if they can close this one out. PJ leading the way, 10 kills to his name. Vague with a big round right there, moving up to 9.
Big round indeed. Him and Envy combining for 4 of those kills. Vague, nade shot, not looking good. Mihawk going ham. Able to find 2, but he's dropped. Envy And King's going to get the better of that one. It's down to 2 on the left-hand side of our screen. FDX and Ganeth. Ganeth not really involved in the play. Going to be able to back. FDX going to go through on the wrap. We'll be able to get the job done. And almost gets taken out by a trophy right there. But evens this up. Vague Kings. 2v2 style. FDX and Ganeth. This is for what could be the match point potentially, but FDX sliding on through. He's already been spotted out. This is it. Down the Ganeth.
Great lurk by Vague. Reads that escape route to perfection, and that now moves them to match point. Once again, Team Ganeth on the brink of elimination. We've seen them here before. We've seen them able to force overtime and do some crazy things. We'll see who goes big or if they'll be going home. Mihawk's made a lot of big plays, but this time around he gets red. Envy there to shut him down. Ganeth with the response. Vague taken out of the equation. PJ tucked away right behind that little wall. He might be the one that has to make a play right here. They do get the man advantage. Once again, big time plays from big time players. Envy controlling the mid map, and for the time being, that'll be the difference maker in this one. Just no map control to work with for Team Ganeth.
No, not at all. Trying to shovel their way out of this one. They are, I mean, knee deep in it. Big kill coming through for Ruin, but he's going to get instantly traded on through. Space piecing up here towards the end of this one. And it's the beginning of the end here. Ganeth, FDX going out in their bag. Last players alive. Last opportunity for them to make something happen. And surely enough, last chance. Shots not landing for FDX. Follow-up is crisp. Last lone location inside of blue. He's since made his escape. But can they keep the dream alive now? Space is the player to take down. Bombs being collected there. Ganeth now trying to recalculate where are we going to go. Space is right on the outskirts of this wall here in blue. And PJ's on the opposite side. You pick your demon, Bobby.
Space had one of those ratty sight lines through some of those boarded up windows, but not able to land anything there, and that's going to be PJ picking up the kill onto FDX. It's all onto Captain Ganeth. He slides through, takes down Space. Looks like he's going to be able to get the plant down here. PJ, not close enough to stop it from going through. The question is, what position is he going to play? It looked like he was just going to tuck into the corner right there and gets the info onto PJ, but can't win the gunfight. Who else to clutch up as the body shots go through? PJ takes the MVP, takes the map, and that will be Team Space headed to the grand finals.
Crazy, crazy game. 7-4 victory, 2-0 split. Team Space heading to face off against Team Abiz in the grand finals, chat. A rematch from our first matchup of the night in a best-of-5 format. PJ, just something about him on his, on his crawling endeavors. Just when he pops up out of nowhere, is just damn scary. Managed to pick up 12 in that one. A very, not 12. Yeah, 12 and 5. I mean, just unkillable on the map.
Dude. And honestly, had he not had that one scenario where Mihawk was prone behind the refrigerator 5 feet away from him, may have been able to do even more damage, but man, oh man, what a performance out of him. Showing why he is widely regarded as probably a top 3 COD mobile player in the world right now. Absolute masterclass for him. And they now get a chance at revenge. In the grand finals, they will be facing off against Godlike Jr. We got Abiz, Marshy, Viper, Chakal, and Prevail awaiting them in the grand finals. It is best of 5, and it is bracket reset required for Team Space to take the win. So for those of you who have not watched Call of Duty competitive prior to 2020, it will be a fun one to watch as coming out of the lower bracket, once again, it's got to be true double elimination. Team in the upper bracket has not lost yet, so they got to lose twice to get knocked out of the competition. The setup will be Arsenal, Meltdown, Crossroads, Strike, Standoff, and Raid. The guns allowed, it's Meta Mayhem. We got CBR, Kilo, and SKS as our 3 options. More than likely a lot of SKS, but to be honest, It's it's a slower option and one that probably a lot of players are not going to be as comfortable with. So I'm very curious. I would assume at the bare minimum we will see Space and Viper on SKS, as I know Viper was a type 63 main for that godlike squad toward the end of CDM, and obviously Space has been an SKS apologist for years at this point.
Yeah. Certainly one of the players who helped anchor that meta whenever it was around. Very toxic, very disturbing to see in its heyday, but certainly going to be a interesting one indeed. I saw PJ come into the chat and he's like, "Well, it's about time to get cooked again." I don't know quite what that means. I mean, you've held your own pretty well so far in this one. You're not going to get smoked by Godlike 2.0, are you?
Are they Godlike 2.0? Is it
Okay,
is it Godlike 2.0 or Godlike Junior?
I don't know. I heard you say both.
I don't think I said 2.0.
I'm pretty sure I heard you say 2.0 earlier.
All right, whatever.
I wouldn't have said it if I didn't hear you say it.
Okay. Well,
all right.
I guess they will. I guess they'll earn their name depending on how they perform in this upcoming matchup. So, thank you guys for those of you who have watched all the way through. It has certainly been another banger event, and fortunately, it looks like our players actually stayed in the lobby and were ready to go for this one. So, probably not nearly as long of a wait, given the fact that it was a relatively quick 2-0 in the last one. Not too mad about moving into this one as quickly as possible. You may hear some noises in the background. I accidentally opened my mail, so apologies for that. But we should be good. I didn't say 2.0. Eat it, verdict. Booyah.
Yeah, you believe. You go ahead and believe YouTube, chat. I mean, you'll just hold that all down.
If they say that I'm right, then they are right.
Alrighty, chat. That's as easy as it goes. If you want to be right in Bobby's chat, disagree with him, man. You know, come on now. That
exactly.
doesn't sound like a very
this is
democratical way to.
This is not a democracy. I tell my chat all the time. This is a dictatorship. I have the final say. I have the first say and I have the last say.
Okay.
All right.
He is the alpha and the omega, chat. Come on now, let him through.
Exactly.
Let him run through. Who's gonna be the alpha in this one though? And we saw a B's team absolutely Godlike Junior absolutely run the tables in both the games earlier. I think the difference now is Envy's starting to pick up the slack. Envy's starting to become a force, and that could be a problem for B's and crew.
Yeah, I would agree with that. He seems to be informal a little bit more. I'm once again curious always what it's going to look like for PJ, especially in the hardpoint, just because taking that many gunfights at a ping disadvantage usually takes a toll on you, but it certainly has not looked that way so far for him. Even regardless of where the servers have pulled for these godlike guys, they have dominated through and through. So I don't think there's any question about how they're going to look. I think it's really on to Shakal and Marshy, and as long as they're pulling their weight and playing the objective where they need to, they can kind of let those other guys control the map, control the spawns, and slay out, and they'll do the dirty work for them. So Hardpoint Arsenal obviously was back in the rotation, is now back out of the rotation as it has been replaced by Combine, but been a little back and forth over the last little bit in the competitive map pool.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I liked Arsenal. I know the players probably have something, I'd like to say. I don't like seeing Arsenal out of the selection. I don't feel like it's a comparable map. I like Combine. I don't love it. I don't love Arsenal either, but I don't know. From what I've seen so far, I really like the rotations on Arsenal much better than I like the rotations for Combine. But hey, what do I know? I'm just a simple, stupid caster who has zero input on anything when it comes to around here. I'm just here so I don't get fined, right? We'll find out how it plays. This coming, champs. I've seen some quite a few teams going 30-0 in stage 2. How do you feel about that?
I don't know. I feel like that's probably the result of they just like eased up matchmaking or something, because our biggest issue last time around was not that we couldn't go. Well, there were some instances that caused us to not go 30 up. But the main reason we couldn't even finish 30 games just because we couldn't find 30 teams to play against. So I don't know if there's just a lot more teams playing stage 5 this time around, or maybe they loosened up some of the matchmaking things, but hopefully that just means that the best of the best are going to be rated toward the top, and that kind of minimizes the chance at good teams getting knocked out early as a result of maybe a poor stage 2 performance. So we'll have to see. Kings gets loaded in. That's another player you would anticipate would have a solid performance here in the Arsenal Hardpoint. It could potentially be one of those SKS players as well.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it pans out. I mean, someone's got to be able to hit from a distance. I know Space is going to be hitting like a Mack truck. Hopefully we'll see all 5 players participating promptly. We're about to find out now. Requiring map downloads. Come on, guys. Oh, that's right. Those are all people who... Vague doesn't have Arsenal?
He's just a ranked warrior now, so it's understandable.
Yeah. What a bot.
That is crazy that nobody has it downloaded. Is Bobby Buckets Dino Nuggets going to make Worlds this year? Chat, bad news. They banned iPads, so it's not looking great. I did get a new gaming phone that I'm going to be making a video on soon, so maybe we'll mess around and qualify for stage 5, but we'll see.
What brand did you get? Are you allowed to release that, or are you waiting?
It is. I think the embargo lifted this morning. Let me look.
He's got illegal equipment in the stage chat. Someone pinged the IRS, FDA. Who handles that? FCC? No. NAFTA?
Maybe? I don't even know.
I'm just throwing names out there now. Someone pinged the FBI. All right, polls up. Who you got? B Space. About to find out. Maps required for download. We're just about there. Only 5 players left to go ahead and get that one knocked out. And we got to get Kings already up 2 as well. So plenty of time to be spared. So let us know in chat while Bobby's doing his research on embargoes.
Shafi guessed it. We got the Red Magic 10S Pro. Video will be dropping on that soon. So should be should be a banger. All right, we got everybody ready. I think we're good. Hopefully.
Asterisk, question mark, explanation point?
I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about devices, but they're the sponsor of CDM, so I feel like that's not...
Vague. Come on, buddy.
Are we serious? Does somebody need to upgrade Vague's internet? Come on, man.
But it's probably what? Just a few freaking megabytes, dude?
You would
Couldn't
think
be more
so.
than 30. Yeah.
About to start finding you, docking your earnings.
Right into our pockets, right? Yeah.
Exactly.
That's how the dictatorships work, where we just take the money. We don't even wait for it. We just we go out and gets it, baby.
I am the
That's right. I'm doing both, chat. I'm commentating and replying in chat. That's what skill looks like.
All right. We got everybody ready to go. Hopping in. Game number 1. Good old CBR. Oh, Marshy on CBR? What a throwback.
Oh, yeah. That's what I was about to say. When you think about players who thrived in this meta, ooh, boy, Marshy season. There ain't no abbreviating it. He's going to be running the tables now. It's a map like this. You play in the objective, you got to have a gunny ready to roll. Let's go ahead and jump into it. Game 1 of the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Team of Bees, Team Space. Who's going to get the better of who? Envy and Kings opening up with first blood and commanding, but Marshy's still on the outskirts, waiting to pounce. Does find that kill there in return. Vague there on the outskirts, going big too as well. So it's a back and forth affair onto the objective, but it is Space and crew lighting up the feed as well as Hilltime to go along with it.
Yeah, Space still looking to pick up that opening kill, but Vague with 4, 2 for Envy. They've been able to do the damage so far in this one, and woo boy. It is. It's looking like 2022 all over again. A lot of the players that we watched in champs there too. So they have not given up much on this opening hardpoint, and honestly, a little bit surprising to see given the dominance that we've seen out of Ibiza's squad so far in this event.
Why do I feel like whenever you were making this meta, you were like trying to hand like the keys to the streets to space and just let them like rock and roll? Obviously,
I wanted to see Lucas in with it. I didn't realize Space's team was going to dominate like this.
Damn that immune system. Lucas in. Damn it. We'll see him hopefully in the next event. Right now, PJ, we're seeing here in this one. Whoa, buddy, 3 feet, hop up, reload. Not going to be good enough for it. Bees finally gets on board with his first, make it a 2-piece to go along with it. And right now, that's going to leave the hill unoccupied, but it does light up yellow. And, well, with it being a spectator event here on the outskirts, you find yourself a topside rotation. You've got yourselves just free kills for days. That's going to leave a Bees with a huge amount of time to be going uncontested.
Right now, King's looking for that backside push. He will be able to find that opener. And Vague reinforces on the bottom side, so it looks like they'll be able to get scraps as well. One player slips through the backside. That's Marshy. He cleans up one, but Space is there for the trade. They've got eyes on P3 rotation here, as P1 and 2 have not been pretty by any stretch of the imagination. And once again, would you look at who's at top of the scoreboard? It's PJ, the man himself. 11 kills on the board already. And continuing to just blitz his way across the map right here. Chakal getting spotted out. I don't know that PJ has missed a bullet yet. Kings popping his war machine, and once again, they just punch a hole in this defense. They have not had much of a chance at stopping it. Marshy going to get shut down right there. They've got spawn control. They have already been completely broken right here.
Oh, completely broken. They're about to be absolutely sent to oblivion, too. 4 operators popped on the right-hand side of the screen. As well as a King's bread missile, baby. This is Team Space running the tables here in Arsenal. Vague, not going to be able to find very much, but he's still on the objective, just waiting for anybody to come through. When the kills are going on the outskirts, surely enough, you're not going to be able to make anything happen. Prevail from a distance, going to be able to take down some, but it's not going to be good enough for the break, and the bleeding is just continuing to go through the wound. Is gnashing, Bobby. This one has been blown wide open so far. 105 to 27. Finally, some scraps going to be handed to the boys over at Team of Bees, but they're going to have to battle it out here in P4 rotation, which is already being occupied in yellow. Team Space looking to lock it down.
Yeah, they look to make their way on up right here. This time it's Marshy popping the death machine. Trying to get shots onto Envy, but he's playing that heady to perfection, so nothing for him to work with. Does shut down Vague. Finds a second one right there. Damage onto King, so should be able to clean up that kill. They find the break. Finally, first signs of life out of Team of Bees and Godlike Jr. right here. Damage has been done as PJ responds, and he finds yet another. Beams onto a Bees right there. Finally taken down by Chakal, but 20 kills through the first 4 hard points for this man, and he has been a one-man wrecking crew. Absolutely the difference maker so far in this one. Once again, Abiz and company trying to claw their way back in. They do find a decent chunk here, and it looks like they'll be able to run away with the scraps as well. One player there still to contest, and who else but PJ to make life miserable.
Yep. Big rotation for them. It's not necessarily a huge W, but you're banking on a late break as the rotation was set in yellow early on. You get there rather quickly, capitalize on about 25 points. That's a W if you ask me. P5 now as we head on into it. Opening looking like nobody's going to be there. It's going to be Space and crew. Tempest at the ready here for Space. He's just holding off this line of sight, just chunking them out, baby. Beast finally going to be able to shut him down, but the damage is done. Rotation is going to be broken through. The spawn's going to be solidified in yellow, and it's going to be Space and crew continue to run the tables, but a B says, hold on. Let me shut down a few before I go. PJ is able to shut him down in return. The spawns flip on its head real quickly. Team of B's right back in it.
Envy, great read on the spawns right there. Great patience to take down one. Chakal responds, equalizers, but not going to find much value. Prevail slides on through. Free Fire can't quite connect for the shots, and he's going to get taken down as well. So once again, at every turn, Team Space has had an answer for everything that Abiz and company have thrown at them. Chakal, far from his best map so far. Only 8 kills on that first set of rotations on a 5 hardpoint map. Need to see more out of him if they're going to have a chance. Fortunately, only a 60-point differential given their slow start. Not the worst spot for them to be.
No, they've traded 20 for 20 in both those last 4 and 5th hills. So, I mean, they're managing to keep it close. Right now, they've got an advantage here on the opener. P1 reset right around when each call to pull his weight. Viper and Prevail starting to get things heated up. Prevail popping the op there, able to take down 2, but it's Kings who's going to be able to take him out at a distance. Viper still holding the fort down with a Preddy at his ready. Is going to get shut down. A B's there to get the trade nonetheless. The hill going to be occupied in blue. It's going to be a team of B's recouping a devastating amount of deficit for themselves, but a full wipe damn near. As Space and Crew rock and roll back onto the objective they go. Viper was the only one there remotely close to contest, and well, it's inside the labs we go. P1 shut right back down here in yellow. Team Space back in control.
PJ continues to run this map. 32 kills to lead all players so far in this one. Does get taken down by Chakal. He's looking to get going, but traded out instantly by Kings. And once again, controlling the top side is going to be Team Space. Viper gets sent back to spawn, but strong side spawns given the way that teams typically play the new Arsenal setup.
Massive.
A Bees. War Machine finds at least 3 right there. He's going to be able to hop up, and once again, as long as they're spawning up there, that is free pickings. The Hunter Killer goes out as well. Tries to read that one, but PJ pushes on through, and once again, doing a lot of damage for his squad. King shut down. Marshy is there, and Godlike in company. Chipping away at this lead. It was 60, now down to 40. Getting close to that 30-point mark as well, but PJ slides on through, stops the bleeding for the time being.
Yeah, he does indeed. Envy also spearheading as well. SKS at his ready. He's got a few kills to show from this rotation. Able to find a few more. Yes, absolutely. That's 2 back into the blender. 4 combo for the gunny. Does have a death machine at disposal and is looking to earn the Preddy. Rotating over to new. 183, make it 184 to 128. Over to P3 we go. We know how huge the spawns are for this rotation, but last time around, it was Team Space who were able to do it just from the sides and the front, and boy, did they make mincemeat out of this team of Bees. Can they do it yet again? Here comes the operator here for Envy. Able to get some shots on through, not going to be able to take down one. The call-outs are there. Shakal's in one corner, Bees in another. Damage kept to a minimal. Team of Bees rocking and rolling here on this comeback.
Chakal's starting to finally get going. He's got all wrong score streaks equipped right now. And I don't know. That's not great. That's not great. It's obviously, if he doesn't call him in, it doesn't impact the game, but that's not something that you want to have one way or another if you are...
Oh, there it is right there. He just popped it.
He popped it?
Yeah, he popped it. It is popped. It is... Yep, he realized what happened, and he is very heartbroken and devastated.
Dang.
Yeah, that's a tough way to go. I mean, you called it at a pivotal moment too, Bobby. I saw the screen light up. UAVs up in the air. That's, you know, what can you do? It's damage is done. Game 1. I mean, possibly going to go in favor of Space anyways, but the tail of a comeback now just pissed down the drain. Yeah,
very unfortunate right there. And I mean, obviously, yeah, you want to see them play it out the rest of the way, but that is going to be Space and Company already taking the opening of this one. They had held on to that lead, and once again, they had a really good start to this one. You anticipate they were going to close it. They may very well end up giving it away right here, just knowing what the outcome of this one is going to be. King's going to slide on through, is once again looking to pick up these kills, and you still want to have that mental advantage knowing that you closed out the game as well. But man, oh man, that's not what you want to see in map number 1 of the grand final, especially given the fact that I don't think we've had to DQ a team for the entirety of the tournament so far.
Oh, that's tough, dude. I wish I could turn a blind eye to it, but, you know, and it's just one of those instances where, I mean, hey, even Team Space probably realized, I'm like, nah, the hell with it. We don't need to try anymore.
No, but like, even, yeah. I think we could have at least had a conversation if he didn't pop it about, like, well, it didn't impact the game, so maybe you don't DQ him, but
bam, as soon as it happened.
You pop the UAV, and you just really don't have any choice about it, so it looks like it does look like Team Space kind of giving up on this one because they know what the outcome is going to be. So if you are Team of Bees, you at least maybe have a little bit of a mental advantage. Hey, you made the comeback happen. You know you can keep up in this one, but that's something you really cannot afford to happen in the grand finals.
I want to see him double down. Go ahead and pop that second UAV, Shakal. Let's go ahead and just get let's get our money's worth. If we're gonna DQ, might as well DQ and do it in style. Am I right? Let's let this CBR meta run, you know, absolutely rampant. This was probably one of the most miserable times in some Call of Duty players' minds. I'm surprised we didn't get to see any KSPs coming through. I know that was also like, oh god, for SMG mains, just some of the lowest times in all of Call of Duty Mobile. But CBR probably ranks as one of the longest metas known to date. I don't think anything else has reigned superior like that.
For people that are confused, yes, UAV has always been, ever since the move of the COD Mobile rule set into an actual competitive rule set, the UAV has always been banned. So that is certainly an automatic DQ. For people asking why he had it equipped, I don't know that either. We've not seen anybody do anything. The closest thing that we had was Marvel having a wild card perk, but he didn't even have the second red perk equipped as a result of it. So
yeah, I mean, we weren't even going to pull the red card out.
Yeah. And really, a Viper Masterclass gone to waste. He goes 21 or 51 in 31 with a minute 13 right there. And now I think it's really on to Shakal to prove himself in map number 2 in that search and destroy, because yeah, you certainly want to make it up to your team after a mistake like that in a grand finals. Oh my gosh, I don't have Meltdown downloaded.
I saw this one coming. I downloaded all the maps, even in the zombie ones. Just in case. In case. You never know. God, we did one zombies event 2 years ago, and I haven't heard anything about zombies since.
Was it the Undead Siege one?
No, it wasn't. It was just like a classic map, a round-based one.
We did an event for that?
Well, no, it was an official COD Mobile Esports broadcast. It was Shift and I. We had to literally shout at the top of our lungs for like 2.5 hours long, dude. Holy hell, that one was crazy.
Did I play in that?
No, Noah did, and he ran like house. Like, I mean,
okay.
Yeah, it was.
That
ugly.
Must have been a long time ago. I don't remember that at all.
It may have been in 2022, so maybe 3 years ago.
Okay, interesting. Rematch? No. Breaking rule equals DQ. There's no rematch. That's not the way that it works.
Yeah, breaking rules are bad, chat.
Yes, chat. That is 100% a DQ. Will always be a DQ.
I mean, to have it equipped is one thing, but to pop it, that's...
And I don't think he probably didn't even realize that he had it equipped, and he just saw, oh, I got a score streak, and he thought it was 100 killers, so he popped it, and he probably realized after the fact.
100%. F's in chat.
Yep.
F's in chat.
Everybody in chat saying not DQ. Guys, I know that for some of you this might be like your first time watching COD Mobile Esports, but this is just standard rules. This is not even up for conversation right now.
What takes more to get, a UAV or a 100 killer drone?
They're like separated by like 20 points.
Okay, so it happens. I mean, not often, but it happens. We're not gonna cut them slack though. That's tough. If we were talking about the implications of, players like Marshy and Shakal being able to pull their weight, and weight was being tossed around there. That one, that was a hefty way to go out. But nonetheless, it's only just one map. It's just one map. You can still come back. You got to pace yourself. It's a best of 5. It's the first time we've seen it in this event so far, and we got 4 more lovely maps potentially around the corner. If 2 more don't go the way of Team of Bees and everything, we'll reset and do it all over again on the same exact maps.
Yep. Honestly, he might just really want to play a lot of Call of Duty today. Like, that may be what it comes down to. So he's just trying to do you guys a favor and and gets you an extra couple of maps on the reset. Fortunately for him, he's playing with three guys that are very good at Meltdown, Search, and Destroy. So I think now that our admins have double-checked to make sure it was a DQ, which obviously we saw it happen, we should be good to hop into map number 2.
Yeah. It's simple. It's cut and dry. Streaks there at one point, streaks not there at another point. What happened? What happened? Yeah, it got used. There's no way around it. You can't just dispose of or streaks in Call of Duty Mobile. You've got to use them. And abuse was taken advantage of. So everything's ready to go. Map number 2. Reset, regain, and 3 of the best in Meltdown, Search, or Destroy ever in the history of Call of Duty Mobile. Beast, Prevail, and Viper. Can they reel the team back in? And Shakal, if you're out there and you're listening, you pop in chat and say, my bad. Don't worry, dude. We've all been there. I've DQ'd before, not even known until the end of the game. So it's happened.
One thing that will be interesting is this meta setup does not have a bolt action sniper, so we have the SKS in place of the bolt action. Will likely change the way that a lot of these teams are going to play Search and Destroy. Obviously, it's still going to be the weapon of choice to control those longer angles, but it certainly is going to change a lot of those scenarios and the way that they play them. I think this is one where, especially since it comes down to one taps in order to get a one-shot kill, this is something Space is going to be very specialized in. So I'm curious to see what he's going to do, but would not be surprised if we didn't see a ton of SKS coming into play on this map.
Gotta give you a huge shout out for Rapallo dropping $4.99 in your chat. Can Vague finally beat Godlike after 2 years? It's the big rematch. Meltdown S&D. Let's get rumbling. That's a W dono there from Rapallo, man. I don't usually read bar for bar, but oof, boy, that hit something vicious, man. I'm literally got hair crawling on my skin right now. Oh, I can just feel it. It's 2023. We're on the casting. I'm at the couch that they set up for us over at DreamHack in Atlanta. Boys, we were at an all-time low, and then that nade came down and took down almost everybody in the lobby. And good night, Bobby. We about fell out of our seats. We jumped up for one, but I damn near passed out after that. That was crazy.
All right, we're taking the over-under on Vague's kill count. The line's at 3.5. What do you got?
I think that's a Mickey Mouse number. I think he gets at least... I think he gets
You don't
5.
think he has PTSD?
If it exists, I still feel like he could sneak 5 in if he gets servers.
Chat said, how do you get 3.5 kills? Guys.
He didn't get 2 kills in that map.
That's true. Chat, so when people do betting things and there's a money line, they never put the line at something that you can tie with. You go over 3.5 or under 3.5 because obviously you can't get exactly 3.5. Come on, guys, lock it in. All
Do
right.
assist count. They do not, chat.
All right.
They do not.
We'll see if Chakal can redeem himself, rocking the SKS off the start of this one. Space with his go-to gun for many, many years. Should hear Prevail sliding on through mid right there, and that's going to be a Bees finding first blood. That should open up the B side. Is nobody controlling that sniper's nest? Util going over the top. They get a lot of information off that opening push, and Prevail's going to be able to capitalize with 2.
Yeah, he is, but the bomb's down. Vague's actually crept up into the boiler rooms. Marshy dumpster, 2 kills already. And that is not him being good. That is just him having the servers. I am guessing. Well, I mean, this is a combination.
It's on the Marshy, so.
Yeah, it's on the Marshy. Bees spots him out in the middle of the Meltdown area. Bomb's going to go down. It is going to go boom in 40 seconds. He's got a 1v3 up for clutches.
Ooh, not meant to be. Prevail slides on through. 4 kills for him in the opening round. He goes big right there to give Godlike Jr. the advantage off the start right here. Once again, you would think the experience on this map specifically should give them a little bit of an edge, so we'll see if they can continue to execute right here. This time it's going to be a full send on over to B. One player hopping up mid. It looks like it's going to be Prevail all alone, and he may be able to make his way through right here. Vague right next to him. I don't know if he's going to have the audio cue, but he's going to drop regardless. Space pushed up toward that opposite side. Prevail spotted out, and now all down to Shakal. He finds one right there. Doesn't want to repeat. And Space is not letting him get anywhere. We're tied up at 1-1.
I was about to say, if he clutches this one, we will completely forget about the UAV popped in game 1. That would have been absolutely devastating. Nonetheless, Space not giving him an inch to work with. Finds his first kill of the map. Vague sitting on 3. Now PJ went big last round for 2. The biggest kill off the rip, though, was Envy taking down a Bees. They trade openers for back-to-back rounds. And the round goes in favor of Team Space. Lighting him up yet again. This time around, a Bees first-blooded by him. And nobody shall pass on to this Bees site. Now a big interaction here for Vague, who's found himself in a little bit of a cheeky angle. Could be able to get the graces of good COD timing, though, as one's made his way through. Prevail, shut down, make it a 2-piece.
Oh, Vague with the body shots onto Shakal as well. They find themselves up 2 lives. And he finds another one right there, shooting Viper's body. He's taking it personal this time around, and Marshy gets shut down. Team Space takes the lead, and Vague not messing around in this one. He's already smashed the over.
I mean, come on, that was a hell of a kill, though. You take down Prevail and Viper, both body shots. Is it going to come back to haunt him, though? We'll have to find out. There's nothing flawless about this game. There's not going to be any kind of crazy 7-0s. We've already taken 1 loss. On towards this one. Vague opening up yet again. He is just heating. And surely enough, Heat Check leads him around to the backside, looking what he can find from the rear. It's Shakal on the outskirts. Oh, Shakal shut down. Bomb's going to be planted. Oh, can't get the hop up. He is able to do so, but...
Viper looking for one more. Marshy's going to be able to find one to equalize into a 2v2 right here. King slides through on the top side. He's going to get shut down. It's all on to Viper in the 1v1. Space right behind him. He has no idea. Space not going to miss those, and he's got plenty of time to work with. Bomb defuse goes through, and now Team Space extending out that lead up 3-1 here. And they're looking relatively dominant here on the defensive side.
Oh, your chat always delivers, bro. I've already looked at it, and it says, congrats, you killed someone on 90 MS, bud. Yeah! Yeah, we are! You know, you're looking at him right there, face to face. I mean, I don't know if he'd win those gunfights, but he did today, and that's all that matters, chat. Let's see what he can do with it now as Vague sitting on 8. He has already doubled the projected kills. Prevail now starting to get heated up as well. He's going to be able to find 2 as he's gathered up souls on the back line. They are filling it as well. Body shots. Good God, this is not even about Vague anymore. This is just a personal grudge.
Absolutely, no question. Envy sliding through the top side to find 2 right there, and he's looking to equalize as Vague on the back side. Not going to come out on top. Viper shooting bodies this time. He's going to turn on to Envy as well. Oh, it's getting personal between these 2 teams. 3-2. Unless anybody say 90 MS as the excuse, this is actually EU server, so this is about as close to middle ground as we will get. This is kind of a perfect matchup right now with a perfect server pool as well.
How the hell did we get EU and there's not even a single EU player in the lobby?
Sometimes if there's enough NA in India, it'll pull middle ground servers. So
I like that. Yeah, that we need to find a way to make sure that happens from here on out, because that is a great way to go. Last round here on the attack. Viper going to go ahead and stick the plant. We saw some body shots followed up by some crispy ones as he slams Vague and then proceeds to do the same thing to Envy. Right now, first blood coming through. 5v5 retake. Bees through. PJ there for the trade. A little bit of surmount on the backside. It's Vague, itching to make something happen. Let's see what he can do. Forced his hands. He goes. The gloves are out for Shakal. Bad timing. Viper able to shut him down, though.
Big kills right there. PJ shut down. Viper down as well. Marshy slides on through. Another member of that 2023 Luminosity squad, and he's there to shut down for the final kill as we are here once again. Tied up at 3-3. We switch sides, and this one has not disappointed one bit here in the Meltdown Search and Destroy. Vague with 9 kills on the board. Viper with 8. We'll see if we have any type of momentum swing as we flip sides right here, and it looks like a full commit over to the B side. Only one player there to defend. That's going to be a Bees. Can you find any opening picks right here as eyes looking toward mid as players trying to find a little bit of breathing room, and Viper finds first blood onto who else but Vague.
Oh, he does indeed. Big, massive Prevail. Yet again, finding another. He's pierced the back lines. Bomb's gone down. Prevail's going to get shut down. It's PJ season. Is anybody going to be able to reciprocate? No! Shakal enters the gauntlet, gets shut down. Space now needs to be covered. As Viper's the last hope of the defense, and, well, he's got an SKS. You do not want to be at a distance with CBRs rolling against him.
He's going to get pushed forward right here. Spots out PJ, but he
boy.
shuts him down. Absolute beams right there. He goes big for his squad. And Team Space back in the driver's seat, even if only by a tiny margin. Chakal, we said he needed to have a big performance after the DQ on map number 1. Only 1 kill to his name. Might need to switch things up. I know he was on SKS to get things started. Switch to CBR, looking like it's not done him any favors. Once again, the battle for mid control right here. PJ on one side, Viper on another.
Viper just waiting for him to make a wrong move inside the boiler rooms. Both of them. A little bit of pitter-patter of footsteps. Here comes Prevail. Hits in. It's PJ. Shut down. Big kill. Big win there. And that's going to be huge for map control when you're looking at it. Nobody should be able to push through to this B site. And surely enough, it's going to be Team Space tucking their tails and heading for the hills. Map control is at an all-time low. Vague going to get shut down. It's down to Space and Kings. Last two in a 2v5 situation, not looking good. Space going to be caught with his pants down, and it's all up to Kings, 1v5 style.
He spots out Marshy on the opposite side. It looks like he's going to be able to get away right here, but it need to be a 1v5, and it seems like they've got a pretty good idea of what position he's playing from. Marshy going to sit back, play the passive angle, and play for the easy kill. He's able to pick it up right there, and we're tied back up at 4-4. Once again, looking like we are well on our way to OT. Despite the fact that Chakal has not brought anything to the table, and Abiz has not had a massive impact either. I would not be surprised to see him switch weapons. I don't know if he's still sticking through and through with the SKS right here. Pushing up. Looks like he is still rocking with it as they make their way on into the pizza slice. Prevail finds that first blood onto Space.
PJ able to get the trade on through. King's going to be able to fire on through. Prevail's drop. This is huge. But it's Abiz holding down the fort. Evens this up. 3v3 style. 30 seconds into the round. A lot has happened already. Bomb's going to be still in the hands of PJ, and Abiz just continuously firing away. The redirect over towards B is absolutely there. Vague. Going to be right there alongside Envy and PJ, who are going to get this bomb plant down. Marshy, the only player here to contest. Let's see if he can catch one lacking. Vague gonna get the hop up.
Oh my God!
He's gonna be able to run right through him. Marshy had no idea.
I thought Marshy saw him through the smoke right there, but maybe different graphic settings or something else. Not going to allow him to get it. Vague hops up, finds Abiz, and I know he wanted to shoot that body as well. I'm sure he was devastated that the round ended when it did. 11 kills for him. Leading the way for this team, and he has certainly showed up here a lot more than he did in 2023. We'll see if it's enough for them to take the win and take that big lead to open up our grand finals. We're going to get aggressive over on the B side. 3 players forcing through mid right here, and this is not a bad setup for Abiz and company. They've got that mid control. Viper looking for an angle to work with. Abiz forced back. Needs to find one right here. It looks like he's going to be able to escape, but Prevail taken down already.
He does. Envy at a distance. Absolutely peace. And PJ starting to get involved too. Abiz absolutely one shot. Both him and Shakal. Abiz does find one. Abiz dropped down the Shakal. 1v3 up for grabs. Bomb's going to go down. Go ahead and tuck this baby in. This one should be done. We'll see if Shakal has anything to say about it. 2 kills to his name. He's going to need to find 3 in a defuse, or a few in a defuse, whatever floats his boat. Let's see what he can do. Envy directly onto the site. Kings. It's going to be the first point of contact. And the reach out, not necessarily the best play, but hey, he is going to get a kill out of it nonetheless.
Good try right there. Timing not going to go his way as he's able to find one on the Kings, but not enough to equalize the rounds. Vague PJ leading the way, 10, 11 kills apiece. And only one more round needed for them to take the 2-0 lead in this series. We'll see if there's any adjustments to be made for a Bizon company, but have not looked nearly as convincing here on the defensive side. Once again, nades, util, finding value as Space takes down a Bees early on. That gives them the man advantage. They've got the read on the Prevail right here as well, but he wins the gunfight. He goes big, as does Chakal. And all down to Kings right here as they look to keep this map alive. Kings, opportunity for one, but not able to find anything. And Godlike and company go big to keep this one alive and now have a chance to force OT.
All right, great response. Player advantage not on your side. Have no fear. Just let the gunnies feed your souls. Absolutely dominating round. Let's see if they can do it again. Take us to overtime. Or will it be the patience that pays off here for the side of Team Space? It looks like they're going to be a full 5-man spread. Kings might get caught up on this hop up here. Boiler room's already been occupied in yellow, and I mean that's not a good way to start it. Space able to reel it back in for the first blood. Hit over towards B site. Could open up the lane for the A push. We'll see what Team Space and crew can do with it.
Prevail's able to get pushed really far forward, and Envy's the only chance of stopping this push. He gets spotted out. I think Prevail saw him up above, but maybe didn't register or thought that he didn't see him. That's a 2-man advantage that could pay huge dividends right here. One player left. That's going to be Marshy looking to control the A side, but he gets two right there. Nearly gets away with his life. But the damage has been done, brings it into a 3v2. Viper sprinting across the map with an SKS. I don't know what the game plan was right there, but now it's all down to Chakal. He needs a 1v3, and it's as good a time as any to redeem that map number 1.
Redemption time, chat. This is it. 40 seconds left to go on the clock. Bomb's been planted. The dome occupied. Vague. Gonna be hearing him right on the outskirts. Here comes the push. Shots are already anticipated. He is going to be collected, ladies and gentlemen. It's a 2-0 lead. Team Space. And making this one look easy in the search and destroy. Vague allowed 2 years to recoup nightmares every night up until this point where he could finally get revenge. Fortunately, it's not on the main stage. It's just here for the meta mayhem. But, I mean, I'm sure he'll sleep halfway easily knowing that he didn't lose another meltdown to Godlike, right?
Yep. All right. Not how I expected that map to go, especially with the convincing opening, but really after the side flip, Space and his squad were just in the driver's seat all the way through. Chakal bounced back off of a slow start, but maybe too little too late for him as they come up short right here, and now an opportunity for Space and his squad to force the early bracket reset. Once again, keep in mind, they're coming out of the lower bracket. This is true double elimination format. So even if they get the series win right here, they've got to take it again in the same setup next time around. We'll see if they can make it happen. We are getting our players ready to go and ready to head into what I believe will be Crossroads strike control.
Ooh. This one's going to be unique. I can't wait to see this one play on.
I'll be back in 1 second.
Oh, good deal. Can I keep on talking? Is that thing gonna? I'm sure he'll be back here in a moment. We'll take a look at the post-action report too, as well. Vague 13-9, masterclass of performance out of him. PJ right there accompanying him with it. Prevail 13 on the other side as well with Viper, but just not enough to get the job done. The demons that have kept Vague awake at night has allowed him to finally get a little bit of revenge. So let's see if it pays off dividends. I mean, if he wins this, if they win this one, we get to see Meltdown again. There's still a chance that Vague will have a Meltdown again. It's a certain possibility. Okay.
All right.
Good deal. Thought I was about to have to go rambling on again.
All right, just working on getting our players ready to go, making sure we didn't have any DQs that map. It'd be tragic to go back to back. Yes, best of 5, but with a bracket reset, chat. So it will be the same setup next time around. For those of you who were wondering, the same weapon setup, the same map setup as well. So if we get a bracket reset, we will get to see some more Meltdown search and destroy. But obviously, there's a chance at a reverse sweep right here. It feels like the momentum has certainly swung the direction of Team Space, but we've seen crazier things happen in today's tournament, so see what they can bring to the table here in Crossroads Control.
All right, waiting for the admins to change the map and modes and ready to roll. We're good to go here in a moment. So far, so good there for Team Space. 2-0 lead, regardless of the UAV being popped at the particular time. It was definitely Team Space's, map to lose. It wasn't, no ifs, ands, buts about it. They had everything going for them up into that devastating UAV pop. Where at that point, if you're competing, you're just like, well, I mean, there's no pressure to perform. Let's just, do our thing, They lose that map, but they win it. And Team of Bees, they win it in spirit, right? They, but they take the L eventually, again, in that search and destroy. So Control, Crossroads strikes. We're getting the spam started up. Viper, last player up to ready. And we'll get geared up into the action. Predictions. Are we going to see that bracket reset? Or are we going to see one of the most devastating reverse sweeps of all time? It's got to start here if you're Team of Bees.
It is especially interesting because I'm pretty sure it was on NA ping whenever Godlike Jr. won the first time around. It was actually at a bigger ping disadvantage. Obviously, I don't know map 1 whether or not it was the same situation. Obviously, it doesn't really make much of a difference because we had a DQ anyway. But interesting that now that there's a more of an equal playing ground, we've seen them struggle a little bit more, and maybe attribute that to the meta, maybe attribute it to the map setup, maybe it's just the momentum of coming out of the lower bracket. But regardless, Team Space has done their job to take the advantage early in this one. Shakal getting going early on, and that's definitely a good sign for Team of Bees, and looks like he might be able to get all the way through to spawn right there. Space spots him out, but not going to be able to take him down. And he is just running around like a madman right now, able to take down PJ, and there's Marshy to take down Envy as well. 6 life lead early on.
Oh, baby, Shakal. Starting off hot. Smoke or not is certainly him beaming. Is going to be forced onto the scaffolding. Can't really quite get the hop up right. Vay going to be able to capitalize there. So streaks earned for that. Valiant effort nonetheless. B progress now being collected here from the away team. Off the bat, they're going to have to find some kind of success off of it. King's going to be able to capitalize onto it. Can they get a little bit of map control to go along with it? Back into the picks, or into the mix as Shakal goes as he shuts down one, but it's PJ there for the shots to shut him down in return. One tick of progress collected. Still nothing to extinguish this one as of yet.
Yep. Got to keep stopping the clock if you are Team Space. He's only got 1 kill on the board right now. Maybe servers not playing as big of a factor as we thought that they would, because it's NA servers now, and Space only has 2 kills to his name. King's doing his best to stay alive on the objective. He's going to be able to do that. It looks like B gets locked in right here, but A going to be a lot tougher. For those of you who didn't know, Crossroads move the A objective inside that first building. So trying to get that capture is not going to be easy. You're going to need some spawn pressure. It looks like Kings is going to look to apply that.
Spawn pressure with CBR in hand, not necessarily his friend. Only 5 left on the defending site, and while Space not winning that gunfight makes it a little more even. Envy able to find one before he gets dropped. So 3v5 is now the case. Can prevail and Shakal and Marshy clutch it up for the boys. Only need to take down 5 or prevent this cap from coming through. A minute left on the clock. Feels like an eternity at this point.
PJ's looking for somebody to hop down right there. Doesn't see Prevail. He does get traded out, but all on to Marshy and Shakal. Marshy's going to be able to find one. Shakal doesn't get spotted out. Envy's in position to trade, but I don't know if he reads it. He gets the double kill right there. Goes big to give Team Space the early round advantage, and that life lead goes to waste for Team of Bees.
That's tough. That's a hell of a round for Shakal. He started off with 6 off the bat, like 4 within that first life, and then just 2 afterwards. Now here comes the operators. We saw this strategy come through in the control slums early. Will it be just as devastating? Envy putting some shots on through. Kings and crew looking to apply the pressure right now. It's the bottom side of that scaffolding. As Kings is going to be out lurking, is going to be paying the price with his life now. 25v22, no progress on either objective. Here comes the operator out of PJ. He's looking to put a little bit of a spawn trap in on for himself. This could be devastating for Team of Bees.
Ooh, Vay gets taken off of his Annihilator early right there, and that's PJ taken off of Equal. So they deal with the utility that's sent out, and a good job of minimizing the value that they can get there. The Bees now looking to control that mid room, and once again, he's just trying to buy some real estate for his players to get on to B. Spots out Chakal, picking up the kill onto Envy right there, and Marshy finds 2 with the Death Machine. So once again, the response is there. The question is, can they continue to capitalize? Marshy, with those streaks, this is one of the stronger performances we've seen out of him so far in the competition. Shuts down Kings, and maybe the more familiar CBR meta feeling a little bit more comfortable in his hands.
Does find one with the Preddy, but he is eventually taken down. Prevail now trying to capture some time here on this B tick. It looks like it's inevitable. It's going to be a back-to-back offensive strats winning. This time around, it's the objective being capped all the way around. We don't even get to see a majority of that one. It was over before a blink of an eye, man. It's like I said a sentence, you said a sentence, bam. We're already into the 3rd round. Offense rating superior regardless of that movement of the objective. And what will the payoff round here? We're going to see trades back and forth, but some streaks earned there for a Beast. He's looking to earn... Well, never mind. I caster cursed him in hell and back, right?
Not much for him to work with right there. Does get the Pred down as he takes out PJ. And they even up the lives at nearly 25 apiece. Still back and forth in the feed they go. And a B is allowed to get really far forward for free. Marshy's going to be able to earn a couple right there as well. And that's going to be an Annihilator pop for Viper. So if he can get somebody to cross above him, might be a couple more freebies as well. Still plenty of time on that one. PJ slides across. Shots connect through the smoke. Absolute beauty, and Chakal's going to pop Equals. Finds 2 before getting taken down. Viper finds 1 more. Not going to be able to make it 2. And Vega's there to stop the bleeding. Down 2 lives and popping an Annihilator of his own.
See if he can put the pressure in. Looking for the respawns there. Gets 1. Viper does get the hit marker there with the stun. Nonetheless, it's Vague. In your spawn. Looking to wreak havoc. Kill's not coming through, so no one's actually going to be able to come through and capitalize with it. Vague takes out another before getting eventually reaped to his on. Damage kept to a minimum. 12v12 here, and the kills dead split at a distance. You call it damn near beams 1 off with that TBR.
That was crazy. He was not missing a bullet, and the only reason that he lost it is because it was an SKS on the opposite side. Not a lot to work with right here for Team Space, who have got to stop the clock and don't have a lot of lives to work with. This is not going to be an easy closeout right here as Marshy takes another one down, and you would think that's likely the end of the round, barring a miracle from the opposition. 5v4, only 4 seconds to work with. Chakal spots out PJ on that rotation, trying to stop the clock. They have nothing. Kings pops War Machine.
Did he really?
And that, I don't know if he took any shots off of it, but if he did...
He did.
That is a devastating mistake.
Oh, this is on the backs of Envy having a burner of her map, too. 24 to his name. Vague. I think the idea was Vague plays the objective and maybe Kings pops the operator, but Vague gets called out and gets collected and shuts down the round. So a defensive strat holding strong there for the boys over at Godlike Jr. Team of Bees hanging on for dear life there in that one and holding on for the victory. Let's see if Space and crew can have something to bounce back through. A B's on the outskirts. Vague about to dance with the devil. Yes, shuts him down. A has also been 1 tick collected. Nonetheless, it is still up for grabs.
Very evenly split off the start of this one. No solid control one direction or another. 1 tick of progress on A, but a lot of time still to be dealt with. Vague on a 4 spree right here. Does get taken down by Prevail. Trades go through, and lives remain even all the way through. Chakal, one of his better performances so far, takes down Envy on the slide through. Tries to hop back to the objective. Not going to be able to make it there, but once again, the damage is done. 1 life separating these 2 teams. Vague going to get flashed on the objective, but no opportunity for Viper to work with that angle right there. He's waiting on the repeat. He's going to land shots onto Envy up above, who's going to be 1 shot, and that'll find them avenue on the objective. This is where they can do the damage, especially if Viper can get pushed far forward here.
2 ticks of progress collected. 9v12. They got the defense exactly where they want them. You're going to have to push out if you want to stop this, baby. One man on it. Shakal doing it all right there. 22 to his name. A redemption tour for himself. Couldn't get it done in the search and destroy. Making a name for himself here in the control. Marshy looking for the spawn trap. It's there. King, space. Combined for 2. And that's going to stop the pressure onto the B site. 35 seconds left to go on the clock. Marshy and crew got to get something going. And boy, is this gunny starting to get hot, Bobby.
Yep. Kings had no business winning that gunfight on the Viper, but somehow comes out on top. Of Bees pops the War Machine right here, and they're definitely in a position where they can close this out, so I don't hate this call in one bit. 5v3, make it 4v2, and Chakal's gonna pop equals as well. Just needs to find 1 kill right here for it to be worth it. King's going to fall, and all down to space right here. They had an opportunity to send things immediately to a bracket reset, but doesn't seem to be in the cards. He's trying desperately to hop up right there. He just can't even make the hop up happen. So it looks like, barring a miracle, that we will see a win for Team of Bees right here. Their first in this grand finals. And now likely a chance at making the reverse sweep happen. Step 1 is in place.
Alrighty, we got ourselves a matchup. Finally, Team of Bees. It took 2 maps to get warmed up. It took a loss on Meltdown, which we do, you know, that's completely uncharacteristic of the Godlike Junior squad, right? It leads us down to the breaking point. Crossroads strikes, 3-1 victory. Marshy goes bonkers, but I think the biggest call of it all is Shakal with 23 and 20 KD. Started off hot, finished out as well. Envy, I said it earlier, he's going to be the game changer in this matchup. I went ham, still just not enough to get the job done, though.
I feel like Space might need to hop off SKS. I don't know. I know he loves the SKS, and he was like one of the authors of it, but he is not hitting with the SKS at all. I don't feel like he's had a great map yet since we've switched into that meta, and he goes 13 and 22 right there on a map where there's a lot of long angles to patrol, especially along that B side. Definitely surprising to see right there. So curious if we see any changes to that, but we get ready to head now into the hardpoint. Is going to be a standoff hardpoint once again, which obviously we had all the way back in round number 1, getting it thrown back into the rotation right here. And last time that we saw a standoff hardpoint between these two teams, oh no, we didn't have standoff hardpoint between them. They faced off on, oh, that was earlier today that they faced off. I'm getting all my timelines mixed up. Takeoff hardpoint was the win for Team of Bees, and that was with them playing on 96 MS. It almost seems like they're better playing off server. I don't know any way to explain it, but they were on server for the Meltdown and they lost, and then they went off server and they won the control. So I don't know what's going on right now, but these guys seem to have something up their sleeves.
Yeah, Bees and crew said they don't want it easy, Bobby. We want the most devastating challenges that you can hand to us. Give us 90 plus MS. We'll go ahead and make it rain. Right now, they hung on by a thread there. The control looked very convincing. We're going to hop into it. This is a make or break game yet again. Hardpoint standoff. It could break Team Space. The mentals could absolutely be chalk. We'll see how it pans out now as we hop on into it. It is standoff hardpoint. Another eliminating game here to take us to a bracket reset or an opportunity to buy themselves some life. Can Godlike 2.0, or not Godlike Junior? Maybe I did say it earlier. Come on. Just telling on myself at that point.
All right, we get a smoke thrown at the top of the building. Oh my God, Shakal about hit big with the movement right there. He picks up the kill. That was looking scary. I don't know how much ammo he had left in that magazine, but it was not a lot, and that is a 50 bullet weapon. He picks up a second one right there. They do find a lot of opening hardpoint time right here. Prevail is going to get shut down. Godlike Junior not going to find a whole lot of purchase onto that opening hardpoint. Space getting taken down right there. And he's still sticking with his SKS. He believes in the power. Maybe just needs to get into a rhythm a little bit. Marshy, a little bit shaky on the shots right there, but spots out one. Has info on the Kings there as well, regardless. Godlike Junior, not a whole lot of damage here on the opening hardpoint.
Yeah, the JR not doing good enough here for this one. 31-1, they're bleeding them dry. Let's see if the setup there for New was looking pretty solid. You got 2 players there on the back line. You got some objective players coming through. Space trying to piece from a distance. It's not looking good. There it is. Finally some kills through as Marshy does bite the bullet to himself. I guess it was a self-tragedy nonetheless. Tragedy or not, 31-9 is the scoreline. It's going to be the Godlike Junior squad running the tables here for the opener. Let's see how long they can hold it for.
Watching Marshy tearing it up on standoff hardpoint takes me back to 2022 champs and that Tribe squad. He's going to hit a drop shot right there, taken down by Envy. So once again, Gunny doesn't go his way, but his squad occupying the hardpoint for the time being, at least keeping things contested. And the Bees hops down to the bottom side to get that final control right here. Waiting for the reinforcements as they look to take Envy out of that top side, but nades slowing down the push. Nades on nades on nades, and Vague finds 2 right there as they find the break back in. So despite that early control, not a lot of time to be found for a Bees and company. Marshy with the nades up in the top side to do some of that opening damage, but it's about time to rotate. Not worth the investment right there, and Viper's going to go ahead and set up toward New.
Yeah, he is indeed. Still a little scrap there for Old. 4 scraps indeed, but it's a 30-plus point advantage rotating into the top blue area. Let's see what can be done now as PJ's trying to make the transition on through. Vague going to be able to find the opener. That is a light up of blue across the feed. Space trying to get the Tempest to hit. Able to find the follow-up shot.
Oh!
Make it 4! Sends them back, but look at that. The graces of a good spawn. It does not pay to slay here in standoff, apparently.
Vague finds 1 off the Annihilator right there, and even with that rogue spawn, they maintain the control. A lot of operators ready to be used for a Bees and company. We'll see what type of value they can find as Prevail not connecting with the Sparrow right there. Space still tucked away, bottom side, and nobody checks the corner right there. They take him down, but not before 2 kills go through. They don't read Vague on the bottom side, and Viper knocked off of the Annihilator. So once again, things going from bad to worse for a Bees and company. This has been all team Space all the way through in this one, and Shakal, Prevail, Bees all struggling to get going here.
Yeah, indeed. But what a better way to start it off, or to reel it back in, to have a good P4. Right now, they got a good setup. They got control all across the boards. Boxes checked, farm checked. So far, so good. Here comes the Bees. War Machine at a distance, making those shots rain on down. Space going to be another victim of it as the push has been aggressive. King's going to be able to shut him down. He's got a Predator to show for it. Wallbangs galore. Not able to solidify any more kills, and his reign ends. Nonetheless, Predator at his ready. Still the feed yellow, slightly blue with Envy coming through, but here's Marshy. It's his season, and it's time to shine.
He's got a Pred already earned, reads Envy on that push as well, and he hops on through to keep it going. Space doing what he can with the melee, but not able to find anything right there. And he's still got more shots left on the Death Machine. Even with Marshy doing all of that, they're still not able to hold the hard point as Vague is able to find the last kill. And the Bees and company just really struggling to pick up those kills on the reinforcement pushes. Chakal's going to be able to slide on through to do some damage right there, and they will be able to pick up the scrap. So putting a dent in that lead, getting it down to 60 right here. We've seen them pull off crazier comebacks. They're going to have to continue to chip away at that if they're going to have a chance here. And Marshy with a good start, not going to be able to find the second.
No, Fake, this is where he made his name in the first set of hills. Oh, did major damage, but not enough to get the kill. First set of hills down. I think he went on a 3-4-5 streak. Everybody was chucking nades, throwables. Shakal threw his life at him twice. Even with the movement, wasn't able to stay alive. Vague found himself right back onto the objective, and right back to the spawn he goes. Viper, Kilo 141 in hand, able to mid-speak of some players not taking advantage of the corner side. Space now having an opportunity to shut down. Prevail was absolutely was stuck in transition. Space finally able to collect his soul, but now a Bees enters in the equation. Drop. Dead. Point blank yet again. Space, 2-piece, make it 3 into the feed. As he lights it up, the hills lit up in blue too. His crew absolutely handling business.
He has been lethal with that Tempest. I don't know what percentage of his kills have come at the hands of that, but the value that he has found has been on another level from the value we've seen from the majority of the operators for this godlike squad. Viper with the Annihilator pops through for 1. Seeing if he can find another onto Vague right there, who's just playing right on the outside of the doorway. PJ shut down as well. And now Viper's starting to get going. Can they use this to snowball a little bit here? The feed has gone full yellow. PJ finally finds something right there to put a dent in that pressure. But the Pred's going to drop at the hands of Marshy. Viper still has an Annihilator. I don't know how he got it to last that long, but he slides through for one more and earns a Pred of his own.
Huge hold. Last time around, they didn't have very much to show out of it. Viper going to be able to find 2 in the transition. Nobody shall cross. The factory has been locked down. It is not open for business. And Godlike Jr. absolutely running the tables for a massive comeback. Unfortunate, though. Kings up top's going to be able to shut down one, but Viper at a distance. Absolutely beaming. Last 10 seconds up for grabs. It's going to be theirs for sure. And they need all this time and the setup for New to recover. Only down by about 50 points, but still down nonetheless.
Yep. And it was getting close to 100 points at one point right there, so they've certainly made progress. Unfortunately, it is a death machine gone to waste in the hands of Marshy right there. Trades come through, and that's Envy doing big damage. Chakal slides through on the top side. Equalizer's in hand. He's trying his best to clear everything out, and once again, trying to redeem that map number 1. One player hopped up, taken down. Boxing gloves don't connect. Godlike Jr. remains in control right there. The pre-fire goes through. Time runs out. Oh. PJ finds the kill. Will they find the full break? Oh. And it's PJ by himself.
Oh my, I thought Marshy was the freak of the lobby. Wrong. Nobody can match PJ's freak. This guy is nasty with it. 4 combo in the feed. I don't know how the hell he's still alive, Bobby. He's trying to look for more too, indeed. 36 to his name. Marshy, hello. Goodbye. We'll see you next time. Bloodthirsty. How the hell? He's literally running. I thought he had cover. Absolutely wrong. Absolutely canned.
Looked like he had sticky aim right there. It literally did not make sense that PJ got that kill. And once again, it's probably the ping differential, but oh my gosh, is he making it work to his favor? He nearly gets the turn on to appease as well. This man's playing from across the world on 110 MS, and he's got 40.
Oh, PJ, do him dirty, baby. Hold here on the P4. Vague content with holding the corners down. Here comes the equalizer. Nothing equal about this one. Ping differential doesn't matter. I'll shut you down. Oh, baby. Viper finally able to shut him down. The spree kept to a minimum. I say minimum. That's 4. That's a minimum for him. As the requirements for that equalizer to pop is him signing his soul away to just shut you down. Hell still being held in blue. That's team space. Rocking and rolling. Only 40 seconds needed to close this one out, Bobby.
Oh my gosh, what a masterclass happening right here. A beast. I don't know how that War Machine did not hit for anything. It looked like it was perfectly lined up. But PJ just continues to torture Godlike Jr. right here as they're now getting doubled up on it. It looked like they were going to find a way back into it, but he went on a rampage and did not look back. Those streaks have been earned. Space going to drop the Pred right here. 2 kills for him. That is likely the beginning of the end here. Once again, keep in mind, it is a true double elimination. So even though this is a match win for Team Space, if they can close it out, they got to get 2 match wins with a bracket reset. We'll see if they can close things out right here. The Annihilator popped. Death Machine for Envy as well. They are farming kills left and right as Team Space takes the opener of our grand finals.
Oh, PJ Puck here. Chef, masterclass performance. What a way to start that one out. What a way to finish it out as well. There is the bracket reset. There is game 4 in a nutshell. PJ taking selfies for the camera. That was a diamond of a shot himself. 48 kills to his name, playing from the low Philippines. Boys, don't y'all feel bad. Marshy, 36 and 31. I think at least half of those kills, or deaths rather, were from PJ. Was just running crazy throughout the objective. What a game.
I don't know what was happening for Prevail in that game. Maybe he had a bad lobby or something, but he went double negative with 7 seconds in the hard point. That is not a stat line that we've seen him go anywhere close to at any point in this competition. So obviously you can't say that ping didn't play a factor, but we're on NA servers and Chakal goes 18 and 41, minute and 7 in the hard point. He had the most hard point time, but he was getting fried. I just don't know what was happening for Prevail right there, because he certainly did not look like himself. But that allows for the bracket reset, which means we are going to be headed back to Hardpoint this time around. It is once again, on Arsenal. First time around, we didn't really get to see a true result because we had a DQ. So hopefully, Chakal done messing around with the UAVs, and we can get an actual proper rematch here.
No, absolutely. And hopefully we'll see Prevail not get Kentucky fried. That one was a tough lobby. I was taking a look at the distance traveled too. PJ over 2,000 meters transition, man. That is, I mean, just ridiculous.
Apparently PJ was on 112 MS.
God, no, what? Where do they do that at? I don't even know. I don't even want to begin. Space though.
It makes sense because when I play Garena servers, I play on 112 MS, so it sounds about right.
There we go. 4,600 damage for Space that game.
Good
which led
night.
the lobby. Yeah, that was a crazy one indeed. Over to Arsenal we go. First time around, we didn't get to see the finale. Brought to you by a UAV being popped in the sky, but I do believe Chakal got everything handled for his score streak. Shouldn't have any blunders moving forward. This should be a clean matchup. 5v5. We will reset here and go right back into it. We're not even going to delay. We're not even going to take a break. We're just going to jump right back into the action.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready to get our result right here. This is not disappointed by any means. It's I mean, watching PJ do what he's doing from Garena, like we all said, undisputed best player in COD Mobile right now is Zai. We need some sort of competition between China and Garena because, oh my gosh, this kid is just absolutely freaking twisted.
Mad Crack. It's inspiring. So brave, dude. 112 MS. How many kills do you drop in Garena lobbies? Is it anywhere near that?
Yeah, just
on a much lower scale.
Yeah, it just like think about you know how like less is more, that's kind of the mindset that I take whenever I'm getting kills in Garena lobbies.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Less interactions equals more hill time, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Here we go. All right, let's get it going. See who's gonna have the most interactions in this one. It looked like a comeback was a brewing right before the UE was popped there. So I'm gonna give the benefit of the doubt that maybe that one would have stuck. So we got a coin flip going into this one. The Search and Destroy was basically a coin flip too. What was it 7-4 or 7-5? What was that?
Let me take a look. Wait, what did you say?
The 7-5 meltdown. Okay.
Oh yeah.
So if we look at it from the perspective of what could have happened, if that comeback does happen, we're maybe sitting in game 5 for an S&D raid instead of buckling up for a reset. So with that being said, this one has potential to go to the distance, Bobby.
Oh, 100%. We lost Viper out of the lobby. I don't know if he's getting a device reset right there, but people are saying, I hope no more ping advantage. There in this setup, someone is always going to have ping advantage. Yes, the godlike players are playing on 90 MS. Kings is in China, so he's also playing on like 110, and PJ is in China, or is in Philippines, so he's on 110. So like, there's not a massive, if you stacked up the pings on both teams, they would even out to about the same amount. There's 2 NA players on the side of the godlike squad as well in Marshy and Chakal. So it's going to be relatively even, maybe a little bit of an edge, but also we've seen that this godlike squad is capable of taking down this team even when they're on 96 MS. We saw it happen yesterday, or I guess earlier today, the first time that they matched up. So it's certainly not an uneven matchup by a massive margin one way or another. It's really come down to who is executed in the big moments, and we didn't see Prevail having the same performances that he had in the earlier matchup. So we'll see if he can bounce back. We're just waiting on Viper to get back in the lobby.
100%. I concur. Um, okay, so I'm reading Bees needs a few minutes to charge as well too. So
I guess we'll take a
we
break.
we did say, yeah, we did say we weren't going to take a break. We are going to hop into the action. Well, we lied.
All right, guys, we're going to hop into a break and we will be back in a few minutes. We're muted.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, thank Shafi. Shafi's the number one.
All right.
Appreciate you. There we go. There we go. We reset. Yeah, there we go.
Sorry, chat.
Hey, look. A false start. It's okay. We are in pure chaos right now.
Yeah. Admins accidentally started, and I was not ready, and I forgot we were muted. So
yeah.
we're just gonna go ahead and reset that one, and now that everybody's ready, we know that we can run it back.
Yeah, dude, I was totally letting the dogs out, and you know they totally let the dogs out in here. I don't know. What
I was helping get Nelly out of the car, and then I came back and the game was playing. I was like, wait, did I play a replay? I don't think that I did.
Like, dude, I left Bobby rolling for that long without himself, and then I realized, oh wait, you're not even back either. All right, no harm, no foul. Never happened.
We are good to go. Hopefully that means we can get started back relatively soon.
Good God. Well, I'm glad I'm not the only one that got completely caught off guard there.
Whew. All right. We're vibing. We're chilling.
We're good to roll. This is a bracket reset. This is the moment we've been waiting for. The matchup that has put us back into the driver's seat of all of Call of Duty Mobile here. We're commanding this one go down to the wire. I'm guaranteeing you a game 5 today, chat. And no, I'm not full of baloney. I decided not to have that baloney sandwich during the break. that is a true statement. So I'm not full of baloney. I'm 100% going to deliver you a game 5 today. Everything in my willpower.
All right. We'll see how just how powerful Verdict's curse or anti-curse is. Why not continue casting? Chat, I'm not the one that made the players leave the lobby. I was going to continue casting. The players left the lobby. You want me to cast a lobby that doesn't have any players in it? I don't know what y'all expected. It was a tie game when they left either, so I don't know what people are getting upset about. We are headed back into Arsenal. We are ready.
Third time around.
To go. Third time's charm.
At third time's charm. Just had to make those numbers absolutely correct, right? We'll see who's going to be absolutely correct after this one. We all know the outcome of the game 1 from last series. Will we get a competitive one here around the verdict is in? Absolutely. Hell yeah. Who's going to be winning? I have no idea. We'll find out, though, as we hop into the action and learn along the way. P1 out in the open, going to be contested. The labs being cracked on through. Chicago going to be able to take some shots on through. Is going to be able to find one space at a distance. Trying to make something happen as well. But his crew doing damn good, making sure that they got the objective for the time being.
One player left to deal with. That's going to be Kings. He's shut down. Prevail reinforces the point as PJ gets taken down to the hands of Marshy. So damage has been done for Godlike Jr. to take this opening hard point. Definitely a lot tougher to break in after that first break goes through. Marshy there to find 5. And he's going to find early streaks. Those could have some big value heading over to P2, especially given how open it is. Viper's going to get some information, but Vague slides on through the vents right there. And once again, it's Godlike Jr. leading the way in this one. Scraps going the way of Space and Company, but it looks like not enough for them to tie things up. The battle for topside control going through right here. Big gunfight win for Viper, makes it 2.
Yep, huge, massive. They got the top side control, but they don't have the spawn side control, which is more devastating. Nonetheless, they're going to be able to put some feet on the hill nonetheless, but is going to be highly contested. PJ,
oh my God.
Triple kill. What the hell? Mance is on a different level. Able to take down Viper along with him for a ride of his life with the Hunter Killer. Predator out for Marshy as well, who's been earning streaks. Going to be able to find 2 with it.
He's been doing damage here in this one. We saw him off to a slow start a little bit, but earlier in the competition, I always feel like that was just because he didn't feel like he had to do as much because his teammates weren't dominating. That dominance not at the same level, so he's locking in, doing everything he can to keep his team in this one. I mean, PJ, chat, what? Tell me we're not on NA servers again. Tell me we're not on NA servers with PJ doubling up the kills with the next closest player. My gosh, this kid is just masterclass on masterclass. Big gunny win for Vague. And it looks like the bulk of that hardpoint time will go the way of Team Space as they hit the rotation. 2 players already set up and good to go for Godlike Jr.
Ooh, good roadie kill there for Prevail, playing that mid-side anchor point, waiting for somebody to come through on the smoke side. Boxed out by Vague. Massive kill to potentially breach the backlines. The hill, though, still occupied in blue. Vague now going to be able to find something maybe here, but 3 kills going alongside his teammates. Able to find his first there with Annie, make it 2. Hasn't missed a shot yet, and he's got half health on it. As soon as I say that, he has a good cast curse. Misses his next 2. Nonetheless, 1 more to go. Not going to be able to follow up with it, so... 2 for 6 or 3 for 6, half for a percentage. There goes the Predator. Not going to hit, though, either.
Envy on the side, going to be able to spray through the smoke with the Death Machine, and Team Space continues to make their way upward. Marshy now on 15, doing everything he can, but Prevail, Mental just appears to be in the mud. He is 3 kills right here. He went nearly triple negative with no time in the hardpoint last time around. Don't know what's going on for him, but he had so many big performances early in the event for him, and it definitely feels like his absence is a big reason why they're struggling right now, finding themselves down 57 early in this one.
We'll see if they can regain. It took about a set of hills and a half to really pump up the volume there for the boys over at Godlike Junior. Almost slipped up there again. Right now, the contest here onto this P4 objective. This is where they got a lot of their bread and butter from in that first hard point as well. Surely enough, they're going to be able to maintain face there on it. So 36 seconds left to go here on it. Prevail starting to pick up some slack there on the back end. Not going to be able to get the kill, but it is a Bees who's running and gunning as well with the Kilo. So back and forth affair we go. This one should about 20-point deficit if they manage to keep getting the hard point here.
Woo! Chakal flying over top of Space and his players. He's going to be able to earn a pred and a couple slow maps for him, but once again looking at redemption for that DQ map 1. Big spree for him has earned them a lot of time here on P4. Looks like he should be able to read Space. He's going to be able to find those 2, working on an EMP. And certainly a nice start at redemption for him. Is a B's going to drop the pred, and it seems like Godlike Junior's building some steam here.
Ooh, baby Shakal, making him eat the bullets there. P5 opening up for business. It's like clockwork. 20-second deficit, looking like it might get erased. Maybe an MP there for Shakal. Absolutely. Predator at the ready as well. EMP not going to get called just in time. It's going to be Space who's going to be able to take advantage of that one. And even one from postmortem. I don't know how the hell he lasted that long with it. So finds 4. Is it enough for the break? Absolutely. Hold still in stock. And it looks like Team Space right back in command of this one. How much longer can they hold this break? It looks like it's going to be inevitable.
It looks like Chakal did end up earning that EMP. So he's got a pred alongside that. PJ going big with the equalizers. He's going to be able to find 3. Completely clears out the point, waiting for the reinforcements to arrive, and shots connect for 1 more. CBR pops. Finally, the trades go through. Godlike Junior keep that lead about where it was heading into P5 right there, and it looks like the setup is there for Team Space and company off the opening, but Viper pokes a hole in the defense. He takes down another right there. Still 2 more players left to be dealt with on the opposite side of the hard point. The hip fire connects. Can he find another to find some early hard point control? PJ, last man standing, but he's got no ammo, but he hops on the point. They'll get the time regardless.
Yeah, indeed. PJ gonna drop 2, so the assist comes in. Doors open for business. Hello! Daddy Viper's home. And he is not going down without a fight. Finally does end up biting the bullet. Envy there for the trades. Prevail going to be able to take him on through with a feed. Now back and forth to the hill, completely in blue. Dominating force here on the reset. Marshy goes big for 3 with his op. Death Machine making him wreak havoc there. And surely enough, Team of Bees might be able to capture the lead on this hill hole.
Marshy said, my Death Machine is better than yours. Went face to face with Envy and came out the winner right there. Once again, PJ doing his best to find a break back in and does it by himself. 1 player left to be dealt with. It's a Bees on the backside. Pre-fires there. Those 50 bullets come in handy. Vague from the top side is there for the trade. He's going to pop the Annihilator. Trying to control this top side, to control the spawns. He's going to be able to find 2, make it 3. I don't know how he stayed alive, but regardless, he'll be left spawning in the back of the map, and another big kill from PJ to maintain those strong side spawns. Crucial plays coming out from him. Marshy, good map for him so far, but not going to be able to stop the rampage that is PJ.
Yeah, carnage. big. Viper at a distance, trying to make something happen here with his operator. Hill time's now being split. It is a 50-50 choice. Who's going to be able to take it? Space's crew. They've got the numbers. They've got the top side control. It's all them, but Viper comes through with a massive Preddy and could open up the floodgates. Shakal going to be able to capitalize with some time of his own with 15 seconds left to go. PJ going to be able to shut him down. He's got 33 to his name. And like I said, the man's a walking three-piece at any given point, is absolutely beaming with 33 to his name. 5 seconds now before the rotation's being head. It is going to be led in blue. Team of B's looking to get right back into the command center themselves. Got to be able to get some transitional kills to go along with it.
Team Space back in the driver's seat here. We do see that Tempest getting shut down. Space not having a huge impact in this one. Kings, War Machine looking for some value. He's going to be able to find one and reads the spawn from Marshy as well. Bit of a split spawn with Viper still working that stairs area, but he gets shut down. Now it is complete control here for Team Space as they look to close this one out. Kings earned himself a Pred missile. 25 kills for him now, leading the way for sure. And Vague, it may not have the most kills for the lobby, but 150 seconds in the hardpoint. This man wants to win this game by any means possible. Chakal battling on the point, looking for the break, finds the opening time, but they've still got a lot of players left to be dealt with. The contest is there, and once again, Team Space somehow, some way finds the break.
They do indeed, but now they got to do it on the back end. The P4 rotation has not been anything friendly to them, and them not getting the scrap time does not leave me hopeful. I'm expecting at least 30 seconds for the side of Bees. I don't know what it is about this rotation. They've just had every ample opportunity to hold it, and they've done it. Let's see if they can do it yet again and recoup themselves and put themselves back in the driver's seat. It's a split spawn there in yellow. And some big kills coming through. A Bees cleaning house on the back end. Envy gonna get pieced up hard. It's all up to Vague, or not Vague, but PJ to do something miraculous. He's gonna get shut down. King's gonna get ousted. Godlike Jr. running the tables here in the P4, and look at that. Off the bat, Bobby, 20 seconds damn near collected for free.
Vague trying to hunt down that final kill. He breaks on through, and they get their control to try to build back onto that lead. Vague been lethal with the Annihilator so far in this one, but only gets 2 before getting taken down by a nade at the hands of a Bees. PJ looking to reinforce from the backside right here. Shots through the smoke, not going to connect, at least not enough for the kill. Chakal slides on through. One of his better maps so far as he once again looks for redemption. And if they can hold for this scrap time, it's going to be damn near a tie game as we head on over to P5. Once again, Chakal's holding on to that EMP system. I don't know if he's saving it for a rainy day, but maybe a good opportunity right here once you get some operators charged. We'll see what he can do. Spots out Vague, and he is snapping on everybody right now. On a 3-kill spree, and once again, looking for more.
Yeah, indeed. He's looking to get some streaks to go along with it. Already popped the Hunter Killer. Now looking for the Preddy. Again, EMP at the ready. Hipfire, not true. Not going to be happening there. He shut down Vague. Going to be better in that situation, but his team, is it enough to hold here as they do get the break through the top side of the window, the backside now being penetrated. Not looking good for Vale and Shakal. Going to be able to combine for some kills, and look at that. The foot race over towards the objective. Only 30 seconds needed to shut it out. Guaranteed P1 reset. Brought to you by needing 25 more seconds to close it out and only 20 seconds left to go. So PJ now trying to make something happen on the outskirts. Going to get shut down. This feed looking pretty damn good if you are Team of Bees. Godlike Jr. looking to do something miraculous, but in this space you find the 3-piece and gives himself a little bit of breathing room.
Not a lot of value for that for him in this map, but goes big at a much needed time. Only 15 seconds for Godlike Jr. to close this one out. We'll see what they can come up with right here. The early setup is there for Team Space. PJ already on 42. Marshy, perfectly cooked nade right there. He's going to be able to find one. A Bees slipping through the vents, trying to find something right here, but Vague goes big. He's able to find 2. EMP system is going to pop. I believe that's probably Chakal's.
Yes.
One person on the hard point for the time being. PJ shut down immediately off the equalizers, and only 10 more seconds needed.
This is it. This is now or never. You got to find it yourself if you are Team Space. If Team of Bees, get onto the hill and hold it. 20 seconds on the right-hand side of your screen. Only 10 needed. It is going to be a photo finish. Envy, Death Machine. So much time. Not a lot of bullets left to go with it. Shakal going to be able to slip on through. Oh, down. This one could end here, Bobby. 5 seconds. Nobody here. Viper says, forget about it, verdict. I am. Contested going back and forth. We might be seeing a P2.
Oh my gosh, they can't decide who's going to come out on top in this one. Nobody's giving anything. 247, 241, they can't win it here. We're headed back to P2. Who's got this setup? It's Vague already on that lower side. They've got to hop down and make it happen immediately. Annihilator pops. The shot hits. Vague goes big on the rotation, and Team Space finds a way to close it out in map 1.
Damn. I am like, woo! Like my fingers clean after that one. That was a feast. Whoa, way to start this. I am trembling. I knew this was going to be a banger matchup. I knew that there was nothing false about that comeback that happened for Team of Bees. They were locked and loaded. Surely enough, they fall short. They only needed 10 seconds on P1 to close it out, but the resolve in Team Space just to come back and make sure that they go ahead and capture this one could be everything in this series, Bobby.
No, 100%. I don't think you can even knock Shakal for that one. 2 minutes and 22 seconds in the hard point. Did everything that he could to try to lock in that last amount of time. Had the biggest impact score, but unfortunately not enough for him. As they come up short once again, got to wonder what could have been if maybe you don't have that DQ on map number 1. But now we get ready to head once again back into the Meltdown Search and Destroy. You got to wonder where the mental is for Team of Bees right now. Came into the grand finals, 0 losses. Already gone through that bracket reset and then losing that opening map. Can't be feeling great right now.
No, it can't be feeling great indeed. But it doesn't matter how you feel, it's about how you perform. They have an opportunity to do something crazy here, and I feel like they can make some micro adjustments from that first Meltdown, and we'll see a different ball game rolling into the control. So we'll see if maybe we get a poll going. What's the over under for Vague dropping kills here? I know we set it pretty low.
I feel like we got to put it at least 7 this time around. I don't feel like we can justify putting it any lower than that.
All right, 7.5 it is. I don't want to push. I want to make or break.
All right. Oh, wait. Over 7.5. Under 7.5. Chat, my voice is going to be completely chalked. I was already sick coming into this, so
you sounded a bit sniffly.
This is going to send me over that. Oh, the amount of times that I have muted myself to sniffle, let alone what I've sniffled actually on broadcast. It's all right. We power through for the sake of the competition. We'll see right here what they can bring to the table. If we see some more body shots going through, as obviously another replay of 2023 champs.
Oh yeah, I know the animosity's got to be at an all-time high. Vague got his revenge earlier. That's why I'm taking the under here on the second search and destroy. If you're going over, just keep in mind he dropped a pretty decent game. He can't be consistent for 2 in a row, right? It's got to be in his head.
We'll see. I think it depends on how round 1 goes. I think if he gets 1 kill round 1, he's fine. Over. I think if he gets smoked, he's getting 3 kills.
Yeah, good call. I like that. So that's how you come up with a pro strategy, Chad. But we can't play it by ear. You can't submit bets after the game starts. It is shutting down. All right, we're not enabling or we're not encouraging, this kind of behavior, but we are going to allow you to, make a free wager, right?
Yep.
It's a matter of pride.
No gambling if there's no risk of losing anything. Come on, guys.
Yeah, come on now. 100%. All right. Envy's the last player to get ready. He had a big series before the reset. Let's see if he can have a big game here rolling into this search and destroy. Vague definitely led the lobby here last time around. PJ didn't really do too much, but I mean, that was a huge hard point for him too as well. We'll see if he can keep that same momentum rolling into the search and destroy. Everybody ready for Godlike Jr.? Let's see if they can reverse the tides here rolling into this search and destroy. This should be their stopping grounds, right?
You would think so, but it was not super convincing the first time around. So we'll see if they can bounce back off of that. I know they're certainly capable of it, but I think you just got to wonder where the mental's at right now for them, especially given. I mean, we kind of saw a similar thing in CDM, like when they're full steam ahead, when they've got the confidence, they're close to unbeatable. But when you take that first loss, I think it's about how you regain off of that.
Absolutely. That was a devastating loss too there in a Hardpoint. Let's see if they can bounce back and make something happen here. First 6 rounds on the attack. They'll have the chance to prove themselves here early. We know how this map plays out. You get either map control on either front. On the offense, usually leads to a round win if you get a plant, but you know, getting that plant down is the hardest part of the game here on this Meltdown map. So just waiting for Envy. Looks like he is gonna bounce back to the. Looks like he's going to be getting a reset nonetheless. So we're just going to wait for a few moments before he is back in, and we should be good to go.
Chat. I'm going to start having mods timeout people that are complaining about ping. People on both players are playing off server. That is the beauty of a global competition. No team is going to have ping advantage at all times. That's the reason we do the draft the way that we do, is so that we have a relatively even amount of Eastern and Western players on both teams. There's nothing we can do to control it. We don't have control over the servers. Just watch and enjoy. Otherwise, shut up. Just waiting for Envy to get back in here, and we should be good to head into map 2. No word on where he went. I'm praying that he doesn't need to charge as well, given that we just had charge time.
Dude, come on, Envy, get your act together, buddy.
Kill him.
You heard it here from Dad here first. Bobby says, "Shut up, chat. You know what to do." I remember when my dad told me to shut up as a kid. I sat there and I took it. Are you gonna break the mold?
Don't challenge them. Don't encourage them to revolt.
I mean, I'm not trying to enable. You know, I'm just trying to provide an even ground for everyone to. This is not a democracy, though, chat. So
that's true.
Just remember that.
All right. Hopefully we get word on what Envy is doing. I guess I can probably check his team chat.
I mean, he's up there in the VC.
Okay.
Nothing as of yet.
All right.
Hopefully we'll be good and geared up to go. Obviously, we haven't had very many setbacks today. As a matter of fact, the last event ended, like I said earlier or yesterday, 3 or 4 o'clock Eastern time. So this one is well under that time frame, and nobody is happier for that than Bobby and I. I know with him not feeling well, but yeah. Envy just needs a moment to get ready. We should be geared up to roll here momentarily. Looks like the voice check or the admins have jumped into voice comms to make sure everything was good. Seems everything as well. Just needs a moment to get his act together, and we'll be good to go here momentarily. This is a $10,000 event. Of course, you want everything like on their P's and Q's whenever you start a game, right? You don't want to be jumping in with advantages, but hopefully it's not a charging issue, because we had plenty of time earlier to start off. As a matter of fact, before the day started, my iPad was at 1%. Now it's at 37%. So I know it can't be that crazy, right?
You would think.
Yeah.
All right. Is it, Evans, is it the type of moment where we need to send it to a break, or is it the type of moment where he's going to be back in 5 seconds?
We'll find out, I'm sure. They can't hear us anyway, so
True.
And it's delayed. Or we'll just like randomly start like we did on our way back from the break, and then by the time we're back, it's no, that's not gonna happen. We're gonna be good.
Yeah. All right. Best of 5, chat. Space and his team are up 1-0 currently, heading back into the Meltdown Search and Destroy. where they won the first time around. See if that changes with the reset and whatnot, but right now not looking great. They need to hit a regain at some point. It looked like they had a chance to do it there in the Hardpoint, but just barely coming up short. See if Prevail has a big bounce back game.
Gonna need it. He's had 2 games in a row where he's not really been up to par. I don't know what it is. I know it's not demon time over there. It's not even past midnight, so there should be no excuses for time. Obviously, we've taken up a lot of their time, but again, I mentioned it earlier. It's a $10,000 event. You know, you get in what you put in. Right now, they're fighting for their lion's share. $1,500 difference. First place gets $4,000. Second place gets $2,500. And the bracket reset just makes it so much better. So 1-0 lead in favor of Team Space. They're looking to do the impossible. A phenomenal lower bracket run if they do make it out. Obviously, they bit the bullet in the first series of the night or of the morning or of the day, wherever you're at. And yeah, that's what led us up to this event.
All right. Apparently Envy's dog went to the bathroom somewhere that it wasn't supposed to. So.
Oh, that's tough. Yo, you remember how I was telling you my morning was not great? Everything that could have gone wrong. I woke up to a surprise at my front door too. Let me just tell you.
No way.
Good. Yes, it was.
Was it on fire?
No,
okay.
it wasn't. No, it was inside the house, which.
Oh, okay.
Probably was even. Yeah, the dogs. We just recently adopted a pup that was a stray. Showed up at our house and just wouldn't leave, and I was like, "Wow, I mean, you're just too much of a sweetheart. I can't let you go." So we've been going through the process of adoption. She's she has heartworms, so the medication I'm assuming is making her like lose control.
Okay.
So yeah, poor thing. Couldn't hold it over the midst of the morning, and maybe I just didn't wake up early enough. I mean, I feel like 6 is plenty of time, but we went to bed at midnight. She should have made something happen, but I'm not going to put her at fault. So it's just been one of those days,
happens.
but it's turned pretty good. Yeah.
All right. Fair enough. We're just once again, chat, waiting for Envy to get back in here. I have a headache developing now as well, so I am actually going to hit the be right back screen so I can go grab a water, and we will be back momentarily. Yep. All right, we're back. Sorry. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. I had to eat a French fry because I have not consumed food in many hours. We are back and good to go, heading into the Meltdown Search and Destroy.
Let's get it going, baby. Time is of the essence. Hardpoint victory there for Team Space. 1-0 lead in this bracket reset. Here Here comes the payoff now as Godlike Jr. looking to redeem himself here. Can they make it happen? A lot of nades, a lot of tacticals being thrown on through. PJ taking the first gunfight of the night. That's huge. Able to win and get away with his life. Envy out. Going to be pounced on. No, PJ, it's his season. Shakal and Marshy down to 2v5, Bobby. Opening round, not looking good.
Marshy all alone. 1v5 right there. Gets caught out by Vague. Not a great sign for the opening round for Bizon Company. 3 kills for PJ off the start. Just a menace from start to finish in this competition. No ping, no problem. We'll see if he can continue to dominate right here as he looks to get aggressive toward A once again. Trophies go down, nades across. It is absolute chaos, and he picks up yet another kill right there. A B slides on through. He's able to find 1. And this time it's A-side control as Prevail finds 2 with the spear.
Yeah, he does. Feel the tip, he says. Just a little bit vague. Surely we'll see you next round. Nade's going to be chucked on through. A lot of times been passing. Bombs still have not been planted. Space now on the prowl. Not going to win the gunny up close. Prevail continuing to shoot on through. Looking for the second. King sees right around the corner. Marshy going to deal the pressure. That is an easy victory and a bounce back round needed for Godlike Jr.
All right. Definitely much needed. The aggression certainly paid off over on the A side, so would expect to see something similar to that once again. Util out, and looks like this time Space and company gonna make entry through mid, see if they can catch him off guard, and that's gonna be Space finding 2 right there, trying to find another onto a B's. He gets shut down. Damage has been done as we move into a 3v3. Bomb going down already, and Kings gets spotted out, but Viper not able to get the kill right there. Does end up getting the assist. But they go 1 for 1 right there, and who else but PJ to make them pay. Now down to a B's. He's in a 1v1.
Oh my
a 1v2. Dumpsters 1. Spots out PJ, but he can't land the shot, so now a chance at clutching.
I don't know if I lost connection there or what the hell just happened. A B's with 4. PJ opting to make the pressure onto himself. The heady play to a T. A B's goes bonkers. 1v2 clutch. Absolutely shat on Vague. And then puts PJ down. That is a very tall task indeed, but nonetheless, he gets the job done, Bobby.
Big time round. Big time play. 5 kills on the board already. That bodes well for Team of B's. Once again, that same route that we've seen so many times before. It's double kills on both sides for both teams. Vague's gonna find 1 to take the advantage right here. And this time cooking the nade, although he's gonna opt to save it for a better usage as we once again see the spear coming out. This time it's a B's taking down Kings. And he's gonna be able to take mid control off of that one as well. Bomb still yet to go down. It is in hand for a B's, and it's a wide open B site, so he's going to be able to get this down completely for free.
You say that in Vague. Waiting to pounce. Shot's going to be led on through to the middle of the map. Shakal about half health, going to be forced down. Bomb's planted. A B's going to be caught flat-footed. Vague going to be able to take advantage of that one, and surely enough, Shakal should be right along with it, but he doesn't win the gunfight. He's shut down 2 and hold the phone. Space now in a 1v2. That should have been free. The bomb's now going to get off. No, he's already taking shots. That's it. Space could not clutch it up for the boys in 3 rounds in a row. Wow. That one goes on the back of Vague not being able to get that clutch, and then Envy gets caught out in a very bad position. No singular kill. Maybe he didn't wash his hands after cleaning up the excrement. I don't know. He's playing a little crappy, if I don't mind saying stuff. No shots at you, buddy. It's just I couldn't, low hanging fruit kind of thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he certainly was locked in for that one. Bomb going down very quickly right here as a B's just completely free over on A. Nobody really doing anything to try to stop it. Vague finds 1. Gonna be able to regen right here. PJ finds another. Shots across mid. That's Marshy picking up 1, so 1 life advantage, and PJ gets taken down 2. That, just like that, into a 3v3, and now a B's all alone. Slowly making the play, but it seems like that audio cue should have been given. Vague not going to be able to land a kill shot right there. He now wraps back to the opposite side, and the Bees is there. Can he get away with his life? It's a 1v3 opportunity for him. He climbs back up the stairs right here. Not enough time to work with, and King's not going to be able to clutch it right there. A Bees 1v3.
Oh my God, he gets away with highway robbery. Oh, that is just one of those moments. He just played it perfectly. Peeks to top side, takes down one. And surely enough, dances around to get the last two. Kings couldn't pull the trigger. A Bees is him, baby. 9 to his name, a clutch under his belt, the confidence, the aura. It's just seeping through the lobby now. And Godlike Jr. looking to run the tables. 4-1 as about 3 rounds to close this one out. Payoff round. 2 players have dropped instantly. A Bees going to give away his life for free on the hop down. Vague starting to finally reel it back in, and yes, he has passed that 7.5 marker. So if you bet the over, you've got yourself a victory.
Marshy, I thought Marshy was going to get hunted by PJ right there, and he ends up getting taken down, but a little bit close for comfort. That's going to be 2-4 as we get ready to switch sides right here. And only 1 on the board for Viper, but in spite of that, Bees and company leading the way in this half, 4-2. Space continues to struggle. SKS not being very kind to him so far. Bees 9 kills himself and making that switch over to the Kilo looking a lot more comfortable, probably a lot more versatile, and especially in a lot of those tighter situations, and making the most of it. Vague finds first blood, and that plant going to go down quickly over on the B side.
Prevail going to be able to open up the first blood. 4v4 here for the retake. Prevail taking down another. In the post-plant setup, only 3 players left standing on the left-hand side of your screen. First round on the offense. PJ in a creepy position, but he's going to be ripped apart. Prevail now Envy in a position to clutch. Shakal shuts him down. And yet again, Godlike Jr. putting in the work here in the search to destroy. Going to continue to extend their lead. 5-2.
All right. Well, a Bees and company certainly in the driver's seat here. 5-2 lead, about as comfortable as can be. It looks like not much of a defense over on A. Marshy's going to find first blood onto Vague. That's a vehicle explosion right there. And Space and his team just going to kind of sit back and give it up for free, looking like they're comfortable to play for the retake. Space is able to find one onto Marshy. Catches him off guard across mid right there. And they will continue to sit back right here and for some reason not opt to... Oh, I was commentating the wrong side of the bomb. I'm sorry. I'm in shambles right now.
It's okay. We flipped. You got a lot going on the other side. You haven't eaten today too, man. It's been a while. Hopefully you can grab a mouthful of french fries while I yap. Viper looking to shut down this bomb plant. Space absolutely reads it to a T. Shakal not in a position to get anything to land there. Space going to go ahead and seal the deal. Shots. I don't know how he didn't know he was there. I mean, there was certainly something on the minimap that says, hey, enemies approaching from that direction. Nonetheless, Kings mitigates the damage. Round going back in favor of Team Space. Finally, something to show yet again for themselves after the flip. 5-3, still a lead in hands of Team of Bees. Let's see if they can get back in control for the Destiny here, as the defense has been pretty solid so far, minus that last round.
All right. Bomb in hand for Kings. A little bit of a delayed push on into the A site right here. Chakal does get taken down. Prevail goes 1 for 1, but it's Kings doing the bulk of the damage as they find man advantage. And once again, not the conventional push on into the A side, but it has certainly worked well for them so far in this one. PJ patiently waiting behind that pillar, but the slide and the beam out of a Bees. Marshy does the rest of the damage. That's now 12 kills on the board for Marshy. They are now 1 round away from evening up the series at 1-1.
All right, so this was the swing map. Maybe the momentum from that Shakal UAV halted them. Well, it was a fair and square victory there for Team Space in the Hardpoint. Right now, we're seeing some clear victors coming through here for the Search and Destroy. Meltdown, second time around, looking a lot better, tenfold. Nate shot hit there for Marshy on the Vake, but it's not going to be able to get the kill. Nade doesn't take him down, and surely enough, the bomb plant's going to go along with it. Space opens up with the first blood. Vague in a very big contentious position. Can he win the gunfight? Hell no! Prevail shutting him down. Will he be able to get the second as well as they all push on through? Yes! Envy able to finally shut him down.
Viper's just been all alone lurking in the mid-map. He gets dumpstered by Space right there. Obviously, it wasn't an easy scenario, but certainly one where you would like to come out on top. And him only having one kill, once again, shocking for the side of Godlike Jr., maybe even more shocking that they're in the lead 6-4 in spite of that. We'll see if he can get going as, once again, Team Space have chipped away at this lead. Bomb being carried over toward that B side. 2 players awaiting on the backside, Abiz being one of them. He's trying to find something across mid. Prevail finally finding his footing in this one. 13 kills to lead the way. Doing alongside Marshy, and Space just sitting back, making sure nobody gets overly aggressive across that mid side. One player slipped all the way through. That's Vague. He's made his way into the backside. I don't think anybody on Team Abiz knows.
Oh, he's being so quiet too. Prevail right around the corner. Shakal shut down, free kill. Prevail looking to get away. No, nothing done. Viper looking for the call-outs. Where's he at? Well, here comes the hit.
Oh.
Can't put the movement on him, and Vague gonna go ahead and put some body shots in. You ain't won the map just yet, buddy. You're only trying to bank on some overtime at this point. Map point still in favor of Team Abiz, but with the momentum swinging in favor of Team Space, will we see the comeback?
Certainly looking like a possibility right here. Vague making a big-time play, and definitely a lapse in communication for Bees and company is that one rap single-handedly won them the round. See if things change right here, but once again, getting aggressive across mid. Space should have that info at Prevail Crossing, but it's going to be Vague picking up the kill regardless. And they're going to be able to more than likely get the... They already have the bomb down right here. One player to deal with in the backside. That's going to be a Bees. He picks up one onto PJ, but he's already taken down into a 2v2. We go. Viper, Marshy, still alive, but Viper's got to find a little bit of confidence in this one with only 2 kills on the board. Only 20 seconds remaining. Marshy on the backside, trying to catch somebody off guard. It looked like he had an angle onto Vague, but is Viper finding the kill? 1v1 for the round. 13 seconds remain. Viper sees him, but I don't know if he's got enough time to hunt him down, and he hops the bomb right there. Doesn't read it correctly, and Viper not going to have time to clutch it up. We're headed to OT. The lead has evaporated. Godlike Jr. are in shambles.
My God. Kings, well played, well executed. You saw Viper's just like, damn, dude, just take me, man. I couldn't have played it any worse. I'll say that he did get the kill across the map to kind of put the finishing touches on the round, but nonetheless, couldn't clutch up the 2v1. Very unfortunate timing. Kings opening up with the first blood. No, it's going to be Space. The trades are there. 2 for 2 we go. Over towards this A site. It is a bloodbath. Envy on the outskirts looking for some kills. He's going to be able to find one. PJ there too as well. Marshy the last hope. 1v3 here for the first round of overtime. Envy's already spotted them. Envy sends them into the next round. We've got map point. The potential 2-0. What a hell of a comeback so far for Team Space. Can he put the nail in the coffin, though, and put him down?
Dang. Just absolutely brutal. People saying disconnect. No, Viper stopped moving because he knew he had lost the round. That wasn't a disconnect right there. That was the round is over. We're just going to go ahead and chalk it. Man, this is just tough to watch, especially with how strong they came out right here. But once again, Chakal and Viper, neither of them having a good map so far in this one. And they find themselves down a man already off the start as well. Marshy trying to find somebody out of position right there. Had Envy 1 HP, but Vague slides down. He's going to be the one that picks up the kill, and now they're all down to one player. Prevail 1v4, can't spot out Vague. An absolute collapse from a Bees and company as they are now on the brink of elimination.
Bracket reset. 3-1 loss there. Opening hard point this time around. not swinging their way. They had everything they needed to close this one out. It was 6-3, Bobby. And what was that? 5 rounds in a row for the boys over at Team Space. Vague leading the pack. Head honcho of this lobby. 18 kills to his name. And you saw it. They left the lobby for a reason, man. That was a complete disaster and a fumble. Swing map should have went in their favor. We should be tied at this point. We should be heading to control, which they completely dominated the last time around. And here we are, left with crumbs. What a way to start the series.
Viper and Shakal both leaving the lobby early as probably less than stellar numbers for each of them. Vague really took it personal on that one. 18-9. He was cooking all map long. Made a lot of big plays and certainly spearheaded that comeback. Now they get ready to head back into the control, which once again, to Team Abiz's credit, they looked fairly dominant on last time around, but the mental just does not look like it's holding up right here with the way the momentum continues to swing.
Are you more mentally chalked after the UAV pop, or are you more mentally chalked after being up 6-3?
I think the 6-3. I don't, because after the UAV pops, I feel like it's map 1 of a bracket reset grand finals, so there's a lot less on the line. That was, that feels like a backbreaking type of loss, you know.
All right, well, we'll see if the backs continue to break. This is the last opportunity. Bracket reset, run, Team Space, making it look like they might be in God mode. Godlike Junior on the opposite side, trying to get their feeding underneath them, but it's PJ and Vay continuing to bleed him dry.
Big kill for Viper right there. Cannot afford to give up that entire mid-map control for free. He is going to get shut down in the hands of Vague, who slides on through. Once again, AR coming in handy for Abiz, but not going to be able to do a ton of damage with it. Mid-map control so crucial, and PJ sliding on through, going to be able to find 2. Top of the one that he already had. Vague finds his way onto the objective. Chakal's there for the trade, so not a ton of early progress, but 1 tick of progress already through. Good sign for Space and Company as they look to continue to make their way forward.
Absolutely, indeed. Vague continuing to let the body shots hit. My boy! What are we doing? He's really feeling it right now. He's running circles around him. Marshy can't get involved, gets traded on out. They are capturing A. They've got 2 ticks of progress, looking like it might be solidified. No, it's going to be reversed onto the B site, but this is the harder objective to capture nonetheless. And Viper just going to throw his body onto the objective. PJ's going to collect his soul. That is A for free. 19-9 in the life count too, Bobby. This one not looking good early on. This is a complete checkout here from Team Godlike Junior.
Yeah, and this is kind of what I had a feeling would happen. The mental, I think, after that comeback is just in a really rough spot. You got a Bizon on 2 kills, Viper on 2 kills, Chakal on 2 kills. Prevail finally starts to get going, but 1v5's not going to cut it, and that's B already lost. It is 1 player all alone in a B's. He's trying to get as many kills as he can, but they're charging operators right now, and he's going to go ahead and... He was like, am I allowed to self-nade? I'm pretty sure in global rule set you're not allowed to self-nade, but... Yeah, he's trying to decide whether or not he should do it. He finally gets taken down right there.
Well, the good thing is he's slightly close to earning himself his operator. On the flip side of things, you got 4 out of 5. That ain't looking good at all. I mean, pressure is about to be enough to crush a diamond at this point. These lobbies now starting to get very, very sweaty here in the later portion of the day. King's going to be able to open up the first blood there as he does find some pressure from this War Machine. Vay going to be able to get involved with the gunny as well. Vay going to be traded on out. B's creeping right around the box's heady. He's going to be taken down. Nonetheless, Spawn Trap looking like it might be on the horizon. This one might be over before it starts, Bobby.
Yeah, we continue to see those operators cooking. PJ, anytime, any place, he will take you down. Abiz finds the kill, but takes himself down with it. And once again, the life lead, not an astronomical difference, but we've yet to see any sizable amount of progress on the objectives. We finally get Chakal Hopped onto B right here, and somehow, I don't know if that was through the wall or what, but PJ's still able to take him down right there. And they continue to push on forward. We start to see those streaks being earned. Space drops the pred. That's going to be 2 more, and that 4-life lead has now grown to 11.
Yep, devastating and demoralizing is one way to put this. PJ going to win the gunfight, too. This is just, good God. You said life lead wasn't of the essence, but we're down to 4 right now, and that was just about 20 seconds of differential.
Yeah.
And things coming through. Operators, score streaks, gunnies.
Oh.
Yikes. What are we watching right now, Bobby?
Tough way to go out, especially against a team that you beat 2-0 earlier. And it really just feels like a momentum thing more than anything else. Is a couple unfortunate things go wrong for Team of Bees. They're still going to throw everything they can at it, but really no util to work with. We've got an EMP that I think just got earned for Space, who has certainly not had his best series, but having a solid map right here, and looks like they're already going to be able to make their way forward toward A. Pred has been earned for Envy. He's chasing Ghost right now. Marshy going to be able to take him down and find 2, but there is Space coming through with the Tempest. A Bees shocked right there, and Vake's there to clean it up.
Well, chat, I don't like to count my chickens wherever they hatch, but woo, it is not looking good. 20v14, make it 19 in the count, and lead overwhelmingly in the hands of Team Space. Looks like they're going to be crowned champions unless a miracle happens. And let me just tell you, this is not 34th Street and it's not Christmas time. Envy at a distance, making it range shots too. The SKS, I said he was going to have a huge impact on the series. Has he? Boy, oh boy. 19 to his name, make it 20. Earns the Hunter Killer. 3 players, make it 2. PJ's in your spawn. PJ's got the last kill potentially. Yep, there it is right there. GG's, well played. Give them the championship. A commanding 3-0 bracket reset and a victory for Team Space. They go ham there in the control, Bobby. Nothing outside of Game 3. I lied earlier. I did not deliver a Game 5.
Yep. Unfortunate. I don't think anybody watching in chat would say if we were going to crown an MVP that it should not be PJ, because that guy was on 112 MS and he was still MVP for like half of the lobbies. This kid is simply 25-8. What are we talking about right here? What are these numbers? Absolutely bananas. I would say, in my mind, unanimous MVP of the event. That kid is a dog, and can't wait to see him. I don't know if it's CDSI, CDFI, whatever it's going to be, but next chance he gets to go up against the top China teams, it is going to be cinema.
Absolute. Yep, just give him Vague share of the prize pool for that MVP. I'm kidding. Obviously, Vague. I mean, played completely lights out too throughout this series. The Hardpoint followed up by the Search and Destroy, where he literally led the team in the Search and Destroy for a massive comeback, 19-8 or 18-9, something like that. Somewhere around there's numbers. It's semantics at this point. Beating a dead horse was one thing, but watching that control was that was brutal. That was a tough way to go out. It was a competitive series rolling up into this reset. The Hardpoint delivered, the Search and Destroy delivered. That control was devastating. It was heartbreaking. Commanding performance out of Team of Bees and Godlike Junior. Loved every aspect of the game up until that point, but it's just the inevitable. Got to give it to the champions. Team Space just knew what they were doing.
No, 100%. They earned that through and through, making that lower bracket run, winning off the bracket reset. Way more, well, I would argue way more challenging than winning with a map advantage in a best of 7. So huge credit to them. They came through and did it in dominant fashion. Effectively, 6-1 total map count in the grand finals. Not an easy thing to do up against a team like that. Vague's team all 9 MS. That's really impressive that PJ was in the Philippines and Kings was in China and they're on 9 MS. But congrats to them. I guess they're on NASA servers, so maybe one day I can get upgraded to that. But credit to Space for drafting a God Squad. We knew coming into this that They would be tough to beat. Also, big shout out to LoJack for the 10 gifted members. If you got gifted a membership, make sure to hit him with a thank you. I believe we will likely have graphics for winning teams soon, or maybe not. I'm not 100% sure. I will keep on yapping. Once again, shout out to Call of Duty Mobile for making this happen. I believe that we will have more events coming up soon. We had 3 to do across 6 months, so we got our first 3 knocked out. We'll see what the future holds, but I've had a lot of fun hosting them, had a lot of fun casting with Verdict once again, and it should be a very, very fun... here we go. We have the graphics. Congratulations to Team Space for being the winners. And also, if there's anything, it would be more beneficial if you guys commented on the stream after it was done, so I can just go back and look at those comments. But if you have any ideas for tournaments that you guys want to see in the future, would love to see those as well, as obviously we love coming up with new ideas and finding new ways to make the game in the esport entertaining.
You're absolutely right, man. I gotta say, my favorite meta to come across too was the MSMC and HBR. That was just a special time to be able to see it here in this event displayed. I mean, total creativity coming through for this one. I've had a blast all the way through and through, and would love to hear what you guys come up with here for competitive COD Mobile. Obviously, you're probably going to talk about the server or the latency issues. That's fair, but I mean, at the end of the day, we all knew what we were signing up for, and here we are. So, congratulations to Team Space. Let us know in the comments down below what kind of tournament you guys would like to see, as Bobby just said. And I'm glad I'm getting a chance to be a part of it still to this day. We've been casting for a while now, Bobby. I've been doing it since the end of 2020. You've been doing it right around maybe a little bit before then. We've had a lot of COD Mobile events. I know you have, but shared together as well.
Yep. 100%. It's been a good time. It's good to get back into it, and hopefully we'll have more in the future. Everybody, get the stream to 1,000 likes before you go. If Space is still streaming, we will go ahead and raid him on the way out, but that is going to be it. Thank you on behalf of our admins, our players, everybody else that helped make this happen. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Drop a like if you did. Subscribe if you haven't already. And we will catch you guys in the next one. Adios.